Chapter 5:17. Hearing this voice, Wuya's face suddenly stiffened, and then he stood there in a daze. After a while, he calmed down. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless. However, in the next moment, he regained his senses. His gaze was still fierce, but he had calmed down a lot. This process lasted for an extremely short period of time, almost in the blink of an eye. However, Su Yan saw all of this with his own eyes. Strange. That was the only thought in his mind. Although it was only for a short moment, what was displayed just now was really too strange. Wuya was originally so angry, but he calmed down in an instant. Moreover, that sluggish look in his eyes made Su Yan feel even more strange. No matter how afraid a person was of another person, they would not be able to calm down in an instant. Moreover, the moment he calmed down, there was no light in his eyes. It felt like he was a puppet. When Su Yan had suppressed Grandpa Puppet, he had obtained the method of controlling puppets. In that instant, Boundless' reaction was too similar to that of a puppet. However, Su Yan did not dare to say this out loud. He could imagine that this was an extremely important secret. If he revealed it, he was afraid that he would be killed immediately. Moreover, this matter did not seem to have much to do with him. Therefore, he naturally would not interfere in other people's affairs. He, Su Yan, was just a person who struggled bitterly in this world. What right did he have to bear the responsibility of saving others? At the end of the day, everyone's fate in this world was tragic. At this moment, everyone was silent because they all knew what kind of existence this person who could call Wuya back with a single shout was. Without a doubt, this person was the main character of the entire Taihang sword faction today. At this moment, at the peak of sword crafting peak, an extremely bright light exploded and shot into the sky. It was a flame that shot up to the sky. The strength of this flame simply made people's hearts tremble in fear. At this moment, it was as if the entire volcano had come to life. If this volcano really came to life, then everyone would die here today. Of course, everyone knew that this was impossible. After all, the Taihang sword faction had been established here for countless years. It was impossible for it to collapse overnight. Right at this moment, a huge power directly manifested. This power was simply frightening to the extreme. He actually forcibly suppressed this flame. What kind of terrifying power was this? At this time, another extremely powerful force appeared in the sky. The arrival of this power caused the countless clouds in the sky to disperse. A venerable one. To be able to have such a powerful person, he could only be a venerable one. Senior brother Haichuan, it's really a blessing for the Taihang sword faction to refine your sword today. The voice sounded like the descent of a god. Su Yan was shocked when he felt the powerful aura. He knew very well that only venerables could possess such power that was close to that of heavenly gods. The powerful force did not shackle his soul. Instead, it made him even more determined. Become stronger. I must become stronger. Su Yan had a feeling that in the future, he would definitely fight against a venerable one, or even someone stronger than a venerable one. This was because he shouldered the mission of the Stupa sect. Unless he was willing to let go of everything and quietly end his life. If he still had the slightest bit of hope in his heart, then he would have to face all of this. Haichuan's reopening of the sword furnace has alarmed Brother Wang. I'm ashamed. This venerable one's surname was Wang, so there was no need for Su Yan to say anything more. He must be a member of the Wang family. Because of Wang Han, Su Yan knew that he and the Wang family would be enemies. Therefore, he was quite wary of this venerable one. At this time, another voice was heard. Senior brother Haichuan's reopening of the sword furnace is a grand occasion for the Taihang sword faction. Naturally, I'm here to watch. At this moment, the Shui family's venerable ancestor arrived as well. A moment later, the the Feng family's venerable ancestor arrived as well. Among the three venerable ancestors, the Shui family's venerable ancestor had the highest cultivation base. This was a well-known fact. Apart from the mysterious leader of the Taihang sword faction, no one else was a match for the Shui family's venerable ancestor. However, the Shui family's venerable ancestor was also the oldest. At this moment, the venerable elder named Haichuan laughed loudly and said, "It's a great honor to have so many old friends here. Since that's the case, I'll begin the sword forging now." Wu Ya. Wu Ya was his disciple, as well as his right-hand man. This time, Wu Ya played a crucial role in the sword forging. Hearing his master's call, Wu Ya didn't say anything and went directly to the furnace. Then, without wasting any time, he began to use all of his strength to pull the bellows to fan the flames. Bellows were essential when forging a sword. Of course, if one wanted to forge a sacred sword, or even a divine sword, the bellows had to be specially made. It could produce an extremely special wind force that was then combined with an extremely powerful flame. Su Yan had been taught the art of sword forging by Uncle Cho. Naturally, he knew this very well. At this moment, his gaze fell on the bellows with a serious expression. Just this bellows alone was not simple. Generally speaking, if one didn't have the strength of a Dragon Realm cultivator, it would be impossible to fan the bellows. At this moment, the bellows began to burn and a powerful wind force blew fiercely. That terrifying rumbling sound was simply horrifying. Shui Xinyue said to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, this is one of the most precious treasures of the Taihang sword faction, the wind and thunder bellows. Although this item can't be used in battle, it's an absolute treasure when it comes to forging swords. It's extremely famous even in the entire Jiuzhou continent." Su Yan already had an idea in his heart. When Shui Xinyue said this, he understood even more. At this moment, an extremely bright light suddenly bloomed in the sky. It was like an extremely dazzling flame lotus. In this blazing light, a mysterious piece of meteoric iron slowly appeared. Su Yan naturally recognized this item. It was the item that they had transported over. Back then, Su Yan had been tempted by this item. However, in the end, he extinguished this thought. Of course, although he did not obtain the meteorite, he obtained the nether spiritual ice. Of course, Su Yan had also studied the nether spiritual ice. However, he did not directly refine it. This was because he did not believe that Duan Mulonghu had not tampered with it. Before he had enough confidence, he did not want to act rashly. At this moment, the patriarch finally made his move. The wind and thunder bellows exploded with an extremely terrifying force of wind and lightning. It immediately stimulated the flame and caused it to expand. That flame was originally the flame of the volcano. It possessed an extremely terrifying amount of heat. At this moment, it became even more terrifying after being stimulated by the wind and thunder bellows. The entire mountain range was constantly trembling as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone's breathing stopped. They all watched and did not dare to be careless. For them, especially the disciples of Swordcasting Peak, this was simply a great opportunity. If he could learn something from this swordsmithing, then it would really be an endless source of knowledge. Dong! A dull sound was heard. It turned out that the meteorite had directly landed on the swordcasting platform. The great elder named Hai Chuan screamed at this moment. Previously, Great Elder Hai Chuan was an old man in his twilight years. He looked a little hunched. However, at this moment, his entire body straightened up. The muscles all over his body stood up one by one in an instant. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This was simply rejuvenation. This was a heaven-defying technique. Everyone stared blankly at Great Elder Hai Chuan. At this moment, Hai Chuan picked up the heavy hammer and smashed it down hard. Dong, dong. An ear-piercing sound exploded. The terrifying sound seemed to be tearing everyone's ears and eyes apart. Many disciples could not bear it and directly covered their ears. As for those with lower cultivation bases, they directly vomited blood under the impact of the sound waves. Su Yan was entranced. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He knew that Great Elder Hai Chuan was currently removing the impurities from the meteorite. This kind of tempering method was also very particular. Every strike of the hammer probably had the force of 5,000 kilograms or even more. Only a venerable realm cultivator could support it. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning temper it 1,000 times. Great Elder Hai Chuan suddenly shouted. The violent sound of the hammer became even more violent. At this moment, the Shui family patriarch and the Wang family patriarch both changed their expressions at the same time. They knew that if this continued, more than half of the disciples here would be killed or injured. The two of them acted at the same time and set up a barrier around the sword-casting furnace. At the same time, they shouted softly, "Those with low cultivation levels, get out of here." As soon as they said that, countless people retreated one after another. This scene was truly terrifying. Although most of the sound of the hammer had been blocked, the horrifying vibration still existed. Those who forced themselves to stay with low cultivation levels would probably die without a doubt. Moreover, it was not just the sound of the hammer. Great Elder Hai Chuan's movements also contained deep Taoist rhymes. If one forced themselves to watch, they would only get themselves killed. At this moment, Wu Ye was desperately pumping the bellows. Chapter 5:18. At this moment, Wu Ye's power was fully displayed. Everyone could see how strenuous it was for him to pull the wind and thunder box. That powerful and berserk power simply shook one's mind. Every time he pulled, he could see faint electric sparks flashing in the air. These electric arcs were not just for decoration, they were the real power. If an ordinary person was hit by these electric arcs, he or she would die immediately. Even for those with higher cultivations, they would not be able to withstand such enormous power. At least, if one's cultivation level had not reached the level of 5 mountains, he or she would only be seriously injured by such power. However, Wu Ye was able to withstand such a powerful power, and he was even using his strength to move the wind and thunder box. Everyone was amazed by his power. Although Grand Elder Hai Chuan was the main character at this moment, his performance had already caught everyone's attention. At this moment, Grand Elder Hai Chuan continued to swing the sword-casting hammer. Every time it landed, it would explode with a terrifying sound like a thunderclap. Raging fire. At this moment, Grand Elder roared again. Wu Ye did not answer. He only tried his best to move his body fiercely, and then he started to follow Grand Elder's rhythm. Su Yan looked at Grand Elder wielding the giant hammer, and his expression became solemn. Because at this time, he suddenly realized that the rhythm of this Grand Supreme Elder was somewhat familiar. He was not mistaken. This was one of the sword-casting techniques that Ugly Uncle had taught him, the Wind and Thunder sword-casting technique. This sword-casting technique was to use the power of wind and thunder to cast the sword. Once such a sword was cast, it would have an extremely masculine aura. It was indeed a top-notch sword-casting technique. Su Yan was naturally grateful to Ugly Uncle, who had taught him his lifetime's lost knowledge even though they had not known each other for long. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Ugly Uncle must have come to the Jojo continent before. If not, where did this sword-casting technique come from? Of course, at this moment, he was looking at Grand Elder Hai Chuan more attentively. After all, although he had learned Ugly Uncle's experience, he had been in a hurry back then. Moreover, he had been busy fighting for such a long time that he did not have time to cast a sword. This was a rare opportunity for him. Gradually, he realized that Great Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation was indeed impressive, but in terms of sword forging, he seemed to be inferior to Uncle Cho. Needless to say, Ugly Uncle was much better at removing the impurities. Of course, Haichuan's cultivation was truly powerful, so he could use his supreme cultivation to refine the metal. At this time, his strength had become even more powerful, and this kind of terrifying impact and vibration power had become even more terrifying. The Xue and Wang family patriarchs couldn't help but frown. To them, this was naturally nothing. However, to those who were still watching, this was practically a calamity. Even with the barrier of the defensive power, they began to tremble. Merely, they had already warned those people to leave. Thus, it was only natural that they chose not to leave. That was their own choice. At this moment, both of their gazes turned solemn. Supreme Elder Haichuan was an expert of the same level as them. Although they were all members of the Taihang sword faction, there were more or less conflicts between them. To put it bluntly, they were both companions and opponents. At this moment, it was the best time to understand Supreme Elder Haichuan's strength. Supreme Elder Haichuan seemed to have forgotten everything at this moment. His eyes had already changed, and he was no longer peaceful. It was just a kind of madness. A huge sound rang out. This sound was much more terrifying than any of the previous ones. After hearing this sound, many young experts began to vomit blood. Even a powerhouse like Xue Xinyue, who was from the Five Mountains, couldn't bear this terrifying sound. At this moment, there were only a few people watching at the top of the mountain. Su Yan noticed Xue Xinyue's condition and said, "Miss Xue, are you okay? If you can't bear it, you can leave first." However, after hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xinyue shook her head faintly and said, "Although I don't know the way of sword forging, I feel that I will definitely be able to comprehend something after observing this sword forging. Perhaps it will be able to improve my cultivation." Su Yan smiled faintly. This Miss Xue was a stubborn person. However, it wasn't surprising. Otherwise, her cultivation wouldn't have been so outstanding among the younger generation of the Xue family. Xue Xinyue had been taking care of him for the past few days, so he naturally couldn't watch this stubborn girl get hurt. He directly held Xue Xinyue's hand. Xue Xinyue had a complicated look in her eyes when she saw Su Yan's sudden action. However, in the next moment, she realized that there was a warm spiritual energy being transmitted to her. When this spiritual energy entered her divine body, it immediately dispelled the discomfort in her divine body. She immediately understood that Su Yan was helping her. At this moment, she was very surprised. Of course, she wasn't surprised that Su Yan would help her, but she was surprised that Su Yan still had such strength. She was under such pressure, so was Su Yan. However, she was at the Five Mountains boundary, while Su Yan was only at the second to third mountains boundary. She couldn't bear it anymore, but Su Yan still had the strength to take care of her. She clearly knew that Su Yan wasn't forcing himself, but he really did have such strength. Unknowingly, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Su Yan, as if she wanted to see through Su Yan. "Don't be distracted. Since you said that it would be of great benefit to you, then focus on observing." Su Yan's voice sounded out. Only then did Xue Xinyue's face turn red. She then continued to observe. At this moment, the great elder's strength became even more hurried. The more hurried he hammered, the more demanding the power of wind and thunder was. Wu Yi continued to circulate his strength, cooperating with the great elder. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in sweat, and his eyes even revealed a crazed look. Senior brother Wu Yi is really amazing. Even with such strength, he can still move the wind and thunder box. It had to be said that this praise came from the heart. This was because the current strength was already very terrifying. Although he was a Dragon Realm expert, it didn't mean that every Dragon Realm expert could withstand such violent strength. However, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. At this moment, a beautiful voice suddenly sounded. Little sister Xue is really in the mood to hold hands with her lover. It seemed like a casual teasing, but it attracted everyone's attention. One had to know that Xue Xinyue was one of Tai Hang's twin moons, so naturally, she was admired by many young people. At this moment, when everyone saw Su Yan holding her hand, their gazes were naturally unfriendly. One had to know that those who were able to stay here at this time were not easy to deal with and had a high cultivation base. Arousing the enmity of these people was absolutely not a good thing for Su Yan. Su Yan coldly glanced at Feng Yueyu. Although this woman was beautiful, she liked to cause trouble too much. If there was a chance, Su Yan definitely wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. However, now was not the time. Su Yan ignored the crowd and continued to look at the place where the sword was being forged. Of course, the crowd did the same. After all, the most important thing now was to observe the sword forging in order to seek the Tao. As for Su Yan, everyone just remembered him in their hearts. Some things could be slowly settled in the future. At this moment, Wu Ye's expression changed. It turned out that when Feng Yueyu was speaking earlier, she had attracted his attention. Although Feng Yueyu's voice was not too loud, Wu Ye's cultivation base was in the dragon realm. In addition, he paid a lot of attention to Xue Xinyue. When he saw Xue Xinyue and Su Yan holding hands, he was furious. At this moment, when the sword was being forged, the most important thing was to be distracted. At this moment, the situation was very bad. With this distraction, he could no longer keep up with Grand Elder Hai Chuan's rhythm. Although he forcefully circulated his cultivation base to keep up, he could no longer hold on. Finally, when Grand Elder Hai Chuan's hammer came down again, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Everyone was in an uproar. They never thought that this would happen at this moment. Grand Elder Hai Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, then he shouted in a low voice, "Trash!" At this moment, he had no choice but to stop hammering. Because the Wind Thunder box had stopped, without the help of the Wind Thunder force, hammering would not only be a waste of time but would also damage the meteorite. Wu Ye's face was full of fear and he wanted to get up again. However, he was directly injured by the Wind Thunder force. How could it be so easy for him to get up? At this moment, Grand Elder Hai Chuan's face was indescribably gloomy. In the entire Tai Hang sword faction, there were indeed many people whose cultivation base was higher than Wu Ye's. However, Wu Ye was the only one who was proficient in the Wind Thunder sword forging technique and could move the Wind Thunder box. Was the sword forging going to stop like this today? This was a situation that he never expected. At this moment, the Xue family patriarch also frowned and asked, "Who can help Brother Hai Chuan continue forging the sword?" In fact, he already knew that it would be difficult to forge a divine sword today. It would be impossible for it to even be a sacred sword. At most, it would be a famed sword, but he still asked symbolically. As soon as he finished, no one answered. Chapter 5:19. As he spoke, Su Yan had already rushed towards the furnace. He knew that this was definitely not the time to decline because the longer the sword was stopped, the greater the damage to the sword would be. The sword was currently being calcined in a raging fire. However, without the power of wind and thunder, the raging fire could only damage the sword. Su Yan did not want to see the meteoric metal that had the potential to become a sacred sword or even a divine sword turn to scrap. Moreover, he had not had the opportunity to practice the sword after obtaining Cho Bo's inheritance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of modesty. Instead, he directly refused to accept it. After speaking, he did not wait for Hai Chuan's reply and directly rushed into the furnace. It was obvious that Su Yan's cultivation was only at Feng Yuan's level. Many people could see the aura he exuded at a glance. Some people were already mocking Su Yan for overestimating himself. After all, even if he wanted to watch, he would need Xue Xinyue's help. Everyone thought so. After all, Xue Xinyue was one of the Tai Hang twin moons. Although her cultivation level was not as high as Feng Yueyu, who had reached the dragon realm, she was still young and her talent was above Feng Yueyu. Hence, if she had such power, no one would find it strange. Su Yan did not care about the gazes of the crowd. He directly rushed to the side of the furnace. To be honest, being able to rush into the furnace itself was a testament to one's strength. After all, the terrifying temperature of the furnace was no joke. Su Yan walked to the wind and thunder box, took a deep breath and was about to put it on. At this moment, Wuya had already stood up and shouted coldly, "Get out of my way. Do you want to ruin my master's plans? Someone like you wants to show off." Although Wuya and Su Yan did not know each other, at this moment, Wuya felt an extreme hatred towards Su Yan. If it was not for Su Yan, he would not have been distracted and would not have ended up like this. However, Su Yan ignored him and looked at Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. He knew that Wuya wouldn't be able to decide anything. The one who really made the decisions was Great Elder Hai Chuan. Supreme Elder Hai Chuan said calmly, "Then you can try." He also knew that at this time, he was already treating a dead horse as a living one. It was no longer possible to rely on Boundless. After getting Hai Chuan's nod, Su Yan suddenly put his hand on the wind and thunder box, and then began to move it. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that Su Yan had actually pulled the wind thunder box. One had to know that there were still countless bolts of lightning roaring. Surprise flashed across Elder Hai Chuan's eyes. Because he didn't expect that there would actually be someone who knew the wind and thunder sword forging technique. But at this time, since someone was helping him with the bellows, it was naturally the best thing for him. He suddenly let out a low roar, and then began to forge swords in a frenzy. Along with the usage of his crazy power, the terrifying sound roar also became extremely terrifying. The impact of this power on Su Yan was naturally very terrifying. Soon, there was a layer of dense sweat on Su Yan's body. Su Yan's power surged crazily, and such a powerful and terrifying power kept gathering in his hand. He was indeed not an expert in the dragon realm, but the aura he displayed at this moment was extremely profound, and it was actually not inferior to Boundless at all. At this time, Hai Chuan suddenly said in a deep voice, "5 mountains in a radius." It was this old man who made a mistake. Then, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to forging swords. At this time, a trace of pride flashed across the face of the Shui family's great ancestor. He originally knew that Su Yan must have hidden his power, but at this moment, he was still pleasantly surprised by it. He was prepared to invest in Su Yan from the beginning. However, at this time, he found that the person he invested in had more potential than he originally thought. More importantly, as a venerable realm expert, he actually didn't see how strong he was at the beginning. At this time, the sound of wind and thunder roared. Boundless silently looked at Su Yan, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that this damned guy actually had the ability to activate the wind thunder box. Then, what was he? A clown. Originally, he thought that he was a person above others, at least among the younger generation, no one could compete with him. He liked Shui Xingyue, and he even forged a famous sword for her. However, she actually rejected his famous sword. More importantly, the love rival that he looked down on actually had the power to compete with him. More importantly, the other party was younger than him, and his cultivation level was lower than his. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that the other party's talent was definitely above his. From another point of view, this meant that in the future, he would definitely not be his opponent. When he thought of this, the fire in his heart burned even brighter, and he only wanted to directly kill Su Yan. However, at this time, he didn't dare to do so no matter what. Not to mention killing Su Yan, even if he just interfered with Su Yan, he was afraid that he would incur the wrath of his master. When that time came, he would definitely die. Time passed by, second by second. The art of sword forging was truly unfathomable. Fortunately, Su Yan's coordination was terrifyingly strong, and his strength was also very strong, which was why he was able to hold on until now. If his strength was not strong enough, he would have died right at the beginning. Another violent sound was heard, and then the sound of wind and thunder reached an unprecedented level. The entire mountain began to tremble with this loud sound. At this time, everyone knew that this sword was finally going to be completed. This sword forging was full of twists and turns, but everyone was looking forward to it. If this sword could become a divine sword, it would be extremely important for the Taihang sword faction. Even if it was a divine sword, it could also increase the strength of the Taihang sword faction. Endless light flashed, and Grand Elder Hai Chuan's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! Thunder exploded, and countless flashes of lightning flickered on the sword. At this moment, this sword was finally completed. In an instant, the sword lights soared to the sky. The Muyu sword that Wuya forged was also considered a sharp sword light, but compared to this sword, it paled in comparison. Vaguely, the sound of wind and thunder became even more deafening, and what was even more unbelievable was that this sound came from the long sword. The sword moved like thunder. At this time, everyone was excited. Could this divine sword be the legendary divine sword? Perhaps, only the legendary divine sword could have such a strong power. Finally, all the commotion disappeared. Not only the disciples, but even the two Grand Elders' eyes were filled with anticipation. One must know that divine swords were extremely precious. Fang Yan and the entire Taihang sword faction. Apart from the Taihang divine sword, there were no other divine swords. In the entire Zhuzhou continent, there were definitely no more than 5 divine swords. If the sword that Grand Elder Hai Chuan forged was truly a divine sword, then it was definitely a blessing for the Taihang sword faction. Of course, for the two Grand Elders, if they could obtain this divine sword, their strength would naturally increase. If they could even comprehend the Tao from the divine sword, their cultivation would improve even further. This was especially so for the Grand Elder of the Shui family. At this time, his cultivation had definitely reached an unprecedented level. However, the current him was at a very high level, and it was difficult for him to make any further progress. His lifespan was about to come to an end, which was why he was so worried. Without his support, although the Shui family would not be removed from the Taihang sword faction, it was inevitable that they would decline in a short time. However, if this sword was a divine sword, then it would be a different story. Therefore, at this time, he, more than anyone else, hoped that this sword could become a divine sword. The Taihang sword faction was a divine item used to guard the sect, so it could not be given to him. Therefore, he urgently needed another divine sword. Su Yan was completely exhausted at this time. He never thought that forging a divine sword would be so tiring. Even with his abundant spiritual energy, he could barely hold on. However, he knew that this time, it would not become a divine sword. Although he had never forged a divine sword before, he had the God-slaying divine sword and the scorching sun divine sword. He was all too aware of the difference between them. Although this sword was thunderous, it was at most on the same level as the scorching sun divine sword. If he wanted to make it into a divine sword, it was still too far away. At this time, Grand Elder Hai Chuan also spoke. It's a pity that there is no innate divine fire this time. Otherwise, there would be a chance to forge a divine sword. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone already knew the outcome of this battle. Although it was a pity, they all understood that it was not that easy to forge a divine sword. At this time, the great ancestor of the Shui family said coldly, if it weren't for some people being so selfish, I'm afraid that the Taihang sword faction would have another divine sword. When the great ancestor of the Wang family said this directly, the expression of the great ancestor of the Wang family immediately darkened. This was because, to be honest, he did not expect Wang Yuan to do what he did. It was also because of this that Wang Yuan had been locked up long ago. The Wang family was also very wary of the Shui family. Even though Wang Yuan was severely injured by Su Yan, Zhuo Fenglai was only a formality. Grand Elder Hai Chuan's expression was also very ugly, because the loss of the innate divine fire was the most infuriating thing to him. As a swordsmith, if he could obtain such an innate divine fire, he was confident that his strength would improve further. Chapter 520. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Su Yan. They were all envious. Although Great Elder Hai Chuan had made it sound simple, it was still a holy sword. Even for a venerable one, this holy sword was enough to be a handy weapon. Whether it was the Shui family patriarch, the Wang family patriarch, or even Great Elder Hai Chuan, they all had holy swords. To a Dragon Realm martial artist, such a sacred sword was an extremely powerful weapon. And now, Great Elder Hai Chuan had casually given the sword to Su Yan. How could they not be envious? Su Yan took the long sword in his hand, but he felt a little flattered. However, he did not dare to ignore Great Elder Hai Chuan. He immediately said, "Junior Su Yan thanks Great Elder for the gift." Great Elder Hai Chuan looked at Su Yan and chuckled. He said, "You're a talent. Do you have a master? Why don't you come under my tutelage? I'm surprised that you know about the wind and thunder sword forging technique. Who taught you this?" Su Yan was slightly shocked by the Great Elder's question. After all, they were in the Taihang sword faction. He would not tell anyone about Uncle Cho. Therefore, he only said, "Elder, I came from the continent of the 5 counties. I've been forging swords with my grandfather since I was young. My grandfather said that the wind and thunder sword forging technique was a technique that my great-grandfather obtained by chance in the Jiuzhou continent. It has been passed down from generation to generation." Great Elder Hai Chuan nodded slightly at Su Yan's words. Su Yan naturally did not know what he was thinking. However, Su Yan did not expect him to believe him. "Like I said, are you willing to become my disciple?" Hai Chuan asked again. Everyone looked at Su Yan with envy. How lucky was it to be defeated by a Grand Elder? One had to know that Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation had already reached the Venerable Realm. Although he did not know what level he was at, it was definitely enough for Su Yan to become one of the most powerful people in the Taihang sword faction. To be honest, even Su Yan himself was a little moved. Putting everything else aside, just based on his sword forging skills alone, he was definitely a top-notch expert. If he could receive his guidance, then Su Yan's sword forging skills would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, when Su Yan thought of Wu Ye's strange puppet-like appearance, he was secretly shocked. He knew that the reason Boundless was acting this way was most likely related to this ocean. As a result, he immediately extinguished that thought and said to Great Elder Hai Chuan, "Thank you for your kindness, Great Elder. However, I've already promised Ancestor Shui a few days ago to become a disciple of the Shui family." After saying that, Su Yan stopped talking. At this moment, the Shui family's elder smiled in satisfaction and said to Hai Chuan, "Brother Hai Chuan, this fella has already been defeated by me. If you want to take him in as a disciple, you'll have to choose someone else." Ha ha ha. The Shui family's great ancestor did not say anything earlier because he wanted to see Su Yan's choice. If Su Yan directly defeated Hai Chuan, the Shui family's great ancestor would definitely hate him because such a fickle person would not benefit the Shui family at all. The Shui family's great ancestor was at the end of his life, so everything he did was for the sake of the Shui family's future. If Su Yan really did that, the great ancestor would definitely think of a way to get rid of Su Yan. Su Yan did not know that unknowingly, he had already walked one round around the gates of hell. Since the Shui family's great ancestor had spoken, Hai Chuan did not say anything else and only said, "Let's disperse for today." This sword forging peak was originally his territory. Since he had already spoken, there was naturally no reason for everyone to stay here and they all dispersed. At this moment, Shui Xinyue walked over to Su Yan and asked, "Big brother Su Yan, are you alright?" Su Yan shook his head. He was naturally fine, but he had used up too much energy. At this moment, Xue Xingyue walked over to Wu Ya and asked, "Senior brother Wu Ya, how are you?" If it was in the past, Wu Ya would definitely be very happy that Xue Xingyue was concerned about him. However, at this moment, he felt like a beggar who was being given alms. No matter what, he couldn't accept such alms. His expression became very cold, and he said directly, "I'm not dead yet, and I don't need your sympathy." The more in front of Su Yan, the more Wu Ya did not want to be pitied by Xue Xingyue. He climbed to his feet and walked away. This time, Su Yan's outstanding performance naturally made the Xue family happy. However, the expressions of the Wang clan's people were extremely ugly. Before this, Su Yan had a conflict with Wang Han. Furthermore, he had beaten Wang Han to the point of vomiting blood. He had almost turned Wang Han into a cripple. However, not only did the Wang family not do anything to him, but Su Yan was also safe and sound. Furthermore, he had accepted the sacred sword forged by Great Elder Hai Chuan. However, at this moment, no one could say anything. Even the great ancestor of the Wang family could not say anything. After all, this sword had become a sacred sword because of Su Yan's participation. Those who were on good terms with the Xue family had already started to make peace with Su Yan. Of course, there were also people who had started to use their connections to exchange for the sacred sword in Su Yan's hands. Everyone knew the value of a sacred sword. Therefore, one had to pay a huge price to obtain this sacred sword. However, Su Yan rejected all of them. This sword was on the same level as the Scorching Sun sword. Su Yan could use the Scorching Sun sword, but he gave this sword to Xue Xingyue. Su Yan did not have any ulterior motives for Xue Xingyue. Instead, he was expressing his sincerity to the great ancestor of the Xue family. He was telling the great ancestor that he was on the same side as the Xue family. He had even given such a precious sword to the great ancestor. How could he be disloyal? When Su Yan gave this sword to Xue Xingyue was still standing there in a daze. She was in disbelief. One had to know that this was an extremely precious sacred sword. Even if there were 100 famed swords, they would not be able to compare to a single sacred sword. However, at this moment, Su Yan gave this sacred sword to Xue Xingyue without hesitation. As a result, the relationship between Su Yan and Xue Xingyue was instantly spread throughout the sect. Su Yan's aura was not that big of a deal. After all, he was just a small figure. However, the key point was that Xue Xingyue was one of the two moons of the sect. She rejected Wu Ya's famed sword but accepted Su Yan's sacred sword. This seemed to be enough to explain a lot of things. Wu Ya naturally heard the news as it spread throughout the sect. His entire body trembled when he heard the news because it was truly a great insult to him. This time, it could be said that he had lost all his face. First, it was Xue Xingyue's rejection. Then, it was his own mistake when he was forging the sword. It made him feel that he could not raise his head. Although no one would say anything in front of him, he always felt that everyone was looking at him with a strange gaze. Thus, Wu Ya chose to go into seclusion. He wanted to make himself stronger. This was because the sect's sword battle gathering was in 2 months. The sword battle gathering was definitely a big event in the sect. This was because every sword battle gathering would determine the top 10 in the sect. It was known as the Taxing 10 Swords. Once one became one of the Taxing 10 Swords, they would receive the full cultivation of the sect. This kind of full cultivation was definitely not a joke. One could obtain unimaginable benefits. After the sword battle gathering ended, this gathering had attracted everyone's attention. Those who were confident in themselves began to cultivate crazily. This was because even if they could not become one of the Taxing 10 Swords, as long as they broke into the top 100, they would still be able to obtain a lot of resources. After a few days, Xueqing found Su Yan. Xueqing's sudden visit made Su Yan a little surprised. "Uncle Xue, did you come to find me because you already have news about the devil sect? This matter was something that Su Yan asked Xueqing to inquire about. One had to know that he was unfamiliar with the 9 provinces continent. If he went to inquire about the news, he was afraid that he would not even know where the devil sect was. Xueqing drank a mouthful of water and said, "There is indeed some news." After asking around, a devil sect's devil's son, Shengguanxing, brought back an unfamiliar woman. "This woman should be your sister, Su Tian. But don't worry, I heard that this Shengguanxing takes great care of this unfamiliar woman. He does not allow her to be harmed at all." When Su Yan heard this news, he immediately felt relieved. Although Su Tian and he were not very close, she was still his sister. If something really happened to her, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. However, he immediately asked, "Uncle Xue, is there any news about a woman called Lulan?" At the mention of Lulan, Xueqing frowned and said, "Su Yan, you have to know that this matter is definitely an absolute secret of the devil sect. It is definitely not easy to find out about this matter. However, I already know that the devil sect's actions have become extremely strict in Pan province. If I'm not wrong, the Lulan you mentioned is in Pan province." Hearing this, Su Yan's entire body became dignified. Pan province. According to Duan Mulonghu, the cultivation of demons was really a big matter for the devil sect. If Pan province was a place that was heavily guarded by the devil sect, then it was very likely that Lulan was brought to Pan province. At this time, Xueqing suddenly said, "Brother Su Yan, you don't need to be anxious. According to what you said, the ceremony to cultivate demons will probably take half a year to a year. You still have enough time, so I suggest that you become one of the 10 Taxing Swords first." Chapter 521. Seeing Su Yan's confused expression, Xueqing knew that Su Yan had no intention of becoming one of the 10 Taxing Swords. Thus, he said, "Of course, the reason why I said that is because I have my own selfish motives. There are almost no geniuses in the younger generation of my Xue family. Although Xinyue is not bad, she was only ranked 11th last year. This time, her cultivation has improved greatly and she has obtained your Wind and Lightning Sword. There is some hope. However, there's only a little bit of hope. Su Yan, I know that your strength is definitely stronger than I imagined. If you take action, there is a 90% chance that you will become one of the 10 Taxing Swords and earn a reputation for my Xue family." He smiled bitterly and continued, "Of course, this matter is also beneficial to you. Once you become one of the 10 Taxing Swords, you will be able to obtain the opportunity to go to the Sword Dispelling Pool. You must know that that is the place where the seniors of the sect died. There is a great opportunity there. If you can obtain it, your cultivation will definitely improve greatly. This is definitely a good thing." If Su Yan did not care about it before, then this sentence had undoubtedly stirred up his heart. Although Xueqing did not say it clearly, Su Yan knew that his current strength was still too weak. Within a radius of 5 mountains, it was enough to fight the 3 dragons of the Dragon Transformation Realm or even stronger experts. But this was far from enough. Because the strength of his enemy was far beyond his imagination. One must know that his enemy was the devil sect. How many experts were there in the devil sect? Just that Hydralisk alone was dangerous enough. And although he and Duan Mulonghu were in a cooperative relationship, he was a poisonous snake. If he was not careful, he would directly bite him and make him suffer. Su Yan wanted to gain a foothold in the world of the 9 provinces and save Lulan. The most important thing was his own strength. Without strength, everything was empty talk. After thinking for a while, he immediately nodded and agreed. Then, he said, "Senior, don't worry. I know what to do." Hearing Su Yan's words, Xueqing knew that this matter was settled. Then, he said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, I know that you are strong, but there are some people that you have to be careful of. After all, they are experts of the Dragon Transformation Realm. Wuya is one of them. Last time, you made Wuya lose so much face, I'm afraid that he will not let this matter rest. Su Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. He already knew what to do. But many things, when he wanted to come, even if you wanted to escape, you would not be able to escape. Although Wu was in the dragon transformation realm, he was not afraid of him. Xueqing continued, actually, Wuya is not bad. Last time, he was only ranked 8th in the Taihang 10 swords. The ones who have the idea are the 7 people in front of him. These 7 people are extremely strong. Among them, 3 are from the Wang family, 2 are from the Feng family, and the last 2 are independent experts. Xueqing explained to Su Yan what to pay attention to, and Su Yan listened carefully. The Taihang sword faction was so famous in the 9 provinces that it had a strong foundation. The person ranked first was Wang Baichuan. He was an extremely outstanding genius from the Wang family. Last time, he had already reached the dragon transformation realm with 3 dragons. Xueqing did not mince his words. Even if he were to face him, he would definitely not be his opponent. Most importantly, he was Wang Yuan's grandson. His father had died in battle when he was young, and Wang Yuan had taken care of him since he was young. However, because of the loss of the innate god fire, and Wang Yuan's involvement with the devil sect, he had been placed under house arrest by the sect. He would definitely hold a grudge and would not have a good impression of the Xue family. As for Su Yan, who was involved in this matter, he would probably have a killing intent. Although it was forbidden to kill during the sword battle gathering, there were still deaths in the Taixing 10 swords competition over the years. Xueqing said, Su Yan, give me a definite answer. How strong are you now? Xueqing was not the only one curious about this. Even the Xue family's ancestor was curious about this. After all, last time, when he was forging the sword, he found out that Su Yan was hiding his strength. One had to know that the Xue family's ancestor was an incredible venerable, but even he could not see through Su Yan's hidden strength. This meant that Su Yan's method was very amazing. Su Yan said, to tell you the truth, my cultivation level is in the 5 mountains. Although it's low, it's definitely not easy for Wang Baichuan to defeat me. Xueqing was surprised to hear this. Of course, he did not think that Su Yan was boasting. He just did not expect Su Yan's combat strength to be so abnormal that he could fight across so many realms. Such a person was truly perverted. But in the end, he still said, Su Yan, although you're confident, this is a serious matter, so you can't be careless. Our Xue family. Jealous? Major? Dondi? Serval? Which one? Fawning over the evil spirits and harming the evil spirits. Charming. Locusts. 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 Traveling in a hurry and supporting Imortal. Locusts. Chivalrous. Amin too offering his widow for Zhuang Yimo. Alliance. Yearning. Locusts. In the end, he added, you is cultivating there now. With that, he left in a hurry without waiting for Su Yan's reply. Looking at his departing figure, Su Yan seemed to be deep in thought. Since Xueqing had placed so much importance on the Battle of the 10 Taixing Swords, it meant that the Battle of the 10 Taixing Swords was extremely important to the Xue family. Nevertheless, he did not take it to heart. After all, there were many things that he knew. Although the Xue family treated him well, he was not a real scholar. Of course, because he gave the sacred sword Tempest to them, the Xue family treated him extremely well. Nevertheless, it was not very useful. It was very difficult for something like bloodline to be replaced by external things. Of course, at this time, he was valuable enough to the Xue family, so the Xue family's ancestor would try his best to win him over. He believed that he would be allowed to enter the Xue family's ancestral land to cultivate. Su Yan's guess was right. Soon, a Shui family disciple arrived. It was an extremely handsome young man. He was about the same age as Su Yan, but he was very handsome and looked like a scholar. He walked in front of Su Yan and asked respectfully, "Young Master Su, I'm here on Uncle Shui's orders to bring you to the ancestral land." This person's tone was more respectful, but there was a trace of disapproval in his eyes. Of course, he concealed this trace of expression extremely well, and Su Yan was completely unable to see through it. Since it was Shui Qing who called him over, he naturally didn't care too much and left with him. That person led Su Yan all the way. After walking for about half an hour, Su Yan suddenly stopped. The person was startled at first, then said, "Young Master Su, we haven't reached the ancestral land yet. Why did you stop? Are you tired?" Looking at the young man who was looking at him with a smile, Su Yan said, "Tell me, where do you want to take me? Don't tell me that the Shui family's ancestral land is in such a barren place." Su Yan mocked directly. The ancestral land of any big family would not be in such a barren place. It would definitely be in a place with good feng shui. However, this place was clearly extremely remote. Furthermore, the surroundings were spacious and overgrown with weeds. This person was a little flustered by Su Yan's stare. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he seemed a little nervous. After all, he had heard that Su Yan directly beat up Wang Han that day. Wang Han was a powerhouse in the surrounding 5 mountains. To him, he was already a godlike existence. His own cultivation was still in the spiritual sea realm. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Shui Dong, why are you so slow? We have to come here ourselves." At this moment, a few figures appeared. Seeing these people arrive, the young man named Shui Dong immediately had a happy expression. He directly ran over and said, "Cousin, it's this kid who discovered the situation and refuses to go over." That person ignored Shui Dong and walked to Su Yan. He was very tall, more than half a head taller than Su Yan, so he could be considered to be in a commanding position. He directly said to Su Yan, "I know that you are very close to Xinyue, and even Uncle Shui wants you to enter the ancestral land to cultivate with Xinyue. However, Xinyue is after all, and you were lucky enough to save Uncle Shui, so they may be fooled by you. However, I am not, so I still hope that you have some self-awareness and leave the Taihang sword faction." This person was truly arrogant. He actually dared to shout at Su Yan like that. Before Su Yan could speak, he spoke again, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I know that you have a famed sword in your hands. Back then, it could compete with the famed sword forged by Wu Ye. Leave this sword behind." These words made Su Yan speechless. He stared straight at this person and suddenly chuckled. This person immediately became angry and directly scolded, "Damn it, what are you laughing at?" A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he was very unhappy right now. Su Yan shook his head and finally said, "Now I finally know why the Shui family is so unbearable. A person like you really makes people not know whether to laugh or cry." After saying this, Su Yan did not wait for a reply and turned to leave. Arguing with such a person showed how ignorant he was. Everyone was immediately furious and directly attacked with a punch. This person's cultivation had already reached the dragon realm, which was why he was so arrogant. However, he did not know that one's cultivation realm did not represent one's combat power. He was just a piece of trash after all, thinking that he was invincible because he had reached the dragon realm. Chapter 522. A ferocious punch came straight at him. After all, he was in the dragon realm. His powerful aura caused the surrounding people to retreat. This person's name was Shui Mingyuan. Among the younger generation of the Shui family, his talent was considered good. Therefore, he could not help but be a little arrogant. After all, many people said that he was the strongest person in the Shui family other than Shui Xinyue. Now, he knew that Xue had not entered the dragon realm yet, but he had. Therefore, he was naturally arrogant and thought that he was strong enough to do whatever he wanted. In this sword competition, he did not have any hopes of winning, but he was determined to win the Taxing 10 swords. However, Su Yan's arrival seemed to have stolen his limelight. Even a genius like him, the seniors of the Xue family did not place any hopes on him. Instead, they had to rely on an outsider. This made him extremely unhappy. He should be the man who saved everything. All hope should be placed on him. These old guys must be confused. However, he also understood that if he wanted to replace Su Yan, he had to prove his worth. The best way was to defeat Su Yan. It was also because of this that he had bribed Xue Dong to bring Su Yan to this place. Here, he could defeat Su Yan and make him lie on the ground like a dog. As for himself, he would go to the ancestral land. He believed that these old guys would not say anything. They would even be very happy. Unfortunately, many things were not as beautiful as he imagined. Although his fist was ferocious, it paused in midair. His fist could not move an inch forward. Naturally, someone had borrowed his fist. Su Yan only reached out one hand and grabbed his fist. Originally, he did not want to bicker with him. After all, he was also a member of the Xue family. However, Su Yan was not someone who would be bullied. This guy actually attacked him without saying a word. This was too much. Su Yan looked at him and said calmly, "Do you really think that you are invincible after reaching the dragon realm? Hehe, do you really think that your ancestors are blind and can't see a talent like you? Originally, I didn't want to bicker with you, but many times, people think that they are invincible when they don't suffer losses. So today, I will teach you a lesson. Suffering losses in my hands is better than suffering losses in the hands of others." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly pulled with his palm. Xue Mingyuan immediately found that there was a huge force directly transmitted to him. He couldn't even stand straight and directly fell towards Su Yan. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Yan suddenly leaned forward and directly sent a flying knee into his abdomen. In an instant, Xue Mingyuan felt his entire body tremble. It was as if his soul was about to be separated from his body. Fortunately, Su Yan did not use all his strength this time. Therefore, although he was in pain, he did not lose consciousness. However, his perception was very blurry. Su Yan continued, "I have to say, for you to have such a realm at such a young age, it is indeed not bad. However, it is a pity that your realm is not obtained through hard work, and there is no actual combat. You want to challenge the Taxing 10 swords with such a strength. This is a big joke. If the Taxing 10 swords of the Taxing Sword School only has this much ability, then there is no need for you to stay here." After Su Yan finished speaking, he ignored this guy and said to Xue Dong, "I don't like to waste time, but now that you have wasted a lot of my time, you better bring me to the ancestral land. If you dare to delay, I don't mind making you lie on the ground." Although Su Yan's words were calm, when they landed in Xue Dong's ears, his entire body began to tremble. His legs were constantly trembling, deeply afraid that Su Yan would suddenly go berserk and directly beat him up at this time. Xue Dong was now filled with regret. He should not have accepted Xue Mingyuan's benefits back then. He said directly, "Brother Su, don't worry. I won't dare to do it again. But, what about my cousin?" Although he was very afraid, he was not a heartless person. He was also worried about his cousin. Su Yan said directly, "Don't worry, I didn't use too much strength. He will recover soon. Moreover, this is your Xue family's territory. Nothing will happen." Hearing Su Yan's answer, Xue Dong immediately nodded and said, "Okay, that's the best. Brother Su, I will lead the way." After speaking, he directly walked forward. As he walked, his heart was still trembling. After knowing that his cousin had reached the dragon realm, his admiration for Shui Mingyuan could not be any higher. He even felt that Shui Mingyuan was the strongest existence among the younger generation. It was also because of this that he agreed to Shui Mingyuan. After all, he was only in the spiritual sea realm. Compared to Shui Mingyuan, the difference was too great. However, he never expected that the strong Shui Mingyuan would be so weak in front of Su Yan. He was directly defeated and did not even have the strength to fight back. The difference between the two was actually so great. But wasn't his cousin in the dragon realm? From what he knew, this guy called Su Yan was only in the square circle realm. After walking for a while, probably because he saw that Su Yan did not do anything to him, his courage gradually grew. He then asked, "Brother Su, logically speaking, my cousin is also a strong person in the dragon realm. How could you defeat him so easily?" This was something that he could not understand. His cousin was in the dragon realm. His strength was as deep as the ocean to him. However, in front of Su Yan, he did not even have the strength to fight back. He could see that the fighting strength of the two was not on the same level. Su Yan glanced at him and then said, "It's very simple. Realm is just a realm, but it doesn't represent combat power. It's like two people in their 20s, but one exercises every day and has strong muscles, while the other eats and drinks every day to waste his time. Do you think these two people are the same?" This sentence was very simple and easy to understand. When he heard this, he finally sighed. He already understood what Su Yan meant. At the same time, his heart was filled with respect for Su Yan. This young man who was able to be chosen by the elders in the family naturally had his own extraordinary points. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Shui family. The ancestral grounds of the Shui family was a rare place of feng shui. There was an extremely tall mountain here, and the ancestral grounds were in this cave. As they approached, Su Yan could feel an awe-inspiring aura. This was the burial place of the strong warriors of the Shui family. The Taihang sword faction was famous in the Jiuzhou continent for thousands of years. The Shui family was one of the families that founded the faction. There were so many talents in the family that it was hard to imagine. Even if there was a shortage of young people in this generation, the overall strength of the family was still terrifying. It was hard to imagine. Those who were able to be buried here were all talents of the Shui family. Therefore, although this was a graveyard, there was an extremely shocking sword aura. If one's cultivation base was insufficient, they would be struck by the sword qi and would only be left with half a life. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining. His gaze became unusually clear. Xuecheng was already waiting for him. When he saw that Su Yan had finally arrived, he asked, "Su Yan, why are you so late? Didn't I ask Xuedong to call you?" As Xuecheng asked, he looked at Xuedong. Xuedong was scared out of his wits. If it was really according to his cousin's plan, then there would be no problem. However, it was different now. His cousin was directly defeated by Su Yan. If this matter was known to him, he would probably lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. He began to mourn for himself in his heart. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Uncle Shui, I just happened to have something to do, so I was delayed for a while." Xuecheng nodded, "So that's how it is. However, Su Yan, this is the ancestral land of my Shui clan. Sword Qi soars to the heavens. After you enter this place, you must not show any disrespect. Of course, XANU is inside. You can cultivate together with her. As for food, I will prepare it for you." Xuecheng gave Su Yan a few more instructions, then finally brought Su Yan into the ancestral land. After going around the ancestral hall, they entered the tomb. Inside the tomb of the Shui family, there were rows of enshrined. Incense smoke lingered, but not only did this place not have the slightest sense of gloominess, but it also had a strong aura. No matter what, just based on this aura alone, Su Yan had a sense of respect in his heart. When he finally stepped into the tomb, he finally understood Shui Chang's words. At this moment, there was a heavy oppressive force in the tomb. This force could sense one's soul. If one had evil intentions, one would immediately be attacked by the endless sword qi here. Moreover, such an attack would definitely be very powerful. It was definitely not something that Su Yan could withstand. Even if a venerable one were to come, he would suffer a great loss. The Shui family was able to exist for such a long time. Sure enough, they had a deep foundation. Xueqing said, "I won't go in. Shui Xinyue is inside. You can go in." After saying that, Xueqing turned around and left. Su Yan did not have any other thoughts and directly walked in. Chapter 523. Shui Xinyue did not seem to notice Su Yan's arrival. She was currently placing the sword of gale and thunder between her knees. One had to admit that Shui Xinyue was truly a beautiful woman. She, who was cultivating seriously, had an indescribable charm. The faint power of gale and thunder surrounded her body. Su Yan realized that her aura was much stronger than before. Obviously, the sword of gale and thunder had brought her enough benefits. However, Su Yan soon realized that something was amiss. He realized that the woman in front of him seemed to be in a rush when she was cultivating. She had not even stabilized her strength yet, but she had already started to advance to a higher realm. Now, she had already become a powerhouse in the surrounding 6 mountains. This was the result of her seclusion for the past few days. To be able to advance to a higher realm in just a few days was proof of her great talent. Even with the help of the sword of gale and thunder. However, after reaching the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains, she did not seem to be satisfied. Instead, she started to advance to a higher realm. Of course, Su Yan knew that Shui Xinyue was ranked 11th last year. No one in the entire Shui family could enter the Taxing 10 Swords. Although the Shui family was still a huge force because of the Shui family ancestor and the various elders, compared to the past, the Shui family had already declined. She naturally knew the worries of the elders in the family. Therefore, this time, she had to advance to the Taxing 10 Swords. Moreover, Su Yan had given her the sword of gale and thunder, which made the girl's desire to advance even stronger. Therefore, after entering the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains, she had not even stabilized her cultivation before she started to advance. Her idea was good, but in the path of cultivation, the greatest taboo was to achieve something in one go. At this moment, she had just entered the realm of the surrounding 6 mountains. Her foundation was already unstable. However, at this moment, she wanted to use the sword of gale and thunder to advance to the dragon realm. There was only one result. She would not be able to withstand the terrifying power of gale and thunder, which would cause her to suffer a backlash. If the situation was more serious, she might even die. Su Yan frowned and finally shook his head. That's too reckless. In the end, he couldn't bear to see this beautiful and adorable girl in front of him get hurt. Thus, he directly gathered his strength and gently placed his palm on her back. Then, the spirit qi began to fuse with the vital qi in her body. At this moment, Shui Xinyue was suffering unimaginable pain and torment. Suddenly, she felt a surge of energy enter her body. This made her feel surprised. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded, "Don't be distracted. Cooperate with me and quietly circulate your energy." For some reason, Shui Xinyue immediately calmed down after hearing that it was Su Yan. She no longer felt restless. She didn't open her mouth but followed Su Yan's instructions. Su Yan consumed his true qi and directly guided her power to circulate. After an unknown amount of time, the power finally calmed down. Su Yan exhaled and opened his eyes. At this moment, Shui Xinyue was still circulating the energy in her body. Su Yan had already helped her. Now, it was up to the girl herself. However, since he had already guided her energy back, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After a while, Shuexinhua trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, she fell limply to the back and leaned into Su Yan's arms. Su Yan knew that she had forcefully circulated her energy in an attempt to break through to the dragon realm with the help of the wind and thunder sword. This was to expel the blood clots in her lungs. If she hadn't spat out the blood clots, it would have been a terrible thing. However, since she had already spat out the blood clots, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Shuexinhua's face was slightly red. Fortunately, the secret room was somewhat dark. "Brother Su Yan, thank you so much," she said sweetly. Su Yan shook his head and said, "You're welcome. It's just that Xinhua, you were too reckless. You should know that if it wasn't for your luck, you would have suffered internal injuries." Shuexinhua pouted her lips and acted like a spoiled little girl. "I know that too. It's just that the Taihang 10 Swords competition this time is too cruel. If my Xue family can't get a spot, many of the resources that originally belonged to my Xue family will be taken back by the sect. This will be a huge blow to my Xue family." The Taihang 10 Swords competition was nurtured by the sect. This wasn't just for the disciples, but also for their families. In the previous competition, the Xue family had a genius called Xue Xingchuan, who was the leader of the Taihang 10 Swords. At that time, the Xue family was extremely glorious. Whether it was the Wang family, the Feng family, or even the sect master's bloodline, they all gave in to the Xue family. Unfortunately, during one of the sect's missions, this Xue Xingchuan actually didn't return. Since then, there had been no news of him. Almost everyone thought that he was dead. The strongest member of the Xue family's younger generation had withered. In the previous competition, only Shuexinhua was left to hold the fort. This time, if they couldn't perform the Taihang 10 Swords, then the sect would take back many of the resources given to the Xue family. Although the Xue family was considered wealthy, compared to the entire sect, it was still too lacking. Without the support of resources, everything would become empty words. This was why the Xue family was so anxious. Su Yan sighed and said, "The Xue family's fate should be shouldered by everyone, but it shouldn't be on your shoulders alone." Shuexinhua didn't say anything. She only remained silent. However, after a while, she said, "Big brother Su Yan, let's not talk about this for now. I'm no longer important. This place has the sword intent left behind by the Xue family's seniors, and it also has extremely dense sword qi. I think Big Brother Su Yan will definitely be able to benefit from it." Su Yan smiled. Because Shuexinhua had just been injured, her body was still a little weak. Therefore, he hugged her in his arms. However, the way they were hugging made it seem a little ambiguous. Although the Sublime Flow Sword sect had already spread rumors about the relationship between the two of them, they themselves understood that there was no relationship between the two of them. Shuexinhua might have some feelings for Su Yan, but Su Yan didn't dare to take on any more emotional debt. At this moment, he could also cultivate to cover up his awkwardness. The secret room quieted down again. Su Yan closed his eyes and began to concentrate. When he calmed down completely and began to cultivate, he immediately heard waves of voices ringing in his ears. These sounds were like the roar of heavenly thunder, and they were extremely heavy. It was a very heavy voice, but it seemed very ethereal. He immediately understood that they were formed by the remnant soul's thoughts. If he could understand the meaning behind these sounds, he might even be able to obtain the senior's inheritance. At this moment, the calmer Su Yan's heart was, the stronger the whistling sounds were. The dense spiritual qi in the Xue family's ancestral land was only secondary. The most important thing was the soul's thoughts. Su Yan's cultivation had already reached the level of the 5 mountains. If he wanted to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, the accumulation of spiritual qi wasn't the best choice. More importantly, he had to have a certain level of epiphany and understand the key points. After all, it wasn't easy for him to make a breakthrough last time. Gradually, Su Yan realized that the howling sounds here were almost like the sound of a sword. He tried to use the will of the regal sword mantra to communicate with the cries of the souls. Gradually, his consciousness began to become empty. At this moment, he immediately understood that he had begun to communicate with the cries of the souls. He had even begun to fight them directly. This was a very inconceivable thing in itself. At this moment, his violent strength began to erupt, and his entire body's strength rose steadily. His valiant aura was displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. The regal sword soul automatically followed Su Yan and began to fight with the remnant souls. Although they were only remnant souls, they were qualified to be buried here. Every one of them was an outstanding figure of the Shui family. It was indeed a great opportunity for Su Yan to be able to fight with them. At this moment, Shui Xinyue had finally recovered. She looked at Su Yan with her beautiful eyes. Under the weak light of the fire, Su Yan looked very resolute. At this moment, she suddenly realized that there seemed to be a powerful aura rising around Su Yan's body. This was an extremely strange aura. She had occasionally sensed it. As the most outstanding genius of the Shui family, she had the right to cultivate here. Sometimes she would also sense it, as if an elder was guiding her cultivation. However, this feeling could only be obtained by chance. However, at this moment, Su Yan had entered this state for the first time. Moreover, it seemed that this state was deeper than hers. She said softly, "Big brother Su Yan is really a genius. He actually comprehended it on the first time. The ancestor has made a wise decision this time. To be able to marry such a person, I'm afraid it's my life's happiness." Thinking of what the old ancestor had once said to her, her complexion became even more rosy, and her entire person became indescribably beautiful. The Taihang twin moons really lived up to its name. However, Su Yan was completely unaware that he had completely fallen into a battle of souls. At this moment, he was not just cultivating. He was truly fighting with these remnant souls. If he was not strong enough, he would be killed by the remnant souls here. Chapter 524. It was another sunny and windy day. The sun rose from the east as usual. When the sun shone on the peak of the Taihang sword faction, countless disciples were already walking towards the training grounds at the heart of the Taihang sword faction. According to legend, this place used to be a huge mountain peak. Later on, it was sliced off by the patriarch of the Taihang sword faction and became the training grounds of the Taihang sword faction. To be able to slice off a mountain with a single slash, this kind of power was naturally incomparably great. From this, it could be seen how powerful the faction leader of the Taihang sword faction was. Today, almost all the disciples of the faction were heading towards this place. Because today was the day of the sword battle tournament. To put it bluntly, the sword battle tournament was a selection of the most outstanding disciples. There was not a single disciple of the Taihang sword faction who did not want to become one of the Taihang 10 swords. This was not only a great opportunity, but also a great honor. However, there were so many disciples of the Taihang sword faction, and it was not easy to stand out among them. Moreover, in order to participate in this tournament, one had to be at least of the spiritual sea realm. Just this condition alone was enough to cause countless disciples to sigh in despair. Although the world of the 9 prefectures was rich in spirit energy and the Taihang sword faction was full of talents, it was still extremely difficult to reach the spiritual sea realm. Without extraordinary talent, it was impossible to reach this realm. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there were only about 200 people who had reached the spiritual sea realm. In fact, for the Taihang sword faction to become one of the most powerful factions in the world of the 9 prefectures, this number was already very frightening. One had to know that if this number was placed in the 5 prefectures, it would be enough to sweep through the entire 5 prefectures without any suspense. Among these 200 people, a portion of them were powerful warriors, and the most outstanding ones had even reached the dragon realm. The tournament officially started today. Of course, the Taihang 10 swords from the previous tournament did not need to participate. If someone felt that they could defeat them, they could directly challenge them. If they succeeded, they would replace their position. Apart from these 10 people, there were a total of 217 disciples participating in the sword battle. These 217 disciples were divided into groups by the elders of the sect. Then, they would compete and be ranked. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was standing on the stage. Her opponent was a disciple of the Feng family. This disciple of the Feng family was not weak. He already had the strength of the circumference realm, which was enough to surpass the others. However, at this time, he met Xue Xinyue. He could only sigh at his bad luck. Because he was very clearly aware that while his strength wasn't bad, Xue Xinyue who stood before him was a true expert. She'd been ranked 11th in the last sword battle. He was only one step away from becoming one of the 10 Taixing swords. This was one of the Taihang twin moons. Not only was she extremely beautiful, she also had an extremely powerful cultivation base. Moreover, he heard that Xue Xinyue directly comprehended the Saint Sword after receiving the Wind and Thunder Sword from Su Yan. She even went into seclusion in the Xue family's ancestral land. Her cultivation base even improved. Of course, even though his opponent was very strong, it was still impossible for him to admit defeat directly. At least, he was a real man. How could he give up so easily? Junior sister Xue, Feng Buping, would like to ask for your guidance. I hope you can go easy on me, Xue Xinyue smiled at him. The two of them fought, and the outcome was quickly revealed. Xue Xinyue did not even use her sword, and easily defeated Feng Buping. This battle naturally attracted the attention of many people. Of course, this was not the only thing that attracted people's attention. The other Taihang twin moons, Feng Yueyu, actually won without a fight. Her opponent was a circumference realm expert from the Wang family. However, he chose not to attack, and instead admitted defeat in an extremely elegant manner. This was something worth pondering over. After all, this Wang family expert's strength had reached the circumference realm of the 5 mountains. His combat strength was also very strong, enough to fight with Feng Yueyu. However, he directly gave up. One had to know that in this sword battle, every advancement in the ranking was a benefit. However, he actually gave up just like that. If there was a huge difference in strength, it would be fine. However, he clearly had a chance to win, but he directly gave up. Feng Yueyu was naturally extremely beautiful. However, it was not realistic to say that this Wang family disciple was after Feng Yueyu's heart. After all, this Wang family disciple was a man with a family. Therefore, whether the Wang family and the Feng family had some kind of agreement was something worth thinking about. What happened next was actually not much. It was just the powerhouses continuously winning. At this time, Su Yan met his first opponent. This was someone from the Wang family. After seeing Su Yan, he directly attacked without any nonsense. It was obvious that they hated Su Yan to the core. However, since Su Yan knew that the opponent was from the Wang family, he definitely would not show mercy. He did not say much at all and crippled this disciple. This disciple was considered to be extremely talented. However, after the battle with Su Yan, he probably could not even cultivate and became a complete cripple. Everyone was reprimanding Su Yan's ruthlessness. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Because some hatred was already destined. Although it was indeed very cruel to that Wang family disciple, he was from the Wang family and was definitely an enemy of Su Yan. Since that was the case, Su Yan definitely would not show any mercy. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Su Yan deeply understood this principle. In the next few matches, as long as he met someone from the Wang family, Su Yan definitely would not show mercy and would directly attack ruthlessly. This made the Wang family members grit their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything to Su Yan. They could only hope that the powerhouses of the Wang family would meet Su Yan sooner. Of course, Su Yan did not care about this at all. The Wang family members were looking forward to him meeting the powerhouses of the Wang family sooner. Was he not the same? As for Wang Han, his arm was directly crippled by Su Yan last time. However, this time, he had completely recovered. Moreover, it seemed that he was courageous after being humiliated, and his cultivation level had increased again. However, Su Yan did not care about this at all. Wang Han might have been a powerful enemy in the past, but now, Wang Han could only be a clown who could not stir up any waves at all. After 5 days of battles, the top 10 were finally selected. Su Yan, Xue Xinyue, and Feng Yueyu were all among them. These 10 people were already qualified to challenge the previous Taixing 10 swords. If they could win, they would naturally become the new Taixing 10 swords. Then, after the challenges were over, a new top 10 would be selected from these 20 people. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was the first to step forward. She said to the Grand Supreme Elder, Disciple Xue Xinyue would like to challenge senior brother Luo Xiaoyuan. It was not surprising that she was the first to step forward. After all, in the previous competition, she was ranked 11th, and Luo Xiaoyuan, the person she was going to challenge, was ranked 10th. Back then, Xue Xinyue was defeated by Luo Xiaoyuan. This time, Xue Xinyue's cultivation level had increased, so there was nothing much to say about it. Luo Xiaoyuan was not a disciple from a big family, but he was still able to reach this stage step by step. This showed that his talent and character were very outstanding. Faced with Xue Xinyue's challenge, he was neither servile nor overbearing and accepted the challenge directly. Then, the battle between the two immediately began. Faced with this strong opponent from the previous competition, Xue Xinyue did not underestimate him at all. She immediately took out the Zephyr Thunder Sword. Then, she directly attacked. The Xue family's ancestral sword technique was very exquisite, and the Zephyr Thunder Sword was a first-class sage sword. At this moment, they complemented each other and displayed a very strong power. At this moment, the advantage of being a disciple of a big family was displayed. Xue Xinyue's technique was more powerful, and she had been in seclusion recently. Her cultivation level had also finally broken through. Of course, since Luo Xiaoyuan was able to become one of the Taixing 10 swords, his cultivation level was not bad. He was already in the dragon realm. But what was unexpected was that Xue Xinyue had also entered the dragon realm. Both of them were in the same realm, but regardless of technique or weapon, Xue Xinyue had the advantage. Therefore, she finally defeated Luo Xiaoyuan and became one of the Taixing 10 swords. Although she was only ranked 10th, it was still one of the Taixing 10 swords. This was what she wanted. As for challenging those who were ranked higher, she naturally had this thought. But she understood that the people in front of her were definitely more powerful than Luo Xiaoyuan, and she might not be able to win. If she did not win after the challenge, she would be in danger of being defeated. Therefore, she might as well hold on to the 10th place. As if wanting to compete with Xue Xinyue, after Xue Xinyue succeeded in her challenge, Feng Yueyu directly challenged the person ranked 9th. Although the person ranked 9th did not have the surname Wang, he belonged to the Wang family. This person did not surrender immediately. Instead, he fought with Feng Yueyu, but he was still defeated in the end. This battle was very exciting, but those who were observant still noticed the meaning behind it and felt that something was wrong. Although the battle was exciting, it was only exciting. Of course, everyone had a tacit understanding of this, and they were even more certain of their guesses. Then, one by one, people started to challenge. But the next 7 people did not succeed in their challenge. This was very surprising, but the crowd did not find it strange because the Taixing 10 swords must be the Taixing 10 swords. They had killed their way up and had obtained enough resources. How could it be so easy to defeat them? In the end, Su Yan was the only one who hadn't challenged him yet. Chapter 525. I am Su Yan from the Shui family, and I challenge Wang Baichuan of the Taihang sword. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Previously, all 10 of them had participated in the challenge, but only Feng Yueyu and Shui Xinyue had succeeded. Some of them had even challenged the 2 girls, but all of them had failed. Su Yan was the last person to challenge them. Many people thought that he would not make a move and give up. Even if he did make a move, he would choose Feng Yueyu or Li Mingyi, who was ranked 7th. However, no one expected Su Yan to be so domineering as to directly challenge Wang Baichuan. That was simply audacious. Who was Wang Baichuan? He was a true powerhouse of the Wang family, and his cultivation had reached the dragon realm with 3 dragons. No, there were even rumors that he had reached the dragon realm with 4 dragons. Xueqing had said that he was not a match for Su Yan, but now, Su Yan had directly challenged him. That was like a bomb, and many people even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. That was why they did not hear it clearly. However, Su Yan did not care. He only looked at Wang Baichuan, who was known as the number 1 of the younger generation in the Taihang sword faction. At that moment, Wang Baichuan smiled and said, "I agree." That one word immediately showed his strong confidence. He agreed. Everyone knew that Su Yan and the Wang family had a grudge. From Su Yan's battle record, it was clear that all the Wang family members had met with miserable ends in Su Yan's hands. Although they did not die, they were directly crippled. His actions were crazy. After all, the Wang family was one of the 3 major families in the Taihang sword faction. Their power was unimaginable. Even if Su Yan had the support of the Shui family, he would still be courting death. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. He slaughtered his way down, causing the people of the Wang family to tremble in fear. And that wasn't all. He was actually challenging the number 1 member of the Wang family. Could it be that he really thought he had defied the heavens and wanted to cripple the number 1 member of the Wang family? Not to mention the others, even Shui Xinyue and Xueqing's expressions changed when they heard Su Yan's words. They knew how strong Wang Baichuan was. Such a person was simply abnormal. However, Su Yan actually challenged him directly. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? At this moment, an elder of the Wang family suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. "Brother Shui, your Shui family has really taken in an amazing person." This laugh was already an extremely gloomy and cold laugh. He continued, "I just hope that this little guy can keep living. Otherwise, it'll be too boring." When he said that, his killing intent was overflowing. "Baichuan, remember the sect's rules. Don't kill people without reason," he said calmly and left. At this moment, someone from the sect naturally announced, "Su Yan versus Wang Baichuan. Both of them will enter the sword battle arena." At this moment, a huge sword battle arena slowly unfolded in the sky. Wang Baichuan smiled faintly. His body flashed and appeared on the sword battle arena. Su Yan also stepped onto the sword battle arena. A light screen slowly unfolded. This light screen was a formation that isolated the sword battle arena from the outside world. It didn't allow the outside world to affect the people fighting in the sword battle. Even sound couldn't be transmitted. At this time, Wang Baichuan suddenly said, "You'll be really bold when the time comes. Even I think highly of you." Su Yan directly replied, "Challenging you is bold." "Haha, that's simply a joke." Su Yan directly retorted. Then, his eyes turned cold, and he stared straight at his opponent. Wang Baichuan shook his head. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He only said, "I heard Wang Han mention you before. You're just a piece of trash from the 5 counties." I heard that back then, you were directly trampled under Wang Han's feet. It's a pity that people like you think that you're the only one in the world after having a fortuitous encounter. If you stayed quietly and didn't come out, perhaps nothing would have happened, and I wouldn't have bothered with you. However, you just had to jump out, so you'll have to pay the price for what you've done. He unsheathed the long sword in his hand, and starlight surged in his eyes. This faint starlight was like an endless sword aura. Wang Baichuan said, "You can use your sword. If I were to make a move, you wouldn't even have the chance to use your sword." Wang Baichuan said arrogantly. As a matter of fact, he was qualified to say that. This was because he was a high and mighty expert in the dragon realm, and he had 4 dragons. Therefore, in his eyes, Su Yan was nothing. Su Yan did not decline, and only said, "Okay." Then, the sword light was biting cold, and the light flashed. Sword of the Dancing Fish Dragon. A stream of light flew across the sky. The powerful and terrifying sword light shocked everyone, making them feel as if they were facing an extremely terrifying monster. Wang Baichuan's eyes exploded with light. Previously, he did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. However, when he saw this ray of light, he knew that he had underestimated Su Yan. Su Yan's strength had already far exceeded his expectations. Such a sword was already enough to pose a threat to him. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. His eyes shone brightly. Then, he opened 2 fingers and charged towards the dragonfish that had suddenly appeared. These fingers were filled with extremely terrifying sword aura. In an instant, the sword fingers and Su Yan's dancing fish dragon met. Wang Baichuan's strength was indeed strong. Even if he only used his sword fingers, he was able to block this sword. Of course, he only blocked it. It did not mean that he was safe and sound. After withstanding this sword strike, his entire body was rapidly retreating. In the end, he finally managed to stabilize his body. He looked at Su Yan with eyes full of surprise and shock. Sacred sword. His eyes only fell on the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand. The scorching sun sword emitted a scarlet light that made people's hearts palpitate. He finally said in a deep voice, "No wonder you gave Great Elder Hai Chuan's Wind and Thunder sword to someone else. It turns out that you already have a sacred sword. I really didn't expect that. I still underestimated you in the end." At this moment, Wang Baichuan's expression was somewhat solemn. Su Yan only said, "It doesn't matter how you look at me, because you'll definitely be defeated by me today." This sentence was said with great confidence. Su Yan disappeared on the spot. Then, he turned into a stream of light and launched another attack. Yes, Su Yan did not care how Wang Baichuan looked at him because it was not necessary. As long as he could defeat him, everything would be clear. This time, Wang Baichuan did not act arrogant. Instead, he shouted, "Su Yan, you're already qualified to make me use my sword. This is your honor, Sacred Sword Starry Sea." In an instant, a light that shone like a star burst out. Then, a powerful force pressed down on Su Yan. At this moment, endless light kept flashing. This starry light almost drowned the entire sword battle arena. The disciples of the Wang family, and even the disciples of the entire Taihang sword faction, began to get excited. Senior brother Baichuan actually used the Starry Sea sacred sword. That kid is dead this time. One had to know that Wang Baichuan was like a god in their hearts. The #1 powerhouse of the younger generation was not just a title, but also a kind of belief. At this moment, their belief was used in full force. Naturally, everyone was excited. As for the people of the Shui family, their hearts were beating fast. Although most people did not know Su Yan, they knew very well that Su Yan represented the Shui family. If Su Yan were to win, it would be very beneficial for them. Although it was daytime, the sword battle arena had turned into the night sky. They were completely unable to see Su Yan's whereabouts. This made their hearts tremble and even frightened. However, at this moment, a flame burst out in the endless night sky. The light of this flame actually tore apart the entire night sky. Then, an extremely loud sound exploded, like a muffled clap of thunder. Everyone was silent. They even held their breaths as they watched without blinking. They wanted to know what the result would be. In everyone's minds, since Wang Baichuan had used such power, Su Yan would definitely die. However, at this moment, Su Yan reappeared before everyone's eyes. He was safe and sound. At this moment, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan were still facing each other. However, under such a powerful attack, Su Yan was not injured at all. Xue Xinyue heaved a heavy sigh of relief. On the other hand, Wu Yao looked at Su Yan with a sinister gaze as if he wanted to devour Su Yan. Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan and suddenly chuckled. Then, he said, "To be able to withstand my sword, you really have some skills. Even I have to think highly of you." He praised Su Yan bluntly. However, the murderous intent in his eyes had become even more intense. He would not take a mediocre person who was hostile to the Wang family seriously. If he was defeated by such a person, he would be trash and not worth mentioning. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already displayed his strength and terror. Such a person was a fatal threat to the Wang family. Even Wu Yao had to treat him seriously. Next, it will be the beginning of your road to death. As soon as Wang Baichuan finished speaking, his expression became even more serious. Then, an extremely terrifying aura rose directly. Chapter 526. The might of the dragon realm was finally unleashed. What a powerful aura. Is this senior brother Baichuan's true strength? There have been rumors that senior brother Wang Baichuan's strength is comparable to some of the elders in the sect. I thought it was just the Wang family's disciples blowing their own trumpet. Who would have thought that it was actually true? At that moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Such an aura was enough to explain everything. He had already reached the level of 4 dragons in the dragon realm. Vaguely, there were 4 illusory dragon shadows circling around his body. Everyone was shocked by Wang Baichuan's strength. However, they were also shocked by Su Yan. After all, Wang Baichuan's strength was there for all to see. Even if he was ranked second in the Taxing 10 swords, he would definitely not be a match for Wang Baichuan. He would not even be able to force out his true strength. Su Yan, on the other hand, had only exchanged blows with Wang Baichuan for a short period of time. However, he had already forced Wang Baichuan to use his true strength. At that moment, everyone knew that Su Yan was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do this. Because of this, they were even more respectful towards Su Yan. Feeling the mountain-like pressure, Su Ya's breathing calmed down. His gaze became extremely calm. He knew that the Wang Baichuan in front of him was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. At least among the opponents he had met so far, other than a few old monsters, no one else was a match for him. If it was in the past, if he did not use the demonic dragon transformation, he would definitely not be a match for him. But now, he had the confidence to fight. Su Yan directly activated the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra, causing the blazing flames to soar into the sky. The blazing flames were so terrifying and resplendent. That terrifying strength and terrifying aura was so oppressive that one could not even speak. His expression was so solemn. His entire person was filled with an indescribable killing intent. Wang Baichuan's aura was like an endless ocean, while Su Yan was like an isolated island. No matter how the ocean rolled, he did not waver at all. At that moment, Wang Baichuan directly said the word, "Kill." Then, a terrifying aura directly poured out. The holy sword Starry Sea in his hand shone with rays of starlight. Su Yan was very clear that these rays of starlight were actually the manifestation of sword aura. Wang Baichuan's sword qi was so heavy that it was almost solid. It was even stronger than his own. It would definitely not be a good choice to fight with these rays of starlight. Therefore, Su Yan directly began to move. It was just that Su Yan's speed was too fast. Ordinary people simply could not see clearly. At this moment, the astral light directly pierced into Su Yan's body, causing many people to scream. However, some of the more knowledgeable people had already seen that it was Su Yan's afterimage. As for his real body, he had already dodged it. At that moment, Feng Yuhai, who was ranked second in the Taxing 10 swords, directly said, "What a fast speed. What a terrifying opponent." At that moment, his eyes flickered. It was obvious that his entire person was filled with an extremely strong battle intent. For someone like him, the more powerful Su Yan was, the more worthy it was for him to come and fight. Su Yan's speed was already at its peak. His entire person continuously shuttled through the dense starry sea sword aura. Even Wang Baichuan was very surprised at that moment. That was because he knew that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to increase his speed to such a level. Moreover, what shocked him the most was that although Su Yan's body had a faint aura of might, it was not the pressure of a true dragon realm cultivator. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan was probably not a true dragon realm cultivator. In his heart, he already knew that Su Yan might be a monster that was even crazier than himself. Hehe, you're really powerful. You actually have such combat strength at the square circle realm. If I let you become a dragon realm cultivator, wouldn't you be heaven-defying? It's a pity that I won't give you the chance to grow. At that moment, Wang Baichuan's killing intent was unprecedentedly heavy. Aren't you fast? I'd like to see where you can go after I seal the entire sword battle arena with my sword aura. Sword whistling in the firmament. At that moment, the sound of the sword rumbled like thunder. At that moment, the violent power was like the might of the heavens. This terrifying sound was simply unimaginable. Following that, Wang Baichuan directly stabbed the sword in his hand into the ground. The sword aura was like a wave that directly exploded. One had to know that the sword battle arena had been carefully reinforced. However, at that moment, Wang Baichuan directly exploded with power. This terrifying sword directly rolled and actually wanted to overturn everything. Other than the square inch of land under his feet, everything had been completely overturned. The terrifying and powerful power was rolling, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Su Yan frowned. He knew that at that moment, he could choose to face this terrifying sword aura head-on or choose to retreat. However, the opponent's power was simply too strong. Choosing to face it was really an unwise choice. He leaped high into the air and flew into the sky. At that moment, Wang Baichuan smiled coldly and then said, "Now, you can't run away." He gently raised his head and directly flew up against the sky. His speed was actually faster than Su Yan's. Su Yan could clearly see that this Wang Baichuan had clearly relied on his extremely terrifying explosive strength to directly jump up, and did not rely on spirit qi to fly. At that moment, he immediately understood that he could no longer avoid it. He could only choose to face it head-on. All right. At that moment, the Buddha's heart in his body suddenly moved, and violent spiritual energy directly dissipated. At the same time, he directly activated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture to the extreme. At that moment, Wang Baichuan had already arrived in front of Su Yan. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand suddenly pressed down. This sword seemed to cut off everything between heaven and earth, and it was also as if a scorching sun suddenly bloomed with radiance. This kind of power was simply too strong and terrifying. The confrontation between the two directly caused an extremely terrifying sound to erupt. At the same time, extremely powerful energy directly exploded. Even the barrier that was blocking the energy was extremely strong at this moment, and a layer of light directly flickered. The two swords were firmly pressed against each other. Wang Baichuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth and then said, "Not bad, not bad. You're really powerful to be able to reach this step. It's a pity that you don't know what the dignity of a Dragon Realm expert is." Just as he finished speaking, the four faintly discernible dragon shadows in his body actually directly entangled Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately froze, and his entire person became incomparably solemn. No matter what, Wang Baichuan was absolutely right about one thing, and that was that he, Su Yan, did not understand a Dragon Realm expert at all. Although he had already exchanged blows with a few Dragon Realm experts, he himself was after all not in this realm. His knowledge of this realm was really too little. He had never thought that these dragon shadows could actually be used to fight against enemies. The dragon shadows entangled Su Yan's arm, and a somewhat cool feeling transmitted to him. However, Su Yan's entire person became extremely nervous, and even his hand began to tremble. This was because at that moment, the dragon shadows clearly began to explode with extremely powerful and terrifying energy, and began to tighten. At that moment, Su Yan was facing off against Wang Baichuan. Su Yan's body was naturally extremely strong, and even abnormal. However, one thing that could not be ignored between him and Wang Baichuan was that Wang Baichuan's realm was higher than Su Yan's. In addition, he himself was a genius. Therefore, not only did Su Yan not have the upper hand like before, but he was also in an absolute disadvantage. If this continued, he was afraid that in the next moment, he would be directly killed. Su Yan knew that at that moment, he had to think of a way to escape from this predicament. Otherwise, only death would await him. Of course, he did not dare to use the treasures of the Stupa sect without permission. At that moment, Su Yan's pupils had turned a scarlet color, and within his pupils, there seemed to be two dragon shadows continuously rolling about. Blood Dragon Pupil. Facing a powerful opponent like Wang Baichuan, Su Yan finally began to use the Blood Dragon Pupil. Wang Baichuan was originally complacent and proud of himself, but at this time, he suddenly felt a burst of light coming from him. After seeing Su Yan's gaze, his expression suddenly became a little dazed. Of course, how terrifying was his strength. In just an instant, he was able to break free from his trance. However, although it was only an extremely short instant, it was enough for Su Yan. Taking advantage of that short instant, Su Yan directly broke free of the dragon shadow's entanglement, and then directly pulled away from Wang Baichuan. At that moment, he and Wang Baichuan were both floating in the air, looking at each other. Wang Baichuan smiled faintly, and then said, "Ha, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. I actually fell for your tricks. However, the same move is useless against me. Don't worry, after I defeat you, I will gouge out your eyeballs and let you know what true pain is." Su Yan said coldly, "Let's talk about that after you defeat me." Wang Baichuan sneered, but did not reply. His entire body flashed again, and he directly charged at Su Yan, and then heavily struck with his sword. From this moment on, he pressed down on Su Yan with his sword strike after strike. There were no flashy or profound sword moves, only the most basic of slashing, chopping, and stabbing. However, these basic moves had become extremely terrifying in his hands. Every move he made suppressed Su Yan. He wanted to rely on his advantage to directly crush Su Yan to death. Chapter 527. When Feng Yueyu heard her brother's words, she immediately smiled and said, "Cousin, in your opinion, Su Yan has absolutely no chance of winning?" No matter what, Su Yan was very close to Shui Xingyue. If Su Yan really defeated Wang Baichuan, he would immediately become the center of attention and steal the limelight. This was not what Feng Yueyu wanted to see. One had to know that she had overcome all difficulties and finally become one of the Taixing 10 swords. This had a lot to do with the disciples of the Wang family. These disciples of the Wang family had made great contributions to her. If there was nothing fishy about this, how could these disciples of the Wang family be like this? In fact, she, Feng Yueyu, had already set a marriage contract with Wang Baichuan. Moreover, both sides were going to announce this matter immediately after the sex sword duel. If Wang Baichuan was really defeated by Su Yan, then where would she put her face? It was because of this that she absolutely did not want Su Yan to win. She even wanted to see Su Yan get killed in this battle. She even thought that if Su Yan was really killed, Xue Xinyue would definitely be very sad. How many people would be heartbroken to see such a delicate beauty cry? However, at this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "That's true for now. At least, I don't see how Su Yan can turn the tables around. It's just that it's never 100% certain because if Su Yan still has some trump cards, he might still have a chance to struggle." Feng Yuhai was the second strongest of the Taixing 10 swords. He was also unfathomable. Since he said so, it was obvious that Su Yan was really in danger. At this moment, Feng Yueyu smiled and said, "Hehe, brother, you really like to joke. That Su Yan hasn't even shown a trace of dragon energy. He's clearly not a dragon realm expert. How can someone like him be a match for Baichuan?" When she smiled gently, she was really very beautiful. Feng Yuhai glanced at this beautiful cousin and did not say anything. This was because he deeply understood that on the surface, he was very enthusiastic about marrying Wang Baichuan. After all, Wang Baichuan was currently the #1 person in the sect. In the long run, he might even directly inherit the Taihang sword faction and become the sect master. At this moment, if he told Feng Yueyu that Wang Baichuan might be defeated by Su Yan, she would definitely not believe him. Of course, even he himself somewhat did not believe it. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the battle above. Naturally, no one heard the conversation between the brother and sister. Although Su Yan was bitterly suppressed by Wang Baichuan, he was already very impressive. This was because everyone knew that Wang Baichuan's combat strength was terrifying. If the person in the air was not Su Yan but them, they would probably have died at the hands of Wang Baichuan. Wang Baichuan might not even have to pull out his sword. The two sacred swords clashed once again. The star-mark radiance and the intense and terrifying flames collided directly. It was as if two gods were fighting in the sky. Everyone watching was just ordinary people. They could only watch the two people in the sky display their elegance to their heart's content. Powerful forces were constantly jumping at this moment. This terrifying energy was enough to make people feel fearful. At this moment, although Su Yan was not in a miserable state, everyone could see that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If this continued, he would probably die. Wang Baichuan once again slashed with his sword, and then directly shouted in a low voice, "Su Yan, you are no match for me. If you surrender now, I will spare your life. Otherwise, if I accidentally slip up, then even the Xue family can't blame me." Wang Baichuan sneered. However, Su Yan was not moved at all. This was because he knew very well that this person was saying this to shake his mind. However, Su Yan's mind was very firm. After so many life and death situations, if he could not see through this, how could he have survived until now? What's more, he wasn't really at the end of his rope now. At this moment, a flame-like light burst out from Su Yan's eyes. The blood dragon pupil had reappeared. Wang Baichuan sneered. I already said that the same move is useless against me. You actually dare to fight in front of me. You are simply courting death." Previously, he had already suffered a small loss from Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, which was why Su Yan had escaped from his hands. At this moment, Su Yan was actually using the blood dragon pupil again. This was an act of courting death. If he, Wang Baichuan, was defeated by the same move, then he would not be the current Taixing swordsman. As soon as the blood dragon pupil was released, an extremely bright starlight flashed in front of him. The moment this starlight appeared, the entire sky darkened. It was as if the entire world had entered a stage of extinction. The blood-red light released by the blood dragon pupil was actually frozen. Wang Baichuan sneered. You overestimate yourself. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Yan's sword suddenly became faster. One sword dance of the fish dragon, one sword to settle heaven and earth. The two sword moves of the Taishang sword technique exploded. When these two sword moves were connected, they had an extremely terrifying power. The moment these two powers merged, the starlight condensed by Wang Baichuan was actually frozen. Then, the fish dragon formed by the sword aura shuttled over and ruthlessly attacked his body. Wang Baichuan's expression changed. He originally thought that the blood dragon pupil was Su Yan's killing move. He never would have thought that this was just a cover. The real killing move was actually waiting for him behind. He had already experienced the power of this strange sword aura before. He deeply understood that if he was hit by this sword aura, he would definitely not feel good. This move was indeed beyond his expectations. Very good. This move is indeed powerful. However, if you think that this move can do anything to me, then you are gravely mistaken. Just as Su Yan's sword was about to reach him, his palms suddenly shook. Then, his palms directly changed. In the end, a sword shadow directly appeared in front of him. This sword shadow was actually exactly the same as his Star Sea sword. When this sword appeared, Su Yan's fish dragon sword aura immediately dissipated and completely disappeared. Su Yan's expression was startled. He naturally expected that Wang Baichuan would be able to resolve this sword attack. However, he definitely did not expect that he would be able to resolve it so easily. At this moment, Wang Baichuan's counterattack came directly. Star Sea Soul Sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light burst out from his body. Under such a light, he looked like a god, which was terrifying to look at. Thousands of disciples stared blankly at the Taihang sword master and felt their blood boiling. It turned out that this was the Taihang sword master of the Taihang sword faction. He was indeed the strongest person of the younger generation. His cultivation had actually reached such a level. At this moment, endless starlight directly exploded and his majestic aura became even stronger. What was even rarer was that as the starlight shone, his dragon's aura became even stronger. The 4 dragon shadows directly fused with the starlight and finally turned into 4 starlight dragons. The appearance of these 4 starlight dragons made Wang Baichuan's entire being even more terrifying. That terrifying majestic aura directly penetrated one's heart. At this moment, Feng Yueyu looked at Wang Baichuan with incomparable joy in her eyes. She only felt that only someone like Wang Baichuan was worthy of her. Only such a man could be her husband. Of course, she was also looking forward to the scene of Su Yan being defeated by her future husband. At this moment, the appearance of the 4 starlight dragons made Su Yan's heart beat violently. It was not the Buddha's heart but the demonic dragon's heart. The demonic dragon's heart had been sealed by Yang Tai's extremely powerful strength. However, at this moment, he felt the aura of the starlight dragon and instinctively reacted. One had to know that the great demonic dragon was innately not tolerated by the dragon clan. Back then, the great demonic dragon had killed countless members of the dragon clan before it was hunted down by the 5 great dragon gods and finally fell. At this moment, after feeling the aura of the starlight dragon's soul, it wanted to explode and even go crazy to start a massacre. Su Yan frowned. If he let the power of the ink dragon explode, it would not be much of a problem for him to defeat his opponent. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, if he were to explode with this terrifying power, his trump card would be revealed. He did not even know how the Taihang sword faction would deal with him. Therefore, he could not use the power of the demonic dragon. However, at this moment, the demonic dragon's heart desired it so much. At this moment, his original plan was directly shattered. He did not even know what to do at this moment. The Starlight Dragon's soul and the demonic dragon's soul in his body formed a pincer attack that rushed towards his body. Although Su Yan had been resisting the pressure and bitterly holding on, he did not show any signs of defeat. However, at this moment, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned deathly pale. Damn it, these two forces are attacking me from the inside and outside. They're really making me suffer. Su Yan's expression turned increasingly grave. At this moment, Wang Baichuan did not give him any time to think. He revealed a smug expression and said, "You're quite capable to be able to force me to use the Starlight Dragon's ability. However, this is the end of it. Now, die." Following his shout, the 4 Starlight Dragons exploded, and the violent energy completely engulfed Su Yan. At this point, no one believed that Su Yan could survive. Chapter 528. The Starlight Dragon's soul's roar resounded throughout the entire arena. Everyone was scared silly by this terrifying dragon roar. If they were the ones facing such a terrifying power, they would be in great danger. Apart from the top few people who were ranked 5th in the Sublime Flow Sword School, there was no one else who could survive under such power. For dragon shadows crisscrossed, and starlight shone. The entire sky was filled with this terrifying energy. The barrier protecting the arena was constantly flickering, as if it would be torn apart in the next moment. This barrier was set up by the Sex Elders, and it had an extremely strong defensive power. However, at this moment, it actually began to shake. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Su Yan was under. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was biting her lips tightly, and her beautiful little face was a little pale. It was obvious that she was extremely nervous at this moment. It turned out that unknowingly, Su Yan had a very important place in her heart. Perhaps it was not love, but it was very important. Xueqing saw his daughter's nervousness and sighed in his heart. Then, he said, don't worry. Su Yan is not weak. He should be fine." In fact, when he said this sentence, even he himself didn't believe it. It was true that Su Yan was not weak, but the key was that the opponent's strength was too terrifying. This kind of terrifying power was simply tongue-tied. This incomparable brilliance kept roaring in the sky, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. In the face of such power, even he felt a little powerless. This junior of the Wang clan was actually powerful to such an extent. It was simply inconceivable. However, there was nothing he could do now. The only thing he could do was to believe in Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was in indescribable pain. Countless star-like sword qis continuously attacked his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. However, this was not the source of his pain. The real source of the pain was the power in his body. Feeling the aura of the Starlight Dragon's soul, the demonic dragon's heart almost went crazy. The powerful force kept trembling, as if it was going to break everything. However, he also knew very well that if this continued, he would die under the power of the demonic dragon's heart. He could no longer suppress it. Damn it, I can't suppress it anymore. In that case, I'll give up. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly made up his mind. He knew that if he continued like this, he would be directly turned into dust under the impact of these two forces. Even if his body was abnormal and he had the invincible golden body, he could not support it. At this moment, Su Yan simply stopped suppressing this power. Of course, he did not let it go. Instead, he used this power to break through to the next level. In the Xue family's ancestral land, Su Yan and the Xue family's heroic spirits kept fighting in the mysterious spiritual world. Finally, he pushed his cultivation to the Six Mountains boundary. It was also because of this that he could force Wang Baichuan, a peerless genius, to use all his strength to deal with him. However, someone like Wang Baichuan was, after all, powerful. Moreover, this kind of power had exceeded Su Yan's imagination. The aura that exploded from him even caused the demonic dragon's heart to go berserk. From this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. Break through to the dragon realm. Su Yan roared angrily. Then, the power in his body began to twist and he directly broke through to the dragon realm. He had just stepped into the Six Mountains boundary not long ago. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to break through to this mysterious realm. Because his foundation was not stable, rashly breaking through to the next realm would only make him suffer incomparable pain. If he was not careful, he would directly die. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. This was because if he did not choose to do so, the power that exploded from the demonic dragon's heart would forcefully consign him to eternal damnation. If he transformed into the demonic dragon now, he was afraid that the old man in the Tai Hang sword faction would immediately see through him. Therefore, he could only do this. At this moment, Wang Baichuan's brows were tightly knitted. His gaze was fixed on Su Yan, who was engulfed by his attack. This kid is actually not dead yet. What kind of person is he? This move of mine should be able to heavily injure even a 4 dragons like me, but he's actually not dead yet. Su Yan's tenacity was completely beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, there was no need to doubt his strength. In the battles in the 9 prefectures, he had defeated countless powerful enemies. Especially after exploding with this move, it was even more difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. However, facing Su Yan now, he was still unable to defeat him. This made him very unhappy. At this moment, he suddenly saw Su Yan's change and heard Su Yan's angry roar. For no reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. What is this kid trying to do? Although Wang Baichuan did not understand Su Yan's goal, he was not willing to give Su Yan any more time and opportunities. Using this move had consumed a lot of his strength, but he did not want Su Yan to continue. He felt that if he allowed Su Yan to continue like this, he was afraid that he would be turned around. Soul Star Kill. The Star Sea's sacred sword in his hand suddenly flipped and an extremely powerful and terrifying force exploded. Then, his entire body turned into a stream of light and charged towards Su Yan. His speed was extremely fast. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was not far. At this moment, he used the Soul Star Kill and arrived in the blink of an eye. When he arrived in front of Su Yan, he immediately felt an extremely terrifying dragon aura. The terror of this dragon aura was simply unimaginable. What, such a dense dragon aura? I understand now. Damn kid, you actually want to use my Starlight Dragon's soul to break through to the dragon realm. How dare you, how dare you? At this moment, Wang Baichuan was also shocked. For him to be able to reach his current position, it was naturally because he had gone through countless battles and finally fought for it. However, even he did not dare to be so bold as to directly break through to a higher realm in front of a powerful enemy. Such a method was no different from courting death. However, Su Yan did so. Su Yan's combat strength was right in front of him. Moreover, his ruthlessness was incisively and vividly displayed. To have such a person as his enemy was an extremely terrifying thing. Wang Baichuan's murderous intent intensified. His sword did not stop at all. He turned into a ray of light and suddenly stabbed towards Su Yan. Su Yan could only roar in pain. It was as if he was completely unable to block Wang Baichuan's sword. Wang Baichuan sneered, even if you have enough guts, breaking through to the next realm in front of me is just a daydream. Today, I will directly kill you. If he had wanted to recover his strength before coming up with a plan, Su Yan would have taken advantage of the loophole. However, he had just had an ominous premonition and did not hesitate to expend more energy to kill his way in. It was as if he had sentenced Su Yan to death. His sword was extremely fast. Not to mention the crazy Su Yan, even if Su Yan was in his normal state, it would be impossible for him to dodge this sword. However, at this moment, the painful Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His scarlet pupils appeared once again. Is this the same move again? You idiot. I've already said that the same move has no effect on me. The first time Su Yan used the blood dragon pupil, he had stunned Wang Baichuan for a while, allowing Su Yan to escape. The second time, Su Yan had used the blood dragon pupil to attract Wang Baichuan's attention. Then, he had used the two sword moves of the regal sword technique. Speaking of which, Wang Baichuan had already suffered twice in a row. Therefore, this time, how could he possibly be affected by such a move? However, his expression quickly froze. No, this move is different from the previous one. Wang Baichuan's heart suddenly jumped. He did not have any other thoughts. His entire body froze and he immediately dodged. The moment he dodged, a ray of light directly appeared. That ray of light fell from the sky onto the battle arena and directly blasted the ground of the battle arena into smithereens. Wang Baichuan's heart was filled with fear. If he had taken on such a force earlier, he was afraid that the outcome would not have been too good. Die! Wang Baichuan appeared again. With the previous lesson, he did not dare to attack Su Yan directly because he was already afraid of Su Yan's strange pair of eyes. This pair of eyes did not seem to belong to a human at all. It was as if he was facing a real dragon. Wang Baichuan used the Star Soul Kill again. This time, his sword finally pierced Su Yan's body directly. He could clearly feel the starry sacred sword piercing Su Yan's body. How powerful was the power of the sacred sword? After being injured by his starry sacred sword, the countless starlight sword chi would directly rush into Su Yan's body and completely rob him of his life. At this moment, Wang Baichuan finally believed that he had truly won. However, to deal with a person who was not even in the dragon realm, he had actually spent so much effort. This made him very unhappy. No matter what, this kid is still dead. Wang Baichuan laughed coldly and was about to pull out his sword. However, at this moment, an extremely hot force suddenly transmitted over. The appearance of this force was like a raging fire burning fiercely. Almost instinctively, Wang Baichuan let go of the sword in his hand and pulled away from Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan slowly turned around. Chapter 529. How is this possible? How is this possible? His entire body was trembling as he looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Su Yan's body had clearly been pierced through by his sacred sword, but at this moment, Su Yan was actually not dead. His Starsea's sacred sword was currently trembling non-stop. He could clearly feel that the galaxy's sacred sword was crying out in grief. What kind of terrifying power could actually make a sacred sword tremble like this? At this moment, a thought flashed through Wang Baichuan's mind. Could he be a monster? Yes, only a monster could have such unbelievable power. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly spoke, Wang Baichuan, I really have to thank you this time. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. However, this smile that was dripping with blood looked so frightening. At this moment, Su Yan was slowly circulating the energy in his body. The current him was completely different from before. Under the powerful circulation of energy, the terrifying true energy directly went berserk. The most special thing about the dragon realm was that the true energy in one's body could take the form of a dragon. Wang Baichuan, for example, was a four-dragon powerhouse. Therefore, when he activated his true chi with all his might, the four dragons appeared beside him. The dragon form combined with his true energy to form the starlight dragon soul. It even triggered the demonic dragon's heart in Su Yan's true energy. At this moment, Su Yan had finally stepped into the dragon realm. This process was very dangerous and even dreamy. If there was even the slightest mistake, he would probably die. He could no longer suppress the demonic dragon's weapon. Finally, he gritted his teeth and guided the demonic dragon's power to break through his own realm. Unfortunately, he had just stepped into the 6 mountains radius realm. His 6 mountains were not stable. To bear this terrifying power could only be described as difficult. The worst part was that the demon dragon aura was too overbearing. Su Yan wanted to use it to break through the radius boundary, but the demon dragon aura had swallowed up Wang Baichuan's sword aura. It made Su Yan feel like a balloon that had burst. He felt like he could not release any power. At that time, he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. At that time, he only had 2 choices. One was to explode from the terrifying true qi and die. The second option was to give up on guiding this terrifying aura and let this aura take control of his body, transforming him into a demonic dragon. However, no matter which choice it was, Su Yan did not want to see it. Of course, he didn't want to die. Therefore, at this most dangerous moment, his body had already made a choice. The demon dragon's aura gradually took control of his body. Therefore, when Wang Baichuan attacked him earlier, Su Yan opened his eyes and directly burst out with an extremely terrifying power. It was no longer the blood dragon pupil, but the demon dragon's eye. Wang Baichuan wanted to kill Su Yan, but he did not expect that in the end, he would help Su Yan. Although the last sword had penetrated Su Yan's chest, it just happened to make his blood flow out. The scorching hot demon dragon's heart fell on the sacred sword Starry Sea, making Wang Baichuan almost unable to hold on to his sword. However, it also allowed Su Yan to finally vent that extremely terrifying power. At this time, Su Yan was, of course, seriously injured. However, he did not care at all. Because he knew that he would not die for a while, and he could not continue to be controlled by the demon dragon's will. That was enough. With a smile on his face, he forced the holy sword out of his body. The sword slowly left his body and finally fell to the ground. The sound of the sacred sword falling to the ground was very clear. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was Xue Xinyue, who was worried about Su Yan, or Feng Yueyu, who wanted Su Yan to die, they were all stunned. They did not even know what to say. The only thought in their minds was that perhaps this man was really terrifying. After being pierced by such a sword, he was still talking cheerfully and wittily, not caring at all. What kind of man was this? Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan. His eyelids were trembling. He knew that he had underestimated Su Yan in the end. Although he already knew that Su Yan would be a powerful opponent after the fight, he still felt that Su Yan would be a strong opponent. However, at this moment, he realized that the opponent in front of him could no longer be described as powerful. He was simply terrifying. In front of Su Yan, there was a huge dragon that was slowly coiling around. He knew that this was the dragon's soul formed when Su Yan entered the dragon realm. Every dragon realm cultivator would have it. This was also the source of their dragon's might. However, Su Yan's dragon's soul was too huge. Even if he added all 4 of his dragon souls together, they would not be as big as this dragon soul. If the feeling that Su Yan gave him before was just a slight threat, then now, he was a true enemy of life and death. Ever since Wang Baichuan became famous, he had always been the nightmare of others. He was also a mountain that no one could surpass. However, at this moment, Su Yan's opportunity made him feel like he was a mountain. This was something he could not forgive. He was clearly a person who had just entered the dragon realm. At this moment, he actually displayed such terrifying and powerful strength. After today's battle, Su Yan would probably immediately become the most popular person in the Taihang sword faction. Moreover, this guy was the enemy of the Wang family. Wang Baichuan looked at Su Yan, then finally took a deep breath and said, "Very good, I actually let you enter the dragon realm. However, this is also good. The more powerful enemies I kill, the happier I am." At this moment, his eyes were burning with excitement. His entire body seemed to be burning. His 4 streams of dragon chi appeared once again. At the same time, the starry sacred sword seemed to have sensed his call. It shot up from the ground and rushed into his hand. Wang Baichuan, one man and one sword, stared straight at Su Yan. No matter what, in the battle with Su Yan, he was still at a disadvantage. Moreover, he was at a great disadvantage. Not only did he not defeat Su Yan, but he also allowed Su Yan to use him to enter the dragon realm. To him, this was a great humiliation. At this moment, his entire body became extremely cold. An extremely terrifying power began to slowly emanate from him. A layer of frost visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface of his body. At this moment, seeing this scene, Feng Yuhai suddenly exclaimed, "The eerie state. Is this Su Yan really that powerful?" He actually forced him to use the eerie state. Feng Yuhai's exclamation was naturally heard by others. Everyone did not understand, so they asked Feng Yuhai for advice. Feng Yuhai did not hide anything and directly said, "The eerie state is Wang Baichuan's most powerful trump card. In short, it's a state. Once he enters this state, his entire body will become a fighting machine. Moreover, all of his strength will be greatly enhanced." Feng Yuhai's expression was extremely solemn. He then continued, "Back then, we were set up by the devil's sex experts. It should have been a dead end, but this Wang Baichuan directly entered the eerie state. Then, he killed a 5-dragon realm devil sect elder. That was how we were able to escape." When everyone heard this, their eyebrows twitched wildly. There had always been a rumor that Wang Baichuan was already comparable to an elder. They originally thought that it was just a rumor. After all, Wang Baichuan was not even 30 years old yet. However, no one expected that it was actually true. Wang Baichuan had really killed a devil sect elder. At this moment, everyone who heard Feng Yuhai's words focused all their attention on Wang Baichuan. They were deeply afraid that they would miss the exciting battle. Wang Baichuan was indeed terrifying. However, if one thought carefully, they would realize that Su Yan, who had just joined the Shui family, was also an extremely terrifying existence. Wang Baichuan had killed a 5-dragon realm devil sect elder in the eerie state. However, at this moment, Su Yan, who had just entered the dragon realm, had actually forced Wang Baichuan to this stage. What if he was in the same realm as Wang Baichuan? More importantly, Su Yan was even younger than Wang Baichuan. At this moment, Shui Xinyue said to Shui Qing, "Father, no matter what, we can't let anything happen to Big Brother Su." Her entire heart was trembling. She was also a dragon realm elite. Naturally, she could feel the terrifying aura coming from Wang Baichuan. Shui Qing nodded solemnly, then said, "Don't worry. Su Yan has been chosen by the Grand Ancestor. The Grand Ancestor will definitely not let anything happen to Su Yan." At this moment, Su Yan's expression was solemn. He looked at Wang Baichuan, who was right in front of him, and his entire person was extremely solemn. This was because at this moment, Su Yan could already feel an extremely dangerous aura. This feeling, although it was not the same as when he faced the heavenly demon Shadow, which made him feel despair, it was still extremely terrifying. Among all the people who had fought with him before, this Wang Baichuan was the number one. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt a sense of eagerness. This was because he deeply understood that he had just entered the dragon realm. He needed an extremely strong opponent to fight with him to help him digest. As long as he could win, it would definitely be extremely beneficial for him in the future. Even if he lost, as long as he was alive, he would still be able to gain a lot. Su Yan directly used the fog cloud technique. Naturally, the fog cloud technique could not allow him to recover to his peak state. However, it could directly suppress his injuries. At the very least, the wound that was pierced by the reverse star ocean sacred sword had been directly sealed. Su Yan asked, "Can you tell me what this technique is called?" Chapter 530. a cold and sinister state. Su Yan muttered softly in his heart. He could already feel that the current Wang Baichuan was even more dangerous than before. It was as if the Wang Baichuan he was facing was no longer a human. It was as if he had become the Shura of hell. This state was very strange. If one had to describe it, it was very similar to Su Yan's demonic dragon state. Both had entered an extremely terrifying state, causing one to completely change and become a machine that only knew how to fight. He did not expect that this person could actually display such a state. However, at this time, he also knew that the upcoming battle would most likely determine his life and death. When he entered the demonic dragon state, there was no mercy in his heart. No matter who it was, as long as they were in front of him, they would be considered as his prey. Under such a state, all life forms were his enemies. Obviously, this person in front of him was the same. When Wang Baichuan finished speaking, his entire body directly charged towards Su Yan. The 4 dragon souls roared, and their icy auras changed the surrounding atmosphere, as if they were going to freeze everything around Su Yan. The Taxing swordsman is indeed amazing. Su Yan's strength of the dragon realm was directly pushed to the extreme, and then he directly clashed with Wang Baichuan's sword. The violent sound of the vibration spread throughout the sky. Although the previous few collisions between the two of them were also extremely intense, they were far from being comparable to this one. Such a terrifying sound was simply indescribable. At this moment, everyone felt that it was not 2 people fighting in the sky, but 2 dragons. Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state, was truly terrifying. His speed was at least 3 times faster than before. What was even more terrifying was that at this moment, he suddenly seemed to not know pain. Although the previous confrontation was a draw, there was bound to be an extremely terrifying shockwave. The vibration force was also very terrifying. Even at this moment, Su Yan felt a burning pain between his thumb and index finger. However, Wang Baichuan did not stop at all. After the attack, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew up. He did not give Su Yan any chance to catch his breath. Under such a state, Su Yan had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight with him. The battle between the two became even more rapid. Powerful and terrifying forces were constantly rioting at this moment, as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. This kind of powerful force was unparalleled. Wang Baichuan's strength was undeniable, but Su Yan had already displayed extremely strong tenacity. Previously, everyone saw his body was directly pierced by the galaxy's sacred sword. If it was an ordinary person, even if the galaxy's sacred sword only scratched their skin a little, they would probably bleed profusely and even die. However, Su Yan was like a monster. After suffering such a huge blow, he was still able to fight with Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state. At this moment, even Feng Yuhai began to rejoice that Su Yan did not challenge him at the beginning. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by now. At this moment, even Feng Yueyu was speechless. She could only stare blankly at Su Yan. At this moment, the battle between the two became faster and faster. At the very beginning, Su Yan's body was still a little sluggish. However, later on, Su Yan actually became like Wang Baichuan, as if he had become a fighting machine. His entire being would not stop for even half a moment. Instead, he would continuously fight and kill. At this moment, Feng Yuhai was shocked. That was because he had personally witnessed Wang Baichuan's battle with that demon sect elder. That demon sect elder was dragged to death by Wang Baichuan just like that. However, at this moment, this unknown guy was actually able to fight against Wang Baichuan, who had entered the cold and sinister state. At this moment, Boundless' entire being was filled with rage. His hatred for Su Yan had reached the point where it could not be any greater. Because it was Su Yan who stole Xue Xinyue's heart. At least in his opinion, it was definitely not wrong. Of course, Su Yan did not care about what these people thought. Because although he had gradually gotten used to Wang Baichuan's rhythm, Wang Baichuan was ultimately stronger than him. Moreover, there was one thing that could not be ignored, and that was the sword just now. Although he had already used the cloudy mist technique to heal himself, it was definitely not a divine technique. Its effect was only to temporarily suppress the injury. However, at this moment, the injury had already split open and he could no longer suppress it. At this moment, Su Yan was dealing with Wang Baichuan's attacks while thinking of a way to defeat Wang Baichuan. Su Yan understood that the cold and sinister state was an extreme state like his demon dragon form. Moreover, this state would most likely have a time limit. Once the time was up, Wang Baichuan would definitely not be able to sustain it. However, he did not want to stall for time. He wanted to defeat his opponent. At this moment, the sun-colored glass sword technique was fully displayed by Su Yan. Regarding this set of cultivation method, Su Yan already had an extremely deep understanding of it. At this time, when he was fighting with Wang Baichuan, he mainly used this set of sword techniques. Because this sun-colored glass sword technique and blazing flame sword complemented each other and could multiply the power. As a sacred sword, although the blazing sun sword could not be compared to a divine sword, its power was absolutely terrifying. Even with his current realm, it was impossible to fully display this power. Except that as he became more proficient in the sun-colored glass sword technique, his sword would also become more and more terrifying. At this moment, the reason why he was able to fight evenly with Wang Baichuan was because this blazing sun sword absolutely played a huge role. This was the battle between him and Wang Baichuan. It was also the battle between the blazing sun sword and Starry Sea's sacred sword. The battle still continued. Originally, they thought that this was a battle without suspense. But who would have thought that this battle would actually develop to such an extent? The two people actually fell into a protracted state. Furthermore, as the two people's battle continued, whether it was Su Yan or Wang Baichuan, the wounds on their bodies also became more and more. Many of the wounds were ghastly. For example, there was once when Wang Baichuan directly pierced his sword into Su Yan's abdomen. And it was also at that time that Su Yan's sword directly pierced into Wang Baichuan's right chest. At this time, everyone's gaze when looking at Su Yan was filled with reverence. Especially those who knew the sinister cold state, they were even more alarmed. One had to know that once Wang Baichuan entered the sinister cold state, he did not even know pain, only knowing to fight and kill. But Su Yan. He probably did not have Wang Baichuan's special state, right? But at this moment, he was actually still evenly matched with Wang Baichuan. This was truly terrifying, even evil. Except, although the two people were already seriously injured, their auras became more and more powerful. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Wang Baichuan, in the eyes of the audience, they were both monsters. At this moment, a sigh suddenly came from the sky. Our Taihang sword faction actually has such a genius. This is the honor of our Taihang sword faction. Both of you should stop. From today onwards, the two of you will be the sword leaders of our Taihang sword faction. The appearance of this voice was obviously to stop the battle from continuing. Everyone subconsciously wanted to object because this battle was so exciting and even so great. They really wanted to know whether the rising star Su Yan would succeed, or the senior Wang Baichuan would continue to rule the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction. But no one objected. Because everyone knew who the person who spoke was. It was the faction leader of the Taihang sword faction. The faction leader of the Taihang sword faction, Deng Yunhai. For many of the Grand Supreme Elders, faction leader Deng Yunhai could only be considered a rising star, but he had won the respect of everyone. Because of his strength. He was the undisputed strongest person in the Taihang sword faction. That was something that no one objected to. His strength had reached a level where it could intimidate people. Even the great ancestor of the Shui family admitted that he was not a match for the faction leader. One had to know that in the history of the Taihang sword faction, many faction leaders had come from the Wang, Shui, and Feng families. But Deng Yunhai had forcibly taken the position of faction leader from one of the three families. His strength was obvious. Since he had spoken, no one objected. Moreover, both the great ancestor of the Wang family and the great ancestor of the Shui family wanted to stop this battle. That was because this battle was too intense and too terrifying. There was no clear winner between the two of them, but both of them were covered in wounds. Many of the wounds were fatal. Thus, when the battle reached the end and there was a clear winner, both of them would suffer great losses. In fact, both of them might even die. For the Wang family, Wang Baichuan was their hope. As long as this powerful person existed, he would be the peak of the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction. As for the Shui family, Su Yan's appearance was their greatest hope. Therefore, the two great ancestors did not want anything to happen to the two of them. However, at this time, they could not step forward. Because if one of them spoke first, it meant that they had admitted defeat. This concerned the reputation of the Shui family and the Wang family. Therefore, the two powerful great ancestors could only watch as Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to the death. However, at this time, the faction leader finally stepped forward. At this time, after the faction leader opened his mouth, two huge shadows suddenly appeared in the sky. The appearance of these two phantoms, whether it was Wang Baichuan or Su Yan, was instantly sucked into them. The two of them did not even have time to speak before they lost consciousness under the huge shadows. Chapter 531. 13 days had passed since Su Yan slept. During these 13 days, the entire Taihang sword faction was talking about Su Yan and Wang Baichuan. After all, it was a pity that the two of them did not have a clear winner in the end. The Taihang sword faction was definitely talking about this during their leisure time. I think that if the battle had continued, Senior Wang Baichuan would definitely have won. The disciples of the Wang family were naturally loyal supporters of Wang Baichuan. Moreover, Wang Baichuan had always been the role model of the Taihang sword faction. If it had been in the past, no one would have objected to such a statement. However, it was different today. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately rebutted, "That's not necessarily true. Senior Su Yan has never shown any signs of defeat." Similar conversations could be heard everywhere. However, Shui Xinyue could not be bothered with such comments. Because a whole 13 days had passed, and Su Yan still had not woken up. This already made her feel a little anxious. If the ancestor had not personally said that Su Yan's life would not be in danger, she would have gone crazy. Even she herself did not know why she cared so much about Su Yan. She only knew that if Su Yan really did not wake up, she would be very sad. However, she did not know that although Su Yan had been unconscious for 13 days, these 13 days were not in vain. Because Su Yan had once again entered the mysterious world of the Four Corners Seal. This time, the world of the Four Corners Seal was different from the last time. Because last time, the world of the Four Corners Seal was filled with great danger. The powerful beasts were also a constant threat to the village. Moreover, Aya was regarded as a demonic woman by the village. However, last time, Su Yan restored the power of the Four Corners Seal, and this world was set right. Aya became the saintess of the village. This time, Su Yan actually entered the world of the Four Directions Seal. Even he himself was a little surprised. However, Aya soon told him the real reason. According to Aya, the reason why Su Yan came here was because the battle this time had greatly depleted his spiritual strength. The Four Directions Seal belonged to Su Yan, and it had its own spirituality. Therefore, it directly swapped in Su Yan's soul and began to help Su Yan nourish his soul. Last time, when facing the demonic specter, the gang and the four beast souls had displayed extremely powerful strength. This time, when Su Yan came in, the gang and Su Yan began to spar. De Gang's true cultivation was in the dragon realm, and he was one of the most powerful existences in the dragon realm. Su Yan was already able to fight against an expert like Wang Baichuan, but he did not gain any advantage when fighting against De Gang. From this, it could be seen that De Gang's combat strength was simply incredible. Of course, De Gang was also amazed by Su Yan's improvement. Su Yan, your strength has improved so quickly that it is hard for me to imagine. I believe that one day, you will definitely be able to repair this four corners seal. When he said this, Su Yan was surprised. Su Yan asked, why, this four corners seal has not been repaired. After the last time, the four corners seal should have been repaired. At this time, Aya walked over and said with a smile, Brother Su Yan, the last time you came, you saved this four corners seal, but it is still a long way to go to repair it. You have to know that when this four corners seal was at its peak, it was a complete world with extremely powerful strength. But now, it is only a small mountain village. Hearing Aya's words, Su Yan was also extremely shocked. It was a real world. What kind of concept was this? Heaven and earth and the seal. This method was simply too heaven-defying. However, although he was shocked, he believed that the four corners seal did indeed have such an ability, so he said, Aya, don't worry. One day, I will definitely restore this four corners seal. Aya smiled sweetly. These 13 days, for Su Yan, could be said to be a rare piece. Most of the time, he was in the temple. Inside the temple, there was Buddha's power, which was extremely beneficial to his soul. While Su Yan was recuperating, he was also digesting what he had recently gained. It had to be said that he had had a lot of fortuitous encounters recently. Not to mention a trip to the cold land of the extreme north, then the gains in the Netherworld cave, and then the gains in the 10,000 demon ancient tree. These were all unimaginable to ordinary people. The terrifying battle skills that the demon's shadow taught him, as well as the inherited skills from the demon dragon bloodline, were all first-class combat skills in this world. Su Yan was currently digesting them and integrating them with what he had learned in the past. This was because Su Yan deeply understood that no matter how powerful the power was, only what belonged to him was the most powerful. Now, he was transforming these powers into something that belonged to him. Time passed really quickly, and 13 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yan only felt that his whole body was indescribably energetic, and his soul was incomparably full. Therefore, he felt that it was time for him to wake up. Xue Xingyue helped Su Yan wipe his face, then sighed softly and turned to leave. However, although Su Yan did not move in these 13 days, his life seemed to be very stable, as if he had just fallen asleep. This was a good sign. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. For the past 13 days, he had existed in a soul state in the square seal, so naturally, he did not feel anything. However, as soon as his soul returned to his body, intense pain immediately came. That day in the battle with Wang Baichuan, he was seriously injured, so naturally, it was impossible for him to be unscathed. His entire body was in intense pain, which was the most normal thing. However, this pain was really powerful, and it immediately affected his nerves. Therefore, this time, he directly sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss, although it was only a soft sound, Xue Xingyue, who was about to leave, was stunned. After so many days, this was the first time she heard Su Yan make a sound. She immediately turned around, just in time to see Su Yan open his eyes. She did not know why, but her eyes were already hazy with tears. Then, she directly ran towards Su Yan, then threw herself on Su Yan. That's great, big brother Su, you're fine, that's great. Looking at Xue Xingyue at this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a little awkward. Now, what he did not want the most was to provoke girls, but now it seemed that, Su Yan said, Xingyue, don't cry, I'm fine, right? Oh right, is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Hearing Su Yan's words, Xue Xinyue immediately said, "Yes, yes, I'll go prepare now." Then, she wiped the tears on her face and ran towards the kitchen. Su Yan sighed. Hopefully, this was not the kind of feeling he had. Of course, the reason why he told Xue Xinyue that he was hungry was partly to divert her attention, and partly because he was actually a little hungry. 13 days after the battle, Su Yan finally woke up. Wang Baichuan had already woken up on the 7th day, and could already get out of bed on the 9th day. Although this did not mean anything, it still caused a lot of discussion, and the debate of who was stronger and who was weaker began again. But no matter what, from that day onwards, no one in the Taihang sword faction dared to underestimate Su Yan anymore. Because Su Yan truly displayed his strength. He was someone who could fight Wang Baichuan to a standstill. This kind of person was simply a monster. More importantly, the current Su Yan was younger than Wang Baichuan, and his realm was not as high as Wang Baichuan's. This meant that Su Yan still had a lot of potential. No matter what, it was unwise to offend such a person. Wang Han of the Wang family had been wearing a cold expression for the past few days. When he first met Su Yan, he did not expect that Su Yan would be able to reach where he was today. In the past few days, he had received a lot of complaints from the elders of the family. After all, the hatred between Su Yan and the Wang family was all because of Wang Han. Those who had been crippled by Su Yan naturally hated Su Yan to the core. However, Wang Han, who had implicated them, also filled their hearts with resentment. Su Yan had already sided with the Xue family, which was naturally a pity for the Wang family. But the hatred between the two families should not have reached this stage. But because of Wang Han, Su Yan and the Wang family were already mortal enemies. If Su Yan was just a mediocre person or an ordinary genius, the Wang family would naturally not care. But now, Su Yan's horror had been proven. Even the number one person in the younger generation of the Wang family, Wang Baichuan, could only fight Su Yan to a standstill. Then, one day, when Su Yan completely matured, how terrifying would he be? Those who were crippled by Su Yan wanted to take revenge on Su Yan, but the chances were slim. Therefore, they could only vent their anger on Wang Han, and Wang Han could only silently endure it. Damn it, damn it. If I had known, I would have killed that kid directly. If he had known that there would be such a day, he would have killed Su Yan at all costs. However, these things were in the past. At that time, because of Yunhe's arrival, he was unable to save Su Yan in the end. But today, Su Yan's strength was no longer something he could hope to reach. Although he was confident in himself, he was definitely not arrogant to the point that he could catch up with Su Yan. Su Yan, just you wait. I will definitely kill you. He could only silently swear in his heart that he must kill Su Yan. Another 2 days passed, and Su Yan had begun to get out of bed and walk around. Now, his range of activity was naturally in the territory of the Xue family. When the young disciples of the Xue family saw Su Yan, they became extremely enthusiastic. Xue Dong had been following Su Yan all day these days, and directly vowed to become Su Yan's follower. Chapter 532. All in all, Su Yan had become the role model of the Xue family. He was their idol to learn from. In this sword battle, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan were tied as the Taihang sword leader. This was personally announced by the sect master. Although Su Yan was not a member of the Xue family, the great ancestor had already said that Su Yan would join the Su family as a consecrator. Moreover, the relationship between Xue Xinyue and Su Yan was obvious. She had even given him the precious sacred sword of wind and thunder. No one would believe that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. All in all, Su Yan had been doing well for the past few days. From the 3rd day onward, Su Yan began to resume his cultivation. Other than meditating every day, he had also begun to practice his sword skills. After a few days of peace, the Shui family's great ancestor suddenly sent a message asking Su Yan to meet him. Su Yan did not know what the Shui family's great ancestor wanted, but since the great ancestor had spoken, Su Yan naturally went to the Shui family's great ancestor's residence. In the Shui family's main hall, some of the older seniors were present, including Shui Qing. At this moment, they stopped their discussion when they saw Su Yan. The Shui family's great ancestor looked at Su Yan with a smile on his wrinkled face. He said with a smile, "Brother Su, I really have to thank you this time." Su Yan smiled faintly, then said, "What are you saying, great ancestor?" "Since Su has joined the Shui family, I'm naturally a part of the family. Of course, I have to do my best to win honor for the Shui family." Su Yan's words made the Shui family members beam with joy. They found Su Yan more and more pleasing to the eye. One had to know that this time, Su Yan had obtained the position of Taihang swordsman. Although he was tied with Wang Baichuan, he was the swordsman of the Taihang swordsman faction. No one in the Taihang swordsman faction dared to disagree with him. And because Su Yan had already returned to the Shui family, the Shui family naturally obtained great benefits. Not only were the resources of the past preserved, but they had also obtained several times more resources than before. This was a joyous occasion for the Shui family. To put it bluntly, Su Yan was the benefactor of everyone in the Shui family. Since that was the case, they were naturally very happy with Su Yan. The old ancestor of the Shui family said, "Little brother Su is righteous, but the Shui family will not be stingy. Here are a few things that I, this old man, will give to little brother Su on behalf of the Shui family." After he finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. Naturally, someone came up with something. The first item was a bottle of pills. Just by looking at this bottle, one could tell that this item was definitely a first-class item. At this time, the old ancestor of the Shui family introduced, "Little brother Su might not know, Shui Qing, come and introduce one by one to little brother Su." Just as old Master Shui's words fell, Shui Qing immediately walked up and responded, "Yes." Then he said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, this pill is called the Spirit Xian pill. It is incomparably precious. In terms of grade, I'm afraid it is enough to be a saint grade. Although it can't regenerate flesh and bones like in the legends, it's not bad either. No matter how serious your injuries are, as long as you still have a breath left, once you take this pill, you'll be able to recover. It can even buy you 15 days of time." Hearing Shui Chang's introduction, Su Yan was also shocked. This Spirit Xian pill was really a treasure. A person who was about to die could buy him 15 days of time. 15 days, in the eyes of ordinary people, might not be much, but to a person on the verge of death, it was the most precious. Because with these 15 days, you can think of ways to extend your life. This was a huge hope. Su Yan didn't stand on ceremony and thanked him directly. At this time, Shui Qing smiled and said to the second item, "Su Yan, don't be in a hurry to thank me. The Spirit Xian pill is naturally precious, but the second item is even more precious." He smiled slightly and then said, "This is a remnant page, and what is recorded in this remnant page is a sword intent. I can tell you that this sword intent was left behind by an emperor. If you can comprehend the sword intent in it, it will definitely bring unimaginable benefits to the path of the sword." After hearing this, Su Yan was completely moved. The sword intent left behind by an emperor. Just these few words were enough to show the preciousness of this item. Although it was only a remnant page, if he could obtain a trace of it, it would definitely be an incomparably precious treasure. At this time, Shui family's ancestor said, "I am ashamed to say that this sword intent has been passed down in my Shui family for hundreds of years, but no one, including me, has been able to comprehend it. Little brother Su, your talent is really extraordinary, but it is also extremely terrifying. I hope that you can comprehend it. Of course, I also have a request, and that is if one day, little brother Su can't comprehend this sword intent, and there is an extremely outstanding disciple in my Shui family. I hope that little brother Su can lend this sword intent to him for a look." Shui family's ancestor directly asked, and Su Yan naturally nodded in agreement. This was because he had no reason to refuse. Su Yan said directly, "Okay, don't worry, ancestor." At this time, it was finally time for the last item. At this time, Su Yan didn't notice that Shui Xinyue, who was standing to the side, had lowered her head, and her beautiful cheeks were stained with a rosy glow, making her seem especially beautiful and moving. Xueqing took a deep breath and said, "Su Yan, the first two items are naturally first-rate treasures, but to me, the last item is my most precious, and I will entrust it to you now." Su Yan was slightly puzzled, but at this time, Xueqing revealed the answer. "Su Yan, I have decided to entrust you, to you. From today onwards, you have to take good care of you, If you, suffers even the slightest grievance, although I can't go against you, I will still fight you to the death." Xueqing's words caused Su Yan to be stunned. He said that he would entrust you, to him. Which you, Naturally, it wouldn't be Feng Yueyu. The Shui family only had one moon, and that was Shui Xinyue. Xueqing said that he wanted to entrust Shui Xinyue to him, which meant that he wanted to marry both Shui Xinyue to him. In this trip to the 9 states, Su Yan's most important task was to rescue Lu Lan, Su Tian, and find Chu Linger's whereabouts. He had already told Xueqing these things, but at this moment, Xueqing actually said that he wanted to marry his daughter to him. This really made him extremely shocked. Now, he didn't even know how to answer. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yan, and Shui Xinyue was even more so. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a lively light, and no one knew what she was thinking. Looking at Su Yan's helpless appearance, Xueqing said, "What's wrong, brother Su Yan? Aren't you overjoyed?" "Don't worry, since this old man has said this today, I will definitely keep my word." At this moment, Su Yan finally smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Shui, you should know my purpose in coming to the 9 states. Moreover, I have always treated you, as my younger sister. For you to suddenly ask me to marry you, this is really unfair to you, When Su Yan's words fell, everyone was shocked. Because before this, no one had expected that Su Yan would actually refuse. Shui Xinyue was the Shui family's moon, and also one of the Taihang twin moons. One could imagine how beautiful she was. If this matter fell on any of the Shui family's disciples, or Taihang's disciples, they would probably go crazy with joy. But now, Su Yan actually refused. Shui Xinyue was stunned, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Of course, she knew about what happened today. In order to keep Su Yan, the old ancestor of the Shui family came up with a plan. Of course, Xueqing also agreed to this matter with Shui Xinyue's approval. Everything was perfect, and they thought that this would make a good match. But now, Su Yan actually refused. Xueqing's expression became somewhat ugly. However, he still said, "Su Yan, it's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. As for the person you want to save, my Shui family, and even the Taihang sword faction, will do our best to help." Su Yan looked like he was in a difficult position. At this moment, Shui Xinyue finally couldn't take it anymore, and said directly, "Father, don't force big brother Su Yan. Since he doesn't want to, why should we force him?" Shui Xinyue directly ran out after saying that. The moment she turned around, tears fell like pearls. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in the same spot, and he was somewhat at a loss. At this moment, in the hall, everyone's expression was ugly. Xueqing said hatefully, "Su Yan, although I am indebted to you, if anything happens to my daughter, I will definitely kill you." After saying that, Xueqing directly chased after him. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Shui family said, "All right, let's leave this matter at that for now. But Su Yan, it's better for you to reconsider. After all, I can see that the girl really likes you. Just as Xueqing said, that girl is the moon of our Xue family. Naturally, we don't want her to be wronged. After saying that, the old ancestor of the Xue family stood up and left. Then, everyone finally dispersed. Su Yan felt helpless, but at this moment, he couldn't say anything. Another 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Xue Xinyue didn't appear in front of Su Yan again. When the Xue family's disciples saw Su Yan, they also looked unfriendly. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yan and Wang Baichuan had a fierce battle last time, they would have beaten Su Yan up. Not to mention others, even Xue Dong didn't dare to approach Su Yan when he saw him. Su Yan was indeed very frustrated because if this continued, the Taihang sword faction would definitely not be able to stay. He even felt that he should leave the Taihang sword faction. Chapter 533. The Taihang sword faction was one of the top 10 sects in the Jiuzhou continent. Their position was not obtained through random means. Instead, it was earned through the hard work of the sect's disciples and elders. While the sect's disciples were under the protection of the sect's disciples, they were also obligated to contribute to the sect. Just a few days ago, an ancient ruin appeared in Yongzhou continent of the Jiuzhou continent. This news immediately caused everyone to seethe with excitement. That was because ancient ruins represented endless opportunities. In the past, people had discovered precious treasures, vast amounts of resources, and inheritances in ancient ruins. Regardless of which one it was, it would cause all the sects to fight for it. The appearance of the ancient ruin this time was naturally the same. Many of the Taihang sword faction's elders had already made a move 2 days ago. After passing through the womb, the ancient ruin this time was extremely huge. It was very likely to be an ancient battlefield. Such a place was truly incomparably precious. Because in such a battlefield, it was very possible to find ancient godly weapons, the remains of powerful cultivators, and even their inheritances. However, the Taihang sword faction was not the only one who had discovered this ancient ruin. In fact, these elders had already fought with each other. However, in the end, the Taihang sword faction, the Fiery Blaze faction, and the Devil sect finally came to an agreement. That was, none of the elders were allowed to enter the ancient ruin. Only their disciples were allowed to enter. As for the final reward, it would depend on luck. Of course, other than these 3 sects, there would naturally be other sects that would enter. However, compared to these 3 sects, those smaller forces were pitifully weak. Since this was related to the ancient battlefield, the Taihang sword faction naturally placed great importance on this. The Taihang 10 swords actually came out in full force this time. At the same time, the top 100 experts also came out. Such a move finally made everyone's expression change. They also realized that the inheritances in this ancient battlefield were definitely not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the Taihang sword faction wouldn't have made such a move. Before leaving, Xueqing once again found Su Yan. He finally sighed and said, "Su Yan, it was my fault for what happened that day. I only wanted to bring you and her together. However, it's all in the past now, so I won't talk about it with you. However, you must take good care of during this trip to the ancient battlefield. If anything happens to her, then I'll really go all out against you." Su Yan said directly, "Uncle Xue, I treat you, as my younger sister. How can I watch something happen to her? Don't worry, unless I die, I won't let you get hurt." After several reminders, Xueqing was finally at ease. This time, there were 2 elders leading the team. These 2 elders were extremely terrifying people. Su Yan could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying power from them. Although he did not know the specific realm, he clearly knew that they were definitely at the realm above the 7 dragons. Within a radius of 6 mountains, he was at Dragon Realm level 9. He had just stepped into the dragon realm and had a long road ahead of him. The 7 dragons of the dragon realm were already extremely powerful. Previously, he had personally seen Wang Yuan of the Wang family in action. That kind of power was simply terrifying. A powerful monster like the 9-winged winged serpent was killed in front of him. How terrifying was this kind of power? After that, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan met. When he saw Su Yan, Wang Baichuan was expressionless. He only said one sentence: the outcome of the previous battle was not decided. However, one day, the outcome will be decided. As soon as he finished speaking, he left on his own accord. Su Yan did not say anything. This was because he knew that this sentence would definitely come true. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Before everyone left the faction leader appeared and said, "Everyone, this time, you are representing the face of the Taihang Sword faction. Therefore, I don't care what grudges you have, but when you are outside, you must be united. I hope that all of you can return alive." The faction leader's last sentence made everyone's hearts heavy. The sun rose from the east, shining brightly. The disciples of the Taihang Sword faction finally set off. The journey to Yongzhou was not short. Even with the best horses from the faction, it would still take 7 days. In order to seize the opportunity, no one dared to delay. 5 days passed quietly. During these 5 days, Xue Xinyue and Su Yan kept their distance. The two of them were like strangers. Su Yan sighed and thought to himself, perhaps, this is the best choice. Another night came and the entire group finally decided to stop and rest. This was because in front of them was a famous and dangerous place in the Zheozhou continent. It was extremely dangerous. There were extremely terrifying demonic beasts here, such as the blue fire wolves. The blue fire wolves were extremely powerful and terrifying demonic beasts. Their fighting strength was extremely strong. More importantly, they appeared in packs. According to legends, in the history of the blue fire wolves, there was an extremely powerful wolf god. His strength was even comparable to the dragon god. Because of the wolf god, the entire blue fire wolf was filled with a mysterious and dangerous aura. What was worse was that the blue fire wolves were not the only powerful existence in this demonic beast plane. There were also extremely terrifying creatures like the ice python. After the 2 elders gave the order, everyone began to rest. The Wang family members surrounded Wang Baichuan. It was as if the stars were surrounding the moon. The Feng family members surrounded Feng Yuhai. After all, the strength of the Taihang second sword was not to be underestimated. At this moment, in the sky, meteors slowly streaked across the sky. Xue Xinyue raised her head and looked at the meteors in the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. The first half of the night quietly passed like this. These few days, they had been traveling day and night. Almost everyone felt tired. After all, although cultivators had unimaginable physiques, they were still humans at the end of the day. As long as they were human, they would feel tired. Therefore, at this moment, everyone began to fall asleep. However, at this moment, a wolf's howl directly tore through Yikong. The 2 elders directly opened their eyes. They looked at each other and saw extreme seriousness in each other's eyes. This wolf's howl was definitely not simple. Just from the sound alone, the 2 of them felt an immense pressure. If they guessed correctly, the blue fire wolf that let out this howl was probably not inferior to their strength. This time, the Taihang Sword faction sent over the top 100 powerhouses. They were definitely powerful. However, the number of blue fire wolves was definitely much more than that. Although most of the blue fire wolves could not be compared to the Taihang Sword faction disciples. But thousands of blue fire wolves surrounding them was still a very terrifying thing. At this time, one of the elders said, "That evil beast is so powerful." The other elder nodded, "I'm afraid it's the same as us." Feng Tianluo, what should we do? Feng Tianluo said, judging from the howl just now, this beast is probably really angry. Immediately tell all the disciples to retreat 5 miles away. We can't be involved in this. The two elders, one was Feng Tianluo of the Feng family, the other was Wen Yunfeng, an elder outside the 3 families. Both of them were in the realm of 7 dragons. However, at this time, they finally decided to avoid the blue fire wolf. The order was passed down quickly. When all the disciples stood up and were about to leave, Su Yan suddenly found that they seemed to be too late. At this moment, he had already seen the cyan light coming here. The reason why blue fire wolves had this name was that their wolf tail looked like a cyan flame. Therefore, they got this name. At night, this flame was particularly conspicuous, just like the ghost fire of the netherworld. At this time, not only Su Yan, but almost everyone had seen it. The cyan flame swept over like a wave, as if this group of blue fire wolves were coming for them. Damn it, why are these beasts coming here? Feng Tianluo directly shouted in a low voice. Now their top priority was to get to the battlefield as soon as possible, not to entangle with this group of evil beasts. If they were entangled with this group of evil beasts here, it would be a huge trouble. What's more, he had a deeper concern in his heart. These damn blue fire wolves, they didn't go berserk earlier or later, but they just had to make such a strange move at this time. It could be seen that this was absolutely not a coincidence. Then, someone must be playing tricks behind the scenes. This time, the appearance of the ancient battlefield really involved too many people, and too many forces were interested in the ancient battlefield. This time, it should be a good thing that those guys did. But it was useless to think about it now, because now, the blue fire wolves were approaching. What was worse was that, unknowingly, some extremely terrifying demonic beasts had appeared behind them. They were 2 strong men of the 7 dragons realm and so many elite disciples of the sept, but they were ambushed unknowingly. This method was really powerful. Humph, I really don't know who is so generous to directly control so many evil beasts. When Yunfeng said directly. Feng Tianluo said, all disciples, prepare for battle. Don't retreat. Kill directly. We'll kill a bloody way out. After saying this, Feng Tianluo's voice appeared in the sky again. I don't know who you are, but since you dare to attack the Taihang Sword faction today, the Taihang Sword faction will definitely eliminate you from the world next time. Feng Tianluo's voice was very overbearing, but no one thought that he was joking. Chapter 534. As he said, no matter who they were, since they had the intention to kill the Taihang Sword faction, they had to be prepared for the revenge of the Taihang Sword faction. Of course, for them, this was all in the future. The most important thing was to survive the current situation. If they couldn't survive the ambush today, everything in the future would have nothing to do with them. After all, no matter how fierce the revenge of the Taihang Sword faction was, no matter how miserable their enemies were, they were all dead. Therefore, the most important thing for them now was to survive. Only by surviving could they make their enemies pay the price with blood and let their enemies know that they were not easy to provoke. Only by surviving could they feel the heat of their enemies' blood. Su Yan walked to Shui Xinyue and said, Xinyue, try not to leave my side later. Except for the 2 elders, he, Wang Baichuan, and himself were the most powerful people here. As for Wang Baichuan, he must take care of the disciples of the Wang family. To put it bluntly, it was already a good thing that he didn't secretly add insult to injury. At this time, Shui Xinyue just said lightly, I'm a strong person in the dragon realm. I can protect myself. Please take care of the other disciples of the Shui family. Shui Xinyue's words were still very calm, but this calmness showed the kind of indescribable estrangement between them. Su Yan obviously had expected that she would say so, but Su Yan had no choice but to smile gently and say, be careful. In the time it took to say these words, the pack of blue fire wolves had already charged towards them. Feng Tianluo and Wen Yunfeng were waiting seriously. At this time, Feng Tianluo said, "Senior brother Wen, I'm going to find Wolf King and try to pin him down. You protect the team and don't let others attack us." Facing the blue fire wolves, the best way was to escape. But at this time, it was obviously unrealistic, so there was only one way to go now: to kill the Wolf King. The Wolf King was undoubtedly the core of the whole wolf pack. As long as the Wolf King was killed, as long as the Wolf King was scared away, this crisis would almost be over. Of course, it was also very dangerous to do so. Since it was the Wolf King, it must be very powerful. The wolf's howl that tore the whole Yikong apart proved everything. What's more, the Wolf King must be surrounded by extremely powerful blue fire wolves. However, as the strongest person in the team, Feng Tianluo was duty-bound to do so. For the Sublime Flow Sword School to be able to survive until now, it naturally had its own strong points. Regardless of the three families' internal strife, the Shui family, the Wang family, and the Feng family, they must be united. Only in this way, to ensure the Taihang sword faction to survive. When Yunfeng just said lightly, "Senior brother, be careful." If Feng Tianluo wanted to kill the Wolf King, it would naturally be a dangerous matter. But it was to stay. Because he had to take care of the whole team. Obviously, this was a trap set by others. In this case, there must be a sneak attack. Compared with the Wolf King in the open, this was the most dangerous place. The blue fire wolves had already rushed over. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction had already pulled out their swords. Immediately, the sword chi rushed to the sky. None of the disciples of the Taihang sword faction retreated. How could the top 100 disciples of the Taihang sword faction be ordinary? At this time, all of them rushed up directly. Sword shadows burst out one after another. Like a whirlwind, they began to harvest lives directly. At this time, just like in a human army, the ones in the front were always the cannon fodder. The wolf pack was the same. These blue fire wolves charging at the very front were naturally the weakest. Just because of this, countless blue fire wolves died one after another and became flesh and blood. Taihang's sword faction's sword chi burst out with an irresistible momentum. Su Yan was right in the middle of it. He was shocked by the aura. The gap between the 5 counties and the 9 prefectures was truly huge. The momentum of such a battle formation was enough to crush the entire 5 counties. It was no wonder that Wang Han was so arrogant when he went to the 5 counties. Because the gap between the two sides was too big. It was like a tycoon looking at a slave. Of course, there was a reason for this momentum. It was because the spirit chi between the two continents was too big. Su Yan was not surprised that such a gap existed after thousands of years. The blue fire wolves were attacked by the Taihang sword faction, and their formation was immediately in chaos. However, at this time, the loud howls of the wolves were heard again. Even in such a chaotic environment, the sound of the wolf's howl was clearly audible. The Wolf King. At this time, the Wolf King finally started to gain intelligence. At this time, Feng Tianluo directly locked onto the Wolf King's position. Evil creature, die. Feng Tianluo was like a deity as she shot towards the Wolf King. The terrifying power of the 7 dragons realm exploded. The moment this terrifying aura appeared, it crushed a large group of wolves. At this time, the Wolf King naturally noticed Feng Tianluo's arrival. Then, he let out another terrifying roar, and his entire body immediately became extremely huge. Previously, the blue fire wolf was clearly the size of a calf. At this moment, it had actually become an existence the size of a small mountain. Soon, Feng Tianluo and the blue fire wolf king started to fight. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. At this time, Su Yan had already rushed to the front of the Shui family disciples. Since he had promised the Shui family patriarch, he naturally had to fulfill his responsibility. Moreover, the Shui family patriarch had treated him well. At this time, he directly performed the elephant's torrential storm of rose blossoms. With Su Yan's current realm, he could naturally perform the elephant's torrential storm of rose blossoms perfectly. The pure white and beautiful pear blossoms appeared and floated in the air. When each petal brushed past a wolf, its life would be taken away. Everyone present agreed that in terms of efficiency, Su Yan was number one. But soon, Wang Baichuan also began to show his power. Both of them were at the front of the group, but the sword he used was much simpler than Su Yan's. It was just pure slashing and slashing. Su Yan's power gave people a sense of artistic beauty, while Wang Baichuan's was a violent beauty. The two of them had completely different styles, but their efficiency in killing the blue fire wolves was incomparably fast. It was like a harvester of life. At this time, in the darkness, a pair of eyes opened and looked over. Is that person Wang Baichuan? He's really powerful. I really didn't know that when he fully unleashed his combat strength, it would be terrifying to the point of death. No wonder old Seven died in his hands. This was an old man with a gloomy expression. He looked at Wang Baichuan, who was slaughtering the wolves, with a serious expression. But at this time, he suddenly noticed Su Yan. Who is this guy? His sword chi is quite exquisite, and his combat strength doesn't seem to be weak either. Then, he restrained his smile and said, I really didn't expect that the Taihang sword faction would have another genius. But it doesn't matter. After today, whether it's Wang Baichuan or this new genius, they will all die. His killing intent was overwhelming, and his entire body was filled with an extremely strong killing intent. He was the fifth venerable of the ghost-killing hall of the Devil sect. The 5 dragons realm elder that Su Yan killed was the 7th venerable of the ghost-killing hall. Although the people of the Devil sect were all scheming against each other, he and Old Seven happened to be close friends. Therefore, he hated Wang Baichuan very much. This time, he ambushed the Taihang sword faction here, so naturally, he couldn't go back empty-handed. At this time, when Yunfeng suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at them directly. Sneaky scoundrel, are you hiding here? Solitary sword. When Yunfeng directly attacked. Then, a 15-meter-long sword chi appeared out of thin air and chopped down directly. The 5th venerable frowned and directly hit out with his palm. The two forces met directly in the air. When Yunfeng was in the 7 dragons realm of the dragon realm. However, the 5th venerable's palm directly blocked Wen Yunfeng's sword. The 5th venerable showed up and then said to Wen Yunfeng of the Taihang sword faction, you are really something. You can actually find me. Wen Yunfeng's expression was not relaxed. He already felt the threat. He said directly, how dare you ambush the Taihang sword faction? Aren't you afraid that we will directly kill your Saint Devil Mountain with the Taihang swordsmanship? The rules of this exploration were set by the sect masters. At this time, the Devil's sect dared to openly violate the rules. It was simply audacious of them. If this matter was spread out, it would immediately arouse the wrath of the Devil's sect. If the Raging Fire sect and the Taihang sword faction joined hands, even the powerful Devil's sect would not be able to withstand it. The 5th venerable sneered and then said, haha, what does this matter have to do with us? It's just that you are too useless and will be killed by the evil beasts in the monster plane. When Yunfeng moved gently. Without any nonsense, he directly rushed to the 5th elder. At this time, all the disciples were in danger. Every bit of time wasted meant that the young disciples of these sects would be in more danger. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, listen to me. This time, no matter what, you have to protect the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Of course, when Yunfeng had witnessed the battle between Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, he deeply understood the strength of these two people. When he was in the battle with the old guy of the Devil's Sect, these two people were his biggest hope. Chapter 535. No matter what price they had to pay, they had to bear the responsibility at this time. Because they were the Taihang Sword Chief appointed by the sect master. The title of Taihang Sword Chief was not only a supreme honor, but also an extremely heavy responsibility. In the past, Xue Xingchuan, the supreme genius of the Xue family, died to protect the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction. Su Yan naturally didn't have such awareness. However, if it was within the scope of his ability, he was still willing to do his best to protect the Taixing Sword School, or at least the disciples of the Xue family. At this time, with him in the front, the disciples of the Xue family would not be at a disadvantage. At this time, there was a terrible noise coming from the sky. It was the fight between the Wolf King and Feng Tianluo. The strength of these two people had already reached such a level. That kind of terrifying strength was simply frightening. After all, they were powerhouses of the Seven Dragon realm. At this time, not to mention those low-level blue fire wolves, even the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction were very careful, for fear that they would be swept away by this terrible power. At this time, the fifth elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall suddenly sneered and said, "Wen Yunfeng, I won't talk nonsense with you today. I will kill you directly next time." The fifth elder's strange smile made Wen Yunfeng uneasy. He always felt that this guy must have other plans. If this old man were to leave at this time, and then carry out a secret operation, it would definitely be an extremely dangerous matter. Therefore, after thinking for a while, he finally followed the fifth elder. When Su Yan saw Wen Yunfeng following the elder of the Devil's Doctrine, he immediately knew that things were going to be bad. Damn it, they are luring me away. At this time, Wen Yunfeng was the deterrent force here. However, if he left at this time, the opponent would be unscrupulous. In the sky, the fight between the Blue Fire Wolf King and Feng Tianluo became unprecedentedly terrible. Feng Tianluo was like a prehistoric giant beast, constantly tumbling in the sky. His strength was too terrifying, too frightening. The powerful and terrible power kept coming, as if it was going to tear everything apart. At this moment, Feng Tianluo naturally used his full strength. Even the Blue Fire Wolf King was suppressed by him. At this time, he suddenly noticed that Wen Yunfeng was far away. A trace of uneasiness flashed through his mind. Damn it, this is a diversion. Wen Yunfeng has been irritated, or in other words, induced. Anyway, it is not a good thing for him to leave at this time. However, his opponent, the Blue Fire Wolf King, would definitely not give him any chance. Although he had just suppressed the Blue Fire Wolf King, the moment the opportunity presented itself, the Blue Fire Wolf King would immediately erupt and launch a terrifying counterattack. Blue Fire Wolf King, I know that a powerful demonic beast like you must have extremely powerful intelligence. Why are you working with these people? If the battle continued, Feng Tianluo was naturally not afraid. However, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction couldn't wait any longer. Even at this moment, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction were full of vigor. Under the leadership of Su Yan and Wang Baichuan, they were forcing the opponents to retreat. However, he knew that if this continued, the situation would take a turn for the worse. Not to mention that the powerful demonic beasts here would swarm over after sensing the aura. Even the enemies hiding in the dark would be absolutely fatal. At this moment, the Blue Fire Wolf King raised his head and looked at Feng Tianluo, saying, "Ha, damn humans, you stole my child. How can I let you go?" A terrifying anger came out of the Blue Fire Wolf King's huge body. At this moment, Feng Tianluo finally understood why the Blue Fire Wolf King attacked them so crazily. The Blue Fire Wolf King's child. These damn guys, how could they do such a thing? However, at this moment, it was obvious that no explanation could be given. The Blue Fire Wolf King was obviously extremely angry now. No matter what he said, it would be useless. The only thing he could do was to kill his way out. At the thought of this, his gaze gradually turned cold. Then, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. He was flying in the air, and the sword light in his hand was even more terrifying. He directly shot towards the Blue Fire Wolf King. At this moment, the most important thing was to defeat the Blue Fire Wolf King. 7 huge dragons circled around him. As he attacked, the roars of the dragons reverberated through the sky. Flames exploded from the Blue Fire Wolf King's body. It was as if a volcano had suddenly erupted at this moment. The clash between these two powerhouses shocked all the living beings present. Under such power, it was really difficult to force their way through. At this moment, a scream was heard. In this chaotic battle, a disciple's neck was silently slit. In such a chaotic situation, death was not unexpected. However, he was not bitten to death by the Blue Fire Wolf King. Instead, he was killed by a sneak attack by his companion. This victim was a disciple of the Shui family. And the person who attacked him was his old friend. Until his death, he did not understand why his old friend would attack him. This person's attack was really vicious. Especially in such a chaotic situation, this sneak attack could be considered as silent. It was just that if it was a normal time, it would indeed be like this. However, it was different now. Because Su Yan was constantly paying attention to the Shui family disciples. Su Yan's divine will was much stronger than the average person's. Hence, even in such a chaotic situation, he was still able to control everything. When the dead Shui family disciple cried out in pain, he had already sensed it. However, by the time he wanted to help, it was already too late. He only had a strong divine will, but he was not a god. However, since he had already discovered this guy, Su Yan naturally had to kill him. Otherwise, how could he face the Shui family disciples who had already died? At this moment, his entire body turned into an illusion and charged towards this person. This person killed his old friend, but he did not react at all. It was as if he had just killed an insignificant dog. His gaze was cold as he looked for his next target. However, at this moment, a cold aura suddenly enveloped him. After feeling this aura, his entire body trembled. He did not even need to think before he knew that he was in danger. However, he really could not understand how his opponent had discovered him when he had been so secretive. However, this was no longer important. The most important thing was that he had to survive. Although he was a death warrior, he did not want to die unless he had no other choice. However, before he could do anything, Su Yan's sword flashed and slashed across his neck. That person quickly froze on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. Since he had infiltrated the Taihang sword faction, he naturally saw the battle between Su Yan and Wang Baichuan that day. He knew that Su Yan was very strong. However, when he experienced it himself, he realized that this strength was enough to make him despair. At this moment, someone finally noticed that something was amiss. Shui Xinhua turned around and saw that Su Yan had killed that person. She directly killed a blue fire wolf beside her, and then directly questioned, "Su Yan, what are you doing?" Su Yan did not have time to explain anything to her. He said to everyone, be careful. We have a mole among us. This person was killed by him. The disciples of the Shui family were stunned. However, when they saw the wound on the disciple who had fallen first, they immediately knew what was going on. Su Yan then channeled his spiritual qi and shouted, "Everyone, be careful of the mole." At this moment, another disciple was killed by his companions in another place. This time, it was a member of the Wang family. Wang Baichuan's gaze turned cold as he said, "Everyone, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed the person who had ambushed him. Actually, he should have expected this. How could it be possible that the other party did not have an ambush for them to know their whereabouts in such a timely manner? However, this was the most shocking part. After all, they were the top 100 young disciples of the Tai Hang sword faction. To put it bluntly, these disciples had a bright future ahead of them. They were the future and hope of the Tai Hang sword faction. However, there was a mole from the Devil's sect among them. The Devil's sect was indeed a powerful sect with tens of thousands of years of history. It was terrifying that they were able to plant such a mole in the Tai Hang sword faction. At this moment, everyone was panicking. Of course, after 2 people were killed in a row, everyone was already panicking. However, as expected of the top 100 disciples, after the initial chaos, they calmed down in an instant. While killing the approaching demonic beasts, they were also on guard against themselves. It was just that after such an unforeseen event, there was an additional layer of distrust between everyone. Obviously, the Devil's sect had achieved their goal. At this moment, a group of men in black suddenly appeared. These men in black were very good at concealment. What was even more shocking was that they seemed to be able to dodge the blue fire wolf's attack. The massacre became even more intense and terrifying. Su Yan's heart became heavy. He knew that at this moment, the disciples of the Tai Hang sword faction had fallen into the enemy's rhythm. If this continued, the situation would become even worse. The other party must have a motive for creating such chaos. Su Yan did not believe that the other party did not have a motive at all. At this moment, a cold murderous intent gathered. Su Yan, Wang Baichuan, and Feng Yuhai felt an extremely terrifying aura lock onto them at the same time. These 3 people were the strongest in the group, but they felt the threat of death from the person who had locked onto them. Chapter 536. From the very beginning, Su Yan had expected this. Obviously, it was not a small thing that they could lure all the blue fire wolves here. If such a big move was just to kill a few ordinary disciples, then it would be a bit of a loss that did not make up for it. But what if the top 3 disciples of the Tai Hang sword faction died? Or, what if all the elders were to die together with him? That would definitely hurt the whole Tai Hang sword faction. The Tai Hang sword faction was already in a panic because of the sacrifice of several disciples. What was worse was that the 2 7-dragon swordsmen were not here. So it was the best time to kill the top 3 disciples of the Tai Hang sword faction. At this time, 3 figures flashed and directly rushed to the top 3 disciples of the Tai Hang sword faction. They were Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan. Feeling the strong qi attack, the 3 of them changed their expressions at the same time. Judging from the qi, there were 2 6-dragon swordsmen. Although the last one had reached the 6-dragon realm, his qi was so horrible that he might have reached the peak of the 5-dragon realm. That was really a big deal. What was more, Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Feng Yuhai did not know whether to leave or not. Because at this time, if they chose to leave, those swordsmen would directly attack the other disciples around. Even Su Yan and the others would find it extremely difficult to deal with the ambush of the 3 great experts. Their lives might even be in danger, let alone the others. So, what they could do now was to fight. The 3 swordsmen had arrived suddenly, and Wang Baichuan's opponent was the most powerful one among them. The power in his hand was so horrible that it made people tremble with fear. 6 dragon shadows danced in the air. Among them, there was a trend of improvement. This person was only 1 step away from the 7-dragon realm. Clearly, such a person was an extremely terrifying existence. Compared with Wang Yuan and Feng Tianluo of the Tai Hang sword faction, Wen Yunfeng was only 1 step behind. And Su Yan's opponent was also a 6-dragon powerhouse. Although he was still a bit weaker than Wang Baichuan's opponent, it was enough to see how much they valued Su Yan. Su Yan. What a young genius. If you join my glory sect from now on, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die here today. This person's voice was very gloomy, but the majesty in it was unquestionable. In the face of such a threat, Su Yan only responded with a sneer. Then, he said, "Old dog, if you have the ability, then come and kill me. Isn't this kind of nonsense used to deceive children degrading your status?" Su Yan's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. Not only was he not afraid, but he was eager to try. His whole person was like a madman. Seeing Su Yan's eyes, this person's face turned cold. He said, "You are really arrogant and ignorant." After that, he had already rushed directly towards Su Yan. His movements did not seem fast, and even gave people a feeling of clumsiness. However, Su Yan felt that when this person attacked, he had already blocked all his escape routes. If he did not choose to fight head-on, then as soon as he started to escape, this person's strength would fiercely hit him and then give him a fatal blow. Su Yan never doubted his fighting intuition, and he would not doubt the strength of a six-dragon powerhouse. He knew that this battle was far more difficult than facing Wang Baichuan. He took a deep breath, and then a pair of staffs suddenly burst out. At this time, the powerful strength directly spread out, and turned into a pair of the most terrifying dragon wings. This move was the demonic dragon wings from the bloodline inheritance of the great demonic dragon. After every powerhouse entered the dragon realm, they would be born with a special ability, just like Wang Baichuan's awe-inspiring state. Therefore, when Su Yan entered the dragon realm, no one would doubt him if he used this move again. Once the demonic dragon wings appeared, Su Yan's entire body immediately revealed an extremely domineering and fierce aura, as if he had really transformed into a real dragon. When this person saw this scene, he was also shocked. "What? You have already displayed the talent of Dragon Realm. You clearly entered the Dragon Realm not long ago when you fought Wang Baichuan. What a scary kid. Looks like I can't let you live today." One had to know that even for powerhouses in the Dragon Realm, not everyone could awaken the talent of Dragon Realm. Some people, even at the end of the Dragon Realm, were unable to give birth to their own talent of Dragon Realm. For example, he had already reached the sixth Dragon Realm, but had not been born. However, Su Yan was only at the one Dragon Realm, but he had already given birth to the Dragon Clan's special ability. Moreover, his special ability was the dragon wings. This kind of talent of Dragon Realm was related to the Dragon Clan and was known for its strength. He could clearly see that if Su Yan could survive and not die, he would definitely become an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. However, now that Su Yan had joined the Taihang sword faction, he was his enemy. Allowing such a person to continue to grow was an extremely stupid thing to do. It could even be considered an idiot. At this moment, from his point of view, Su Yan had already surpassed Wang Baichuan and became the person who should be killed the most. However, after the initial shock, he had already calmed down. No matter what, Su Yan's realm was there for all to see. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to fight against him. After all, the difference between the two of them was too great. At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a dense demonic aura gathered on his palm. He suddenly roared, "Go to hell!" The violent attack directly slammed down, causing countless clouds of dust to fly up. At this moment, the powerful and violent energy continuously trembled, and the entire battlefield seemed to have begun to tremble. There was no one around Su Yan and this person anymore, because they could not withstand such a powerful aura, and they all retreated. At this moment, Shui Xinyue looked at Su Yan, her eyes filled with deep worry. At this moment, Su Yan was facing a life-and-death situation, which made her extremely worried. Although on the surface, she did not care about Su Yan's life and death, how could she truly be so heartless? However, at this moment, she could not do anything. She clearly knew that although they were both in the Dragon Realm, compared to Su Yan, she was too weak. She could even be described as too weak to stand up to the wind. Su Yan's expression was extremely serious. The dragon wings on his back flapped, and his entire body turned into a ray of light and flew out. Of course, it was not to escape, but to fight. He actually directly collided with the Devil Sect 6 Dragon's powerhouse. Just like what he had sensed earlier, as long as Su Yan futilely tried to escape, he would leave behind an opening, and this person who had sensed Su Yan's opening would definitely not give Su Yan any chance to escape, and would definitely launch the fiercest attack. Therefore, the best way was to face it head-on. The scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand directly exploded with a blazing light, and then he began to use a sword technique, the Immortal sword technique. The Immortal sword technique of the burial sword tomb had now become extremely powerful in Su Yan's hands. The shadow of the scorching sun sword directly spread out, turning into a shadow that was 10 meters long, and directly bombarded the Devil Sect Elder's palm. When the Devil Sect Elder saw the scorching sun sword, his eyes immediately revealed incomparable greed. The sacred sword. It really is the sacred sword. This is great. This old man is lacking a suitable weapon, and today, I can finally get what I want. His entire body was constantly trembling. This was because he was too excited. Personally killing a super genius, a future invincible powerhouse, and at the same time directly snatching the sacred sword in his hand, this was such a fortunate thing. Therefore, even someone as powerful as him began to tremble. The two forces quickly collided directly. Without any suspense, Su Yan's entire person was directly sent flying out. Even with the help of the devil dragon wings, Su Yan's strength had slightly improved. However, the gap of 5 dragons was still too big. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Su Yan could not win at all. Su Yan's dragon wings flapped again, and then his entire body paused in the air. This short attack allowed Su Yan to know how powerful the opponent's strength was. The 6 Dragons realm was indeed powerful, but Su Yan did not give up hope. Because he felt that he could defeat him. The 6 Dragons realm was, of course, powerful enough, but he was not a genius like Wang Baichuan. Therefore, Su Yan still had a chance. Su Yan looked at the opponent and suddenly said, "I know that you want to kill me, and you also want the semi-divine sword in my hand, but obviously, I can't beat you, so now, I'm going to run." As soon as his voice fell, Su Yan actually flapped his dragon wings and flew into the distance. The Devil Sect's elder was stunned. He did not expect Su Yan to make such a choice. However, he quickly laughed coldly, "Run? Are you trying to lure me away? Don't worry, you can't escape from my grasp." After laughing coldly, he directly flew into the air and chased after Su Yan. As soon as this elder left, the pressure on everyone immediately decreased a lot. Su Yan's speed began to increase, and then he began to fly into the distance. If he wanted to defeat this old thing, he would need to use many methods. However, it was not convenient for the Taihang sword faction to see these methods. Of course, Su Yan was sure that this old thing would come after him because of his greed. For the scorching sun sword in Su Yan's hand, he would definitely do so. At the same time, once the two of them left, the burden on the Taihang sword faction's disciples was reduced. At least when the two of them fought, they would not be affected. Soon, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai made the same choice as Su Yan. Chapter 537. Su Yan's speed was indeed fast. Even with the old man's strength, it still took him half an hour to catch up to Su Yan. For experts like them, how far could they fly in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? At this moment, the two of them could no longer see the Taihang sword faction from where they were. At this moment, the Devil Sect expert looked at Su Yan and sneered. Then, he said, "I don't care if you came here on purpose or if you wanted to escape. It doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is that you can't escape now." His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Then, he said again, "I'll give you one more chance. Give me the holy sword in your hand, and I'll guarantee that you'll join the sage sect." I'll also give you enough attention. Su Yan did not take the old man's words to heart at all. He did not come here to escape in the first place. Su Yan said directly, give me a chance. No, you're wrong. I never thought of giving you a chance. This place is almost done, so we should make our move. As Su Yan's voice fell, his gaze became extremely sharp. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Old dog, let me see how strong the 6 dragons are. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already charged over. The Devil's Sect Elder was stunned. He did not expect Su Yan to take the initiative to attack at this moment. This was beyond his expectations, but it did not matter. No matter what, Su Yan would never be able to escape from his grasp. When Su Yan charged directly at him, the old man activated his devil technique and struck out with his palm. A majestic force condensed and then violently charged at Su Yan. You overestimate yourself, kid. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, he naturally would not hold back. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. When this palm landed, there were countless explosions in the air. It was as if the air was directly torn apart at this moment. That terrifying power vividly displayed his strength. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly became as hot as fire. He then chuckled and said, very good. The power of the dragon wings on his back became even more profound. At the same time, he focused his power and charged forward. Deity Vanquishing Sword. The inheritance from the heavenly demon made a move at this moment. The great heavenly devil lord's deity vanquishing sword had slain God knows how many powerful enemies back then. It possessed extremely terrifying might. This sword had actually amplified his strength by 5 times. Su Yan's strength was very strong. Although he had just entered the dragon realm, he could already fight against a 4-dragon genius like Wang Baichuan. Therefore, he was not too far away from the Devil's Sect Elder. But at this moment, the strength of his sword had actually increased by 10 times. The Devil's Sect Elder's palm was torn apart without any suspense. However, the terrifying power did not show any signs of stopping. A powerful force descended from the sky. For no reason at all, it was as if a violent storm had been stirred up. The power of this storm was so terrifying that the elder felt like his insides were being torn apart. How is this possible? Looking at the incoming attack, he was actually stunned for a moment. However, in the next moment, he had already reacted. With such power, he definitely could not take it head-on. Otherwise, only death would await him. Therefore, at this moment, his body directly moved to the side. This elder's speed was indeed very fast. At this critical moment, he finally dodged Su Yan's terrifying attack. If his reaction had been just a little slower, he was afraid that he would have died. At this moment, there was even a trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. He was clearly a kid in the dragon realm, but he was actually able to use such a terrifying move. How is this possible? How did your strength become so strong? No, I understand now. You must have some incredible battle technique or secret technique. Your sword just now seems very similar to the sword in the Sage Sex legends. As expected of a 6-dragon realm elder, he was really experienced and knowledgeable. Very quickly, he recognized the technique that Su Yan had just used. Su Yan's gaze was just like that. It was cold and traceless, as if there was no longer any color in the world. At this moment, there was actually a faint trace of demonic aura on his body. This caused him to frown. The Buddha's heart in his body was gently beating, as if suppressing the power of this demonic aura. Hand it over, kid. Give me your battle technique and I can let you go. The Devil's Sect Elder roared again. At first, he thought that this kid only had the sacred sword in his hand that was worth fighting for. But now, it seemed that the situation was far from that. Who was this guy? He even had the inheritance of the Devil's Sect. Could he be the legendary Devil's Sect crown prince who had escaped from the Devil's Sect's control? But it didn't matter. He was not interested in Su Yan's identity. He only wanted Su Yan's sacred sword and battle technique. At this moment, Su Yan's body moved again. After using the previous move, you actually dare to take the initiative to attack now. According to the Devil's Sect Elder's estimation, using such a battle technique was really exhausting. Even a genius like Su Yan should be exhausted after using that move. After all, that was the legendary deity vanquishing sword. But at this moment, Su Yan actually charged towards him again. The speed of his flight was simply shocking. The extremely terrifying power was incomparably shocking. But this move seemed to be different from the previous one. Of course, after experiencing the previous attack, he no longer dared to underestimate Su Yan in any way. He deeply understood that this kid in front of him had mastered a lot of interesting things. If he could get his hands on all of them, it would definitely be a huge opportunity for him. You can't use the deity vanquishing sword, and you still want to fight me head-on. How foolish. As he spoke, his powerful strength erupted once again, and a mysterious dark aureole appeared behind him. This halo caused his strength to become even more terrifying. Su Yan's sword met the halo directly. This time, Su Yan was directly sent flying. The elder of the Devil's Sect laughed coldly. His guess was right. This fella could only use the god-vanquishing sword once. But this was also good. Because this way, this kid's time of death had come. With that thought in mind, he once again charged towards Su Yan to suppress him. But at this moment, Su Yan flapped the dragon wings behind him and charged towards him again. Su Yan's tenacity was beyond the Devil's Sect Elder's imagination. The scarlet sword light drew an extremely beautiful trajectory in the air. When it arrived in front of the Elder, Su Yan's sword light turned and slashed at him again. The Elder's dark halo countered once again. Similarly, Su Yan was still unable to match up to the Elder's halo. But this time, Su Yan didn't retreat as much as he did. The Elder's gaze was fixed on Su Yan. Although it had only been 2 strikes, he had already sensed something strange. Su Yan's strength seemed to have increased compared to before. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Previously, he had already recognized the deity vanquishing sword. At this moment, he felt that the technique Su Yan used was familiar. He felt that this was another technique that he did not know of that was attacking him. Furthermore, this technique felt familiar to him. It was probably another battle technique from the Devil's Sect's legends. At the thought of this, his eyes became even more fiery. It was as if he was going to swallow Su Yan whole. At this moment, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. The 3rd strike came down again. His sword became heavier and heavier with each strike. By the 7th strike, the Elder had already begun to retreat. This was because he realized that the great devil halo that he had condensed had actually begun to tremble. He was already unable to withstand Su Yan's power. This absolutely horrified him to the extreme. He looked at Su Yan as if he was looking at a monster. How was this possible? How was this possible? However, at this moment, the 8th strike came down again. The sword that came across the sky had even cut through the sky. This terrifying sound was simply shocking. That violent power seemed as if the entire world was beginning to be destroyed. At this moment, all the power began to collapse and even be destroyed. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Between heaven and earth, there was a sinking radiance. At this moment, the demonic chi outside Su Yan's body had become even more awe-inspiring. It was almost heavier than the Devil's Sect's Elder. This is the great heavenly devil master's heaven-crushing 10 slashes. D***M in it. I should have recognized it. He finally remembered the name of this move. His entire body was already filled with fear. One had to know that the great heavenly devil master was originally the devil sect's supreme faith. Thousands of years ago, the devil sect's greatest power all came from the inheritance of that person. This time, the devil sect had paid a huge price to revive the devil sect's crown prince, Duan Wulonghu. In addition to needing his demonic blood, they also wanted to obtain the inherited battle technique that had been lost in the long river of history from him. How could he have thought that this kid in front of him had actually mastered such a terrifying battle technique? "You're Duan Wulonghu," he immediately shouted. Then, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. At this moment, he had already begun to feel afraid. His entire body was trembling. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of withstanding the strike. Instead, he wanted to immediately escape. No matter what, even if he brought this news back, he would have made a great contribution. As for himself, he absolutely could not die here. However, at this moment, the 8th strike suddenly disappeared. In its place was an extremely terrifying and deep dark light. With a flash of light, a huge claw directly appeared. Chapter 538. He was dead. The Devil Sect's elder, a powerful figure whose cultivation had reached the 6 Dragons realm, had died in Su Yan's hands just like that. Su Yan's palm had penetrated the elder's chest. Until now, the elder's eyes were still wide open as if he could not believe the fact that he had died. Su Yan said weakly, "If you had chosen to fight head-on, I'm afraid I would have died because I can't perform the 8th sword at all." The power of each move of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes was stronger and more terrifying than the previous move. When it came to the 10th move, the power was so terrifying that it could almost make one feel despair. However, the power that one had to bear with each move was no small matter. Even Su Yan could no longer bear such a terrifying impact. When the 7th sword fell, he felt that his spiritual chi was almost exhausted and his entire body was about to split open. However, he could not stop at this time because once he stopped, the Devil Sect's elder would definitely be able to see through the clues. If that happened, he would be the one to die. Therefore, he could only risk his life. However, the Devil Sect's elder was still afraid in the end. Facing such a terrifying power, he was still afraid in the end. Because of fear, he chose to escape. It was also because of this that not only did he give Su Yan a chance to live, but he also gave Su Yan a chance to kill him. Taking advantage of this juncture, Su Yan finally performed another powerful and terrifying combat skill, which was the Death Dragon Claw. The Death Dragon Claw was obtained from the great demonic dragon's power inheritance and possessed extremely terrifying power. When the power was directly released, it could be said to be terrifying. It was the true power of condensing all of the power and then releasing a fatal attack. Of course, there was another point to the Death Dragon Claw, which was that if the attack could not kill the enemy, then the user would have to die here. However, that was really his last chance. The elder had already learned of his secret. Although the elder's guess was wrong, he still could not let him leave. Otherwise, it would bring him great trouble. Moreover, it was an opportunity that could not be missed. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan didn't hesitate to kill him at the last moment. Finally, the elder was completely dead. Su Yan felt weak all over. He used the last of his strength to descend from the sky and leaned on a hidden boulder. After experiencing this massacre, he was panting heavily. However, other than feeling weak, he was actually excited. He could clearly sense that this was a thirst for blood. In other words, he thirsted for such slaughter. Regardless of whether it's the great heavenly demon master's battle skill or the great demonic dragon's innate battle skill, it seems like I can't use them easily. At this time, Su Yan had already understood. He remembered that when he left the Arctic land of the far north, Yang Tai had advised him not to use this battle skill rashly. At this moment, he finally understood the other party's intentions. Once he used this battle skill, his entire body would be guided by this power. There was no free lunch in this world. Since the great celestial demon master had passed down his battle skill to Luo Yunyang, he definitely had his own motives. Even someone like Yang Tai Yi was extremely wary of the great celestial demon lord. From this, one could see how terrifying he was. Even though such a person was already dead, if he wanted to scheme against him, he still wouldn't be someone that a small fry like Luo Yunyang could resist. This time, he had no choice but to use this battle skill. Although the Stupa sect's battle skill was powerful, it needed to be thoroughly tempered. The Stupa sect was an orthodox sect, so their battle skills were very particular about following the prescribed order. If he had enough time, he could naturally cultivate this battle skill to an extremely profound level. When that happened, he would still be able to kill the elder. Unfortunately, what he lacked the most right now was time. Although the regal sword scripture was powerful, he had only comprehended 2 of its moves. I was lucky this time. However, I might not be so lucky next time. I need to quickly increase my strength. I also need to see if I can learn any new moves from the regal sword mantra. Su Yan's heart had already gradually calmed down. Although he was worried about the situation of the Taihang sword faction Shui family, given his current state, he simply couldn't go over and help them. Thus, he could only calm down and start recovering his strength. Only by recovering his strength in the shortest amount of time could he help the Taihang sword faction. While Su Yan was meditating and cultivating, the battle between Feng Yuhai and his opponent had reached an extremely critical juncture. Feng Yuhai was indeed worthy of being ranked second in the Taihang 10 swords. At the moment, even the 5-Dragon Realm powerhouse couldn't do anything to him. No, that wasn't all. The one who had gained the upper hand wasn't the 5-Dragon Realm powerhouse, but Feng Yuhai. The Devil Sect powerhouse looked at Feng Yuhai in disbelief, his entire body trembling. Damn it, how can you be so powerful? This is impossible. Your cultivation, it's actually, even for someone like him, his voice was still trembling slightly when he spoke. This was because he had just witnessed something unbelievable. Feng Yuhai was only at the 3-Dragon Realm earlier. However, when the battle reached an extremely critical juncture, he actually unleashed the power of the 5-Dragon Realm and completely suppressed the Devil Sect powerhouse. One had to know that even the Taihang sword master, Wang Baichuan, was only at the 4-Dragon Realm. However, the person in front of him had already reached the 5-Dragon Realm. How terrifying was that? Feng Yuhai smiled faintly and said, 5-Dragon Realm. What's so surprising about that? Isn't that normal? You have to know that Wang Baichuan had already killed an unlucky guy in the 5 Dragons Realm back then. However, you are also in the 5 Dragons Realm, so let me kill you. He held the Wind Sea sword in his hand and walked towards the elder step by step. The elder had already recovered from his shock and said, since you're so powerful, why are you only ranked second in the Taihang 10 swords? You should be able to defeat Wang Baichuan, right? Feng Yuhai shook his head and looked at the elder. You're really stupid. What's the point of being the Taihang sword master to me? Being second place for 10,000 years is pretty good. Look, at the very least, when you guys ambushed me, you left the 2 6 Dragons Realm experts to the 2 first place experts. Hee hee, and you left me with a mediocre piece of trash. Isn't that great? It's easy and enjoyable. Feng Yuhai smiled lazily and shook his sword. His long sword vibrated and immediately burst out with an extremely intense brilliance. Then, he slashed straight ahead. The power of this sword was truly shocking. Such sword light was simply incomparably shocking. Mediocre. When the elder heard how Feng Yuhai had addressed him, his entire body burned with rage. Although he could not compare to the 2 6 Dragon Realm powerhouses, he was still a 5 Dragon Realm powerhouse. Even in the Devil Sect, he had a high status. When others saw him, they were always afraid of him. However, at this moment, Feng Yuhai actually called him mediocre. How could he not be furious? Good, what a good, unranked. Then let me see how strong a guy like you is. At this moment, as a powerful elder, he was completely enraged. His anger erupted as he charged directly at Feng Yuhai. His violent attack directly hit Feng Yuhai. At this moment, he was suddenly stunned. Because this was a little too easy and simple. Yes, it was indeed too easy. When he attacked, he did not think that he could hit Feng Yuhai at all. He only wanted to force this arrogant guy to retreat. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. Is he an embroidered pillow? What a useless thing. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. However, at the next moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind him. How stupid. How did someone like you become an elder? Can't you even see through a fake body? Hearing Feng Yuhai's voice, the elder immediately felt chills all over his body. How did this guy get behind him? He really couldn't believe that this guy had actually done it. Even if Feng Yuhai hid his strength, the two of them were still in the same realm, so their strength should not be too far apart. However, now, the other party appeared behind him silently, and he actually did not notice at all. A kind of fear spread in him, making it difficult for him to even breathe. However, at this time, Feng Yuhai did not give him a chance. A stupid person like you should just die. Anyway, there's no point in living. Feng Yuhai attacked with his Wind Ocean sword. An extremely strong gale suddenly appeared and directly swept him in it. Soon after, an enormous wave appeared. That intense wave simply caused one's mind to be alarmed. Such a terrifying power directly drowned him. In the end, he did not even say a word. Feng Yuhai put away the long sword in his hand with a smile, then said, "What a pleasant battle. Speaking of which, I wonder if Wang Baichuan and that brat called Su Yan are dead." They shouldn't be. Forget it, I'd better go back. My beautiful cousin is still waiting for me to protect her. He put away the long sword in his hand, then walked forward without looking back. Killing a 5-dragon powerhouse was like doing something insignificant. Chapter 539. Wang Baichuan put away his Starsea's sacred sword and left without looking back. He was slightly injured. His abdomen had taken a heavy blow, but it was nothing to him. After all, he had killed his way out. This level of injury was nothing to him. If it wasn't for the battle with Su Yan that allowed me to make a breakthrough, I'm afraid that this battle wouldn't have been so easy. A fellow that is almost at the 7th dragon level, not bad. However, I don't know how that brat Su Yan is doing. He should have finished off his opponent. If he died just like that, it would be too disappointing. Wang Baichuan said as he walked, but I think Feng Yuhai has already killed his opponent. That fox is hiding his strength. After the 3 strong fighters left, many assassins appeared. The strange thing was, these assassins were actually not attacked by the blue fire wolf. For the disciples of the Taihang sword faction, this was one disaster after another. But even in such an environment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction still displayed shocking strength. Strictly speaking, the Taihang 10 swords should be 11 swords. Now that 3 swords had left, there were 8 left. Even Xuexin Yue and Feng Yueyu, who were at the bottom, were strong fighters in the dragon realm. Let's not talk about the others for now. Just Boundless was already much stronger than before. At this moment, the sword in his hand was constantly swinging. Wherever his sword light touched, countless lives would be lost. His sword was a famous sword that he had personally forged. The sword's original name was Muyu, but now it was called Boundless. The sword's name was the same as his own. Compared to the last time, his aura was much stronger. Vaguely, one could see 3 dragon shadows swaying. This was the Triple Dragon realm. On the surface, Feng Yuhai of the Taihang's second sword was also in the Triple Dragon realm. At this moment, in a dark corner, a rugged man narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was still extremely shocked. Damn it, the Taihang sword faction, is the Taihang sword faction really that powerful? This man was not from the Devil sect, but an elder of the 100 Beasts sect. The 100 Beasts sect was once a powerful sect in the 9 states. However, the 100 Beasts sect was later destroyed by the Taihang sword faction. The sect was in tatters. Only a few disciples were lucky enough to escape. This time, the 100 Beasts sect and the Devil sect had joined hands to kill all the young disciples of the Taihang sword faction. If it weren't for the 100 Beasts sect, the Blue Fire Wolf sect wouldn't have killed the disciples of the Taihang sword faction in such a frenzied manner. However, he did not expect that even now, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were still holding on bitterly. Forget it, the 2 old geezers aren't here, and the 3 sword leaders aren't here either. Today, I'll bury all of you here. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he pounced. His target was naturally the Taihang 10 swords. While his body was still in the air, he transformed into an extremely terrifying giant eagle. The cry of the giant eagle was enough to make one's heart tremble. At the same time, his entire body fell from the sky, and a powerful force rushed directly toward the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful sword intent locking onto him. This was an extremely powerful sword intent. The moment the sword intent appeared, he knew that things were not going well. He immediately channeled his spirit chi and forcibly stopped in midair. At the same time, his 2 claws transformed into eagle claws and slapped toward the sword. When the 2 clashed, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect trembled violently. An expert. The strength of the person who attacked just now was probably above his. He really could not understand where this expert came from, and how could he be forced to such a state with just 1 sword strike. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. So it's a surviving member of the 100 Beasts sect. How bold of you to plot against the Taihang sword faction. An elder stood in the air and stared straight at the elder of the 100 Beasts sect. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect was full of vigilance. When he saw this person appear, he immediately knew that he was in trouble. Cui Tianlang of the Taihang sword faction. He immediately recognized the person in front of him. Cui Tianlang was an extremely famous elder of the Taihang sword faction. He was not someone from the 3 aristocratic families, but his terrifying combat strength was well known throughout the Jiuzhou continent. Hee, you recognize me. That's good, at least you'll know who killed you. Cui Tianlang's laughter was filled with mockery. Then, his entire body pressed forward. The cold light in his eyes was so piercingly cold that it almost made one's heart tremble. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect only felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. However, he was clearly a 7-dragon powerhouse in the dragon realm. Why was the gap between the 2 of them so huge? He could not accept it. He really could not accept it. He had waited for so long for revenge, but now, facing the opponent's powerhouse, he felt as if he was facing a monster. However, Cui Tianlang obviously would not give him the chance. At this moment, the sword in his hand turned again. In an instant, an extremely fierce aura appeared. This aura was like that of a giant wolf. One had to know that Cui Tianlang was not his real name. The 2 words, Tianlang, referred to his famous consummate skill, the Tianlang sword. This swordsman was born in the Taihang sword faction, but after he started practicing swordsmanship, he left the Taihang sword faction and went deep into the grasslands to practice swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had improved by relying on his own battles. After he left for 30 years, when he returned, the Tianlang sword shook the Taihang sword faction. At that moment, the entire Tai-Hang sword faction was shocked by his strength. Once he used his swordsmanship, he was like a legendary Tianlang, domineering and ruthless. Once this person made a move, he would not leave anyone alive. Even in the sect competition, it was the same. Back then, experts from the three big families died at his hands. If the faction leader had not protected him, he would have been killed by the three big families. After that, the Tianlang sword became unknown. However, today, it appeared in front of everyone again. His opponent was a surviving member of the 100 Beasts sect, who had a 7-dragon cultivation. Then, he attacked with his sword. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect watched as he attacked, but he did not move. It was as if he had forgotten that he wanted to resist. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was a wolf. Arrogant, powerful, bloodthirsty. It was much more terrifying than the blue fire wolf king. He gathered his aura and tried to block it, but he sadly realized that he could not move at all. It was as if a gigantic hand was holding him down. That feeling was unbearable. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of fighting. His only thought was to run away. His original thoughts had all been thrown away. He deeply understood that if he were to fight with him now, then he would definitely die. Therefore, he did not have any intention of fighting at all. He immediately turned around and left. You want to leave now? Unfortunately, since you've already jumped out, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're going to stay here forever today. He laughed coldly, then slashed down with his sword again. The sword was so sharp that it almost made him despair. At this moment, he immediately realized that he was only able to block the attack earlier because that guy was toying with him. Now that he had used his true strength, he could not even block a single attack. At this moment, he made a decision. He swung his body violently, and an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted. At this moment, a bloody light shot into the sky. It was one of his palms that was directly chopped off. However, the elder of the 100 Beasts sect did not lose his composure at all because this was within his expectations. That was because that was his method to begin with. When the bloody palm fell off, it actually erupted with a powerful aura. Then, the palm instantly exploded, and a bloody mist instantly enveloped the entire sky. Within the bloody mist, a gigantic blood-colored lizard actually appeared. As soon as the lizard appeared, it immediately charged toward Cui Tianlang. Its body kept twisting, looking extremely ferocious. Cui Tianlang laughed coldly, then said, you still want to escape. How ridiculous. You think you can escape from me with such a small trick? What a joke. Cui Tianlang's sword light finally landed. The moment it landed, it directly erupted with 5 sword lights. The 5 sword lights swept through everything, cutting everything in an instant. The gigantic blood-colored lizard did not even have time to unleash its most powerful strength before it was killed just like that. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that it was suffocating. The elder of the 100 Beasts sect had already flown away, but he had already sensed something the moment the blood-red lizard was destroyed. Damn it, that guy is actually so powerful. His heart was still extremely heavy. He could not figure out how that guy was actually so powerful. The blood dragon curse that he had used at the cost of an arm did not buy him much time. He was killed in an instant. Cui Tianlang was indeed a ferocious existence. However, it still bought him some time in the end. Just as he was rejoicing, he suddenly realized that there was an additional figure in front of him. It was Cui Tianlang. Chapter 540. Blood Dragon Curse. Although this method is interesting, it's still too weak in front of me. If you only want to escape with these little tricks, then I'm really disappointed. Cui Tianlang shook his head gently, and his sword aura rose again. With him as the center, streaks of sword scars started to rise up. The entire plane could feel his powerful aura and majesty. Even Feng Tianluo and Blue Fire Wolf King, who were fighting in the sky far away, could feel it. Feng Tianluo frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "This lunatic actually came." Sigh, if that's the case, there shouldn't be much of a problem this time. He was of the same generation as this lunatic, so he deeply understood how powerful and terrifying this lunatic was. Back then, he suppressed almost all of his peers in the Taihang sword faction so much that they couldn't raise their heads. He was really too powerful and too crazy. And after disappearing for a few years, he had probably become even more powerful. He gently probed the place where Cui Tianlang was fighting with his divine thought and understood the current situation of the battle. Just as he had guessed, this guy's combat strength had become even more powerful. Such methods were simply terrifying. When this sword fell, the Devil's Sect Elder would definitely die. He didn't doubt this at all. However, just as Cui Tianlang's sword was about to land, a black shadow suddenly appeared without a sound. That black shadow directly swept up the Elder of the 100 Beast sect and was about to flee. This black shadow's strength was definitely very strong. From the aura he revealed, this person's strength was probably close to the 9 Dragons realm. In the Dragon realm, the 9 dragons were the sky. It was easy to imagine how terrifying such strength was. Facing such a situation, Cui Tianlang didn't seem to panic at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "You want to save someone in front of me? You're looking down on me." Facing the 9 dragons expert, Cui Tianlang didn't have any scruples at all. His sword still ruthlessly slashed out. In an instant, the sky was dotted with stars. Countless sword lights were circulating, turning into the brilliance of stars. The starlight directly shrouded the front. The 9 Dragons Devil's Sect expert was about to leave, but he found himself still in the starlight. He stopped and laughed. "How interesting. Do you want to keep me here? However, do you really have the strength to do so?" As he laughed coldly, a dense demonic aura appeared. The demonic aura seemed to have materialized into countless tentacles, which then spread out into the sky. Since Cui Tianlang had created a starry sky, he would tear it apart completely. To him, such a method was nothing to be proud of. At this moment, his power was completely displayed. That terrifying power directly rushed into the sky, and everything was shaking around it. "Break for me." "Humph. You overestimate yourself." Under his gaze, everything began to condense and even operate. In the end, the endless terrifying radiance finally began to shake this starry world. Overestimating yourself. I really like this description. Cui Tianlang's voice came from all directions, and then his face appeared in the starry sky. He chuckled as he looked at the mysterious expert and said, "A 9 Dragons Devil Sect expert? Interesting. Killing the 9 Dragons Devil Sect expert is far more interesting than killing this piece of trash." Sky Wolf Sword, kill. As soon as the word kill was spoken, it seemed to command the laws of the entire world. A powerful force suddenly erupted at this moment, and a huge wolf that flickered with starlight slowly walked out from the starry sky. The mysterious expert from the Devil's Sect immediately frowned when he saw the sky wolf. That was because he had already sensed an extremely powerful and frightening power within it. Such power was simply shocking. Because he actually felt the threat of death from the sky wolf. At this moment, his heart suddenly jumped, and he immediately disregarded everything and directly attacked. "Devil's Soul Shield, block it for me." He roared, and then a huge shield appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield appeared, the powerful and terrifying force was suddenly impacted. It turned out that even though the sky wolf was still in the sky, an invisible sword had actually appeared in front of him. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, then the sword would have pierced through his chest. When he blocked the sword light finally manifested. After that, his true nightmare began. Everything started to change. The terrifying force started to transform, and everything started to transform. Countless starlight condensed towards the sword light. In the end, the 9 dragons' powerhouse felt as if he was blocking the entire starry sky. How inconceivable was this? It caused his entire body to tremble. At this moment, he truly felt fear and the threat of death. At this moment, Cui Tianlang had already appeared behind him, and the elder of the 100 Beasts sect suddenly roared, "Watch out!" After that, he directly transformed into a huge bear and fiercely slapped Cui Tianlang. The huge bear's entire body flickered with an extremely terrifying radiance, and it even faintly resembled the brilliance of a dragon. Obviously, it was extremely strong. Even though the elder of the 100 Beasts sect had lost an arm, his strength was still so strong that it was shocking. It was at this moment that his gaze gradually became unfocused, and his aura became even more valiant. Because in the instant he made his move, a line of blood had already appeared on the huge body of the beast. He was completely stunned because he only wanted to help the 9 dragons expert of the demonic sect block the attack. However, at this moment, he was about to die. You were originally a person who deserved to die. Now, go and die for me. This was the last voice he heard in this world. Then, his body directly collapsed. At this moment, the 9 dragons expert of the demonic sect finally reacted. Damn it, you actually killed him. Cui Tianlang, you've also reached the 9 dragons level. At this moment, he suddenly woke up. Yes, this guy must have reached this level. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying strength? At this moment, he immediately realized that a trace of fear had appeared in his heart. Yes, at this moment, he had already started to feel afraid. Afraid of the enemy in front of him. This guy was too terrifying. Cui Tianlang, the legendary madman of the Taihang sword faction, was even more terrifying than before. At this thought, he did not have any intention of staying. After all, that piece of trash from the 100 Beasts sect was already dead. Therefore, his demonic soul tentacles immediately erupted, and he directly rushed into the sky. He wanted to leave this place. He definitely could not let himself stay in this dangerous place and let himself face this terrifying guy again. If his opponent was still in the 8 dragons level, he was confident that he could fight him with the advantage of 1 level. However, at this moment, he already knew that his opponent's level was the same as his. Under such circumstances, he did not even have the slightest intention to fight. Back then, Cui Tianlang's reputation was too great. Not only was it true within the Taihang sword faction, but it was even more so outside of the sect. It was unknown how many people this guy had killed during the war that year, and how many benefits he had obtained for the Taixing Sword School. Because of this, even though he had killed the disciples of the 3 aristocratic families, he was still living well within the Taihang sword faction. At his current level, it was likely that no one would dare to make a move against him. If he had known that this madman would appear from the beginning, he definitely would not have come here. Clearly, the current situation was very clear. They had schemed against the Taihang sword faction, but the Taihang sword faction was even more ruthless. They had actually set a trap for them and set them up instead. Thinking of this, it was likely that none of the people who had made a move earlier would be able to survive. Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. The faction leader of the Taihang sword faction was truly powerful to be able to set up such a trap. Cui Tianlang, today is not the time for us to fight. But I'll definitely take your life another day. As soon as his voice fell, the dragon roared. At this time, all his strength erupted at once. Then he directly rushed to the sky and flew away. Cui Tianlang smiled, "Do you want to leave? It's not easy to meet such an interesting toy like you. If I just let you go, it would be too boring. You'd better stay here." He directly chased after him. As expected by the Devil's Doctrine, the others were indeed killed. Except for the 3 people killed by Su Yan, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan, the elder of the Devil's Doctrine in the 7 Dragons realm was not spared either. Of course, he was not killed by Wen Yunfeng, because Wen Yunfeng's strength was at most on par with his. What's more, he lured Wen Yunfeng into a trap. When Wen Yunfeng saw the 3 elders of the 7 Dragons realm in front of him, his heart trembled. He even prepared to fight to the death. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, an 8 Dragons realm expert from the Wang family of the Taihang sword faction arrived. Then, a powerful sword chi swept over and killed the 3 elders of the 7 Dragons realm directly. It should be known that in an ordinary sect, an elder of the 7 Dragons realm would be the faction leader. Today was destined to be an unforgettable day for the Devil's Doctrine. They thought that they had everything under control, but they did not expect that they were schemed against and finally paid a heavy price. This was a huge price that they could not bear. Chapter 541. The Blue Fire Wolves finally retreated, because their Wolf King was killed directly. The horrible Blue Fire Wolf King was finally killed by Cui Tianlang. After all, it was not easy to kill an expert in the 9 Dragons realm. If that guy wanted to escape, even Cui Tianlang couldn't do anything to him. Finally, he escaped. After Cui Tianlang returned, he directly killed the Blue Fire Wolf King with one sword. The Blue Fire Wolf King, who forced Feng Tianluo to retreat, was killed by Cui Tianlang in less than half an hour. What was more terrifying was that Cui Tianlang didn't use his full strength in this process. Feng Tianluo was even more fearful of this powerful existence in the past. Cui Tianlang looked at Feng Tianluo and said with a smile, "Isn't this junior fellow apprentice Feng? I didn't expect that you have become a 7 Dragons realm expert. It's really surprising." Feng Tianluo was about to collapse at this moment. This guy had become a 9 Dragons realm expert secretly, but he said this. It was really a blow to him. However, facing this person, he didn't dare to say anything. He just smiled and said, "I'm not as talented as senior fellow apprentice Cui." After all, Cui Tianlang helped him this time. Although it was arranged by the sect, he didn't dare to annoy this guy. This time, Su Yan just crippled several disciples of the Wang family. He didn't really kill anyone, but this guy directly killed many people at that time. He was simply unscrupulous. If he went crazy, he was afraid that he couldn't stop him. Therefore, he didn't want to offend Cui Tianlang. Cui Tianlang chuckled and then said, "Well, this time's trip has come to a happy end. Since that's the case, we'll be leaving. Hee, junior brother Feng, be careful on the way." After that, Cui Tianlang left without looking back. Of course, the other 8 Dragons realm expert also did the same. When Yunfeng finally came back and began to count the casualties. In this battle, 8 disciples of the Taihang sword faction were killed or injured. Almost 1/10 of them were killed. In addition, 3 traitors were killed. That was to say, they had lost 11 people at once. Burying the dead and taking care of the wounded took 2 days. In these 2 days, Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, and Su Yan returned one after another, causing everyone to feel admiration. They all knew what level of existence these 3 people's opponents were at, and now, all of them had actually returned safely. To them, this was simply a mythical existence. Su Yan returned to the Shui family's camp to rest. This time, the attitude of the Shui family's disciples towards Su Yan was much better. After all, in this battle, Su Yan had done his best to protect them. Although Shui Xinyue was still cold to Su Yan, she still had some feelings for Su Yan. When Su Yan had just returned, she had secretly come to see Su Yan. 3 days later, the repairs were finally completed. After that, the group of people once again set off for the ancient remnant. This time, the ruins were definitely no small matter. Otherwise, the various sects would not be so nervous. This was especially so for the Devil sect, who probably knew something. Of course, the Devil Sect's ambush of the Tai Hang Sword faction would be remembered, and they would definitely get revenge on another day. This time, the Devil Sect was clearly the one who had suffered a loss. After another 5 days, everyone finally arrived at the battlefield of the ruins. At this time, there were already many people around the battlefield. After all, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Moreover, the news of the appearance of the ruins had been spread like wildfire over the past few days. Many rogue cultivators who did not belong to a sect immediately flocked over. Without the support of a sect, it was very difficult for rogue cultivators to obtain high-level cultivation techniques. Many rogue cultivators were actually very talented, but because they did not have suitable techniques or treasures, they had always been at the bottom of the cultivation world. The appearance of the ruins gave them an opportunity. Although it was very dangerous to enter alone, as long as they could obtain something from it, they might be able to amaze the world with a single feat. One had to know that there were still a few abnormally powerful rogue cultivators, and there were even terrifying powerhouses like venerable ones. They had obtained the inheritance of the ruins when they were young. Therefore, to everyone, taking the risk was definitely worth it. However, rogue cultivators did not have the support of a powerful sect, and it was very difficult to even enter the ruins. Therefore, they could only wait for the arrival of a powerful sect. This was because when a sect discovered such a ruin, there would definitely be powerhouses who would explore it first, and then they would let their disciples enter to train. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter and train. Of course, it also depended on luck. In the past few days, the Fiery Flames sect had arrived. The Fiery Flames sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Jojo continent. They were so powerful that many rogue cultivators could only leave the area where the Fiery Flames sect was located. Soon after, the disciples of the Devil's sect arrived. The people of the Devil's sect were even more dangerous than the Fiery Flames sect. They were a group of perverts who killed without batting an eyelid, and were publicly known as the Devil's sect in the Jojo continent. However, so what? The weak were prey to the strong in this world. Everyone knew how powerful the Devil's sect was. If they wanted to destroy this sect, they would have to pay a huge price. The Futu sect was so powerful in the past, but now, it was gone. Finally, the team of the Tai Hang Sword faction arrived. The whole team was like an unsheathed sword, making people retreat. The Fiery Flames sect, the Devil sect, and the Tai Hang Sword faction. Out of the 10 great sects, there were actually 3 great sects gathered here. As if they had an agreement, the teams of the 3 sects began to gather. The leader of the Fiery Flames sect was a middle-aged man, and his hair and eyebrows had turned red. He was also a very famous person, and his name was Fiery Flame 13. He had cultivated the mysterious Fiery Flame technique to an extremely high level. What was more terrifying was that his mysterious Fiery Flame technique had been combined with his dragon chi. Once he used it, he could explode with a jaw-dropping power. Although he was only at the 7 Dragons realm, in terms of combat strength, Tianfeng Luo and Wen Yunfeng could not defeat him. The leader of the Devil's sect was the 4th elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall. When he saw the people of the Tai Hang Sword faction, he smiled coldly and said, "Congratulations, Brother Feng, for successfully coming to the ancient ruins." He naturally knew about the failure this time, but he could not say anything about it. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. The death of 4 dragon transformation elders was, of course, a huge loss, but the great Devil's sect could still bear it. The strength of the Devil's sect was definitely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This was why the Devil's sect could still be so arrogant and unfettered. Of course, the most important thing was the battle this time. The elders of the 3 sects had already begun to explore this place. Although the aura of the ancient ruins was too strong, they could not go deep, but they had already sensed that there was a huge inheritance in the depths of this place. If they could get their hands on it, the strength of the entire Devil's sect would increase by another level. Of course, it would also be of great help to the Devil Sect's 100-year plan. At this moment, the sky was extremely gloomy. Just like Tian Feng Luo's expression, he sneered and said, "Humph, the ghost-killing hall will be annihilated by my Taihang divine sword sooner or later." He spoke directly, showing no mercy. The fourth elder of the ghost-killing hall did not say anything. The two of them just stared at each other. Vaguely, a powerful and terrifying aura had already surged up at this moment. At this time, Lihua 13 walked over. He directly stepped into it and said, "All right, we are all hundreds of years old. What's the point of staring at each other? Don't waste everyone's time. Let's first blast open the ruins and let the young people in. This is interesting." After he finished speaking, the two of them snorted coldly. However, they also knew that Lihua 13's words were reasonable. After all, the most important thing at this time was to enter the ruins. There was a thick miasma barrier around the ruins. If it was a venerable one, an expert above the Seven Dragons realm, they would naturally be able to enter. However, if their cultivation did not reach the Seven Dragons realm, they would not even be able to enter. As a result, if the three great sects and rogue cultivators wanted to enter, they could only rely on the combined strength of these few experts to directly blast open the miasma barrier. Su Yen stepped into it, and then used his own divine sense to investigate the miasma barrier in the distance. This barrier was indeed very powerful. In terms of height, it was almost 50 meters tall. More importantly, this was a sealed barrier, and the power inside was terrifyingly strong. As a result, if they wanted to directly destroy it, even if all the experts above the Seven Dragons realm worked together, they would not be able to do so. However, the experts of the three great sects had never thought of completely destroying it. Instead, they wanted to open a gap. As long as the gap was opened, everyone would be able to enter. Since the experts of the three great sects had already investigated the inside, they naturally had a certain level of analysis. Inside this barrier was an extremely strange world. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange mist inside. Not only could it obstruct one's vision, it could also obstruct one's divine sense from probing. When the seniors of the three great sects were investigating, they each discovered something and then drew a map for the leader. At this time, Feng Tianluo, the fourth elder of the ghost-killing hall, and Lihua 13 walked out at the same time. These three were all experts of the Seven Dragons realm, and their battle prowess was extraordinary. The three of them looked at each other, then finally began to take action. Chapter 542. The three of them looked at each other and prepared to attack. All three of them had their own methods and were extremely powerful. The fourth elder of the ghost-killing hall suddenly let out a strange long howl. Then, a very strange shadow appeared in his hand. The appearance of this shadow was almost exactly the same as him, which was extremely strange. He smiled faintly and threw the shadow into the sky. Then, he said, "Let this old man show off his skills first." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force rotated in the sky, and then an extremely strange sharp light directly changed at this moment. In the end, the black shadow turned into an extremely terrifying black giant. Of course, the existence of this black giant was very unreal. It was like a shadow. When the two of them saw this scene, their hearts were filled with astonishment at the same time. This was because the Devil Sect's methods were the most bizarre, making people unable to guard against them. Obviously, even with Feng Tianluo and Lihua 13's experience, they had never seen this move before. At this moment, the ghostly shadow suddenly charged towards the huge barrier. The terrifying power that erupted in an instant was simply incomparably shocking. At this moment, the rogue cultivators were immediately alarmed. They all felt extremely shocked. This kind of strength was something that they could not compare to. Unless those experts among the rogue cultivators came. At this moment, the shadow giant directly collided with the barrier, and an earth-shattering sound was immediately heard. At the place where the shadow giant came into contact with, a huge karst cave immediately appeared. Su Yan had been staring at this elder of the Devil's Sect's ghost-killing hall because the Devil's Sect would be his greatest enemy in the future. No matter what, know yourself and know your enemy and you will win 100 battles. At this moment, all of the fourth elder's power condensed. The violent power gathered into the most terrifying power and actually began to melt the barrier. At this moment, Lihua 13 and Feng Tianluo looked at each other. Feng Tianluo said directly, "Brother 13, let this little brother show his incompetence next." After he finished speaking, his palm shook slightly and a huge longsword appeared. The moment the longsword appeared, the entire world began to become heavy. An extremely violent power shook at this moment, as if the world was about to collapse. The long sword fell directly from the sky. It was righteous and majestic, yet incomparably simple. This was the Taihang sword faction's sword control. To the Taihang sword faction, everything was useless except for one sword. Their swords were the most powerful laws in their hands. If one did not have an extremely high understanding of the way of the sword, it was absolutely impossible to execute this sword move. Su Yan focused on comprehending. To be able to witness such a senior display his power with his own eyes was truly a great opportunity. No matter what, he could not miss such an opportunity. Feng Tianluo's sword only had one point, and that was toughness. There was no change at all. When the sword fell, countless cracks immediately appeared on the barrier, as if it could no longer withstand it. At this moment, Raging Fire 13 also attacked. Compared to the previous two, his attack was much simpler. Because when he attacked, it was only a simple punch. His fist blasted out, and an extremely terrifying flame immediately appeared. The radiance of the flames gradually grew, and in the end, it turned into a flaming fist with a diameter of 10 meters. The fist landed heavily on the barrier, and the barrier immediately cracked. The three powerhouses joined forces and finally tore a hole in the barrier. At this moment, many of the rogue cultivators had long been paying attention to the changes here. The moment they saw the hole being torn open, a few of them immediately rushed towards the crack. After all, in such a battlefield in the ruins, being a minute or a second ahead might make a world of difference. However, just as he stepped into the barrier, a force suddenly appeared. Everyone stared blankly at him. They saw that under this force, his body actually started to distort. In the end, his entire body was directly broken, and in the end, a bloody mist erupted from his body. Such an unforeseen event was beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected death to come so suddenly. Not to mention the rogue cultivators, many people from the three major sects did not know much about it. At this time, Feng Yuhai said, "This guy is really courting death. You should know that although such a barrier has been torn open, there is still a strong energy remaining in it. With his strength, he actually wants to force his way in. This is simply courting death." He was not a rookie, and naturally, he had explored many secret realms. Many secret realms were similar to this one, but those secret realms were not as powerful as this one. However, forcibly breaking into a secret realm was still courting death. At this time, another experienced person said, "Tearing open the crack in the barrier is only the first step. What we need to do next is to build a portal that we can pass through. Only when the portal is built can we enter safely." The so-called passageway was the passage that connected the two places. It was not easy to build such a passageway, and it required a person with high cultivation to preside over it. For example, when Yunfeng built the passageway for the Taihang sword faction. With the previous lesson, no one dared to act rashly. The powerhouses of the three major sects directly entered it. After a long time, the crack began to shine. Finally, the passageway was built. Then, they began to enter through the passageway. Of course, the disciples of the three major sects had the priority to enter. If the rogue cultivators wanted to enter, they naturally could, but they had to pay a certain price. This had already reflected the shortcomings of rogue cultivators. If they encountered a secret realm that was easy to break into, it would be fine. However, in such a secret realm, they only had two ways to go. One was to leave here in disgrace, and the other was to pay a tax to enter it. No matter which path it was not a pleasant choice. However, for the sake of that illusory opportunity, they could only choose to enter in the end. The passageways built by the three major sects led to different places. Dozens of disciples of the Taihang sword faction began to go directly to the secret realm. When entering the secret realm, everyone was given a transmission tablet. If they encountered an irresistible crisis, they had to quickly crush the transmission tablet. The transmission tablet had a very secret connection with the passageway that had just been built, which could transmit them to the passageway. This also eliminated the possibility of future worries to the greatest extent. When Yunfeng gave the map that the seniors of the three major sects had found to everyone, and then he told them to be careful. Finally, Su Yan stepped into the secret realm with the others. As soon as they stepped into the secret realm, they felt an extremely heavy feeling. Although they had already known it in their hearts, when they really felt it, they were still shocked. This kind of unforeseen event was truly shocking. It seemed that even the clothes on their bodies had become heavy, as if they were going to be pressed into the ground. Compared with the other surprise, Su Yan was not surprised. After all, with the knowledge of the last world, he knew that there was a change in the gravity of this place. In a place where the gravity was strong, not only the outside of the body, but also the inside, such as the blood and the internal organs, would become heavy. This was inevitable. They followed the map, and it was very smooth for half a day. The seniors marked some dangerous areas, and they could take a detour. Some places had some opportunities, such as natural precious materials and so on. At this moment, everything was very smooth. However, just after half a day, there was a sudden change. Because the wind rose. When the breeze blew gently, no one took it seriously. However, just in a moment, the wind became very violent, which could be called a demon wind. Those who were able to enter this place were all incomparably powerful and had profound cultivation bases. However, under such a violent wind, they were actually unable to stand. After a while, more than half of the disciples were directly blown away. For a time, painful howls and panicked screams rose and fell one after another. Su Yan's feet never left the ground, as if a giant tree had taken root in the ground. At this time, his eyes fell directly on Xue Xinyue. Although Xue Xinyue was not blown away by the wind, obviously, she had reached the limit. At this time, suddenly, a disciple directly bumped into her. Although it only grazed her body lightly, she was still directly sent flying. At this point, how could Su Yan continue to stand by and do nothing? He took a deep breath and leaped up. In the nick of time, he grabbed Xue Xinyue's hand. Xue Xinyue wanted to struggle, but in a hurry, a gust of cold wind poured in, causing her to lose all strength in her body. In the next moment, she was about to be blown away by the wind. However, at this time, she suddenly felt that her hand was grabbed by someone. She forced herself to turn her head, and just happened to see Su Yan's concerned gaze. At this moment, she was suddenly delighted. He still cares about me after all. The nightmare was getting more and more intense. Not only did the wind not stop, but it became even more terrifying than before. Even Su Yan could no longer withstand it, and in the end, his entire body was directly blown away by the wind. However, Su Yan's hand held on to Xue Xinyue tightly, preventing her from leaving him. Woo woo woo. The wind was still blowing, but this place seemed to be somewhat lonely. Previously, there were dozens of people here, but now, there were not many people left. Everyone had been blown away by the wind. Chapter 543. Originally, they had entered as a group, but now, they were all scattered. Everyone from the various sects had gone their separate ways. Such an unforeseen event came too suddenly. Even the experts did not expect such a thing to happen. And now, they had no idea what was going on inside. When the terrifying pressure finally disappeared, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. Previously, he had experienced the power of the formation. In front of such a great power, no matter how hard he tried, it was not enough. Unless he could reach the level of a supremacy. At this moment, he could not help but think of a saying. In front of nature, any power was insignificant. In that world back then, no matter how powerful a person was or how brilliant their sword skills were, when the power of nature exploded, they would still die without a burial ground. However, after transmigrating to this world, a person's power was directly magnified. They could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They were almost omnipotent. It was also because of this that they lost the respect they should have for nature. However, at this moment, he realized how foolish such a thought was. In this world, was there anything more powerful than the heavens and earth? No matter what, they were still ants living in this world. The strength of his power had caused his cognition to begin to expand. However, when he truly faced the power of nature, he immediately understood how insignificant he was. Just like before, when the demonic wind blew directly, its power could be said to be terrifying. Even with his current realm, he could not resist at all. At this moment, streams of light were constantly swaying in the sky. It was like a beautiful meteor shower that was constantly swaying. Such a scene was very beautiful, but now Su Yan was not in the mood to appreciate it. Because at this moment, there was a beautiful girl in his arms with her eyes closed. Xinyue, wake up. Su Yan was a little anxious. Previously, it was better, but now, this place gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. It was as if there was an invisible terrifying giant beast staring at him. Indeed, there was no safe place in the ancient mystery realm. Su Yan gently patted Xinyue's cheek. After a while, Xinyue finally opened her eyes. After the initial confusion, she finally remembered what had happened. Seeing that Su Yan was looking at her with a face full of concern, her heart was filled with joy. So, he still has me in his heart. When this thought appeared, it immediately made him feel much happier. I'm fine, she said softly. Xinyue's face was a little red because she was leaning into Su Yan's embrace. She struggled to leave Su Yan's embrace. At this moment, Su Yan also felt a little embarrassed. However, he quickly changed the topic and said, Warm Moon, now that we have been separated from everyone, I don't know where this place is or what kind of dangers there are, so the two of us need to work together to get through this. Xinyue nodded. She naturally knew that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. The two of them looked around, only to find that the surroundings were actually empty. In the howling cold wind, the two of them seemed so thin. Even Su Yan still felt a lingering fear towards the wind here, because this kind of power was simply too terrifying. Who knew how many people had died in this kind of wind? The two of them took out the map that they had obtained when they entered this secret realm. It was a map that the Taihang Sword Faction seniors used to explore the path. However, at this moment, the place marked on the map was already very far away from here, and there was no place that they could refer to at all. Warm Moon, choose a direction, then we'll keep walking in that direction. Su Yan said directly. Xinyue was startled, then asked, Why me? Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly, then said, Because I heard that beautiful girls who like to smile have good luck. Hearing this, Xinyue's lips immediately curled into a smile. Big brother Su Yan, what kind of situation is it now, and you're still joking here? At this time, saying this to Su Yan only made her feel that this was the happiest thing in the world. If she could be like this for the rest of her life, then even if she never left this secret realm, it did not seem to be a bad thing. However, at this time, Su Yan said very seriously, "Warm Moon, I'm not joking, I'm serious. You should understand that right now, we're completely ignorant of this place. If we continue to stay here, none of us know what will happen. So, we can't continue to stay here, so we can only choose a direction. Since it's all unknown, then just choose a direction casually. Warm Moon, at this time, your luck is very important." Hearing Su Yan's words, Xingyue finally nodded solemnly. Su Yan said again, "Warm Moon, you don't have to be nervous, just do whatever you want. Anyway, it's the same for any direction." Xingyue nodded, then she looked forward seriously and finally said, "Although we don't know where we're going, let's just go forward." When she said this, she also had a smile on her face. It was clearly an extremely dangerous situation, but at this time, the two of them were talking and laughing as if they were on an outing. In fact, the two of them both knew that the current situation was not optimistic. However, it was better to have fun than to be sad. This was a road with no end, and after an unknown amount of time, the two of them saw a barren mountain. Instead of saying that it was a mountain, it was more like a small mound. On the boundless plain, seeing this small mound was considered good news. Then, the two of them did not stop at all, and directly walked forward. However, whether it was Su Yan or Xingyue, neither of them expected that this seemingly short road would be so far away. The two of them did not know how long they had spent at the foot of the mound. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mound, the first thing they smelled was a faint smell of blood. This feeling made one's hair stand on end. Xingyue's gaze fell on Su Yan. Obviously, at this time, she was very afraid. Instinctively, she was not willing to step into this mountain. However, Su Yan said in the end, "Let's go, I think we have nowhere to go other than here." Rustle, 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 when they stepped on the sand, a slightly ear-piercing sound was naturally produced. At this moment, another sound was heard. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Su Yan looked alert. This was the first time he had heard another person's voice after such a long time. In such an environment, it was not necessarily a good thing to meet other people. If it was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, it would naturally be best. However, if it was a disciple of the devil sect, a battle would be inevitable. Although Su Yan was not afraid of fighting, at this time, it was best to avoid fearless battles. At this moment, this person's shadow finally appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan did not expect that the first thing to appear would be an indigo light. The light was attached to this person's body. It was like a flaming armor. However, this was not the case. Instead, this young man's entire body had been ignited. In less than 50 seconds, this man disappeared from this world, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Although Xingyue's cultivation was high, and she had participated in the sect's missions before, this was the first time she had seen such a strange scene. Out of fear, she leaned towards Su Yan and then nestled her head in Su Yan's arms. Su Yan's gaze, however, remained motionless as he stared at the corpse. Then, he squatted down and extended his hand to probe the corpse. Xingyue gently pulled Su Yan and said, "Brother Su, be careful." The strange scene just now had really scared the girl out of her wits. Su Yan raised his head and smiled. Then, he said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It can't hurt me." Then, he had already reached his hand out. Just as his palm neared, the indigo flame actually shot up directly. The flame directly attached to Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's hand suddenly released spiritual energy. Due to the barrier of spiritual energy, the indigo flame couldn't touch Su Yan's skin and was extinguished by the wind. Su Yan's expression was somewhat serious because he felt the strangeness and tyranny of this flame. This is the blood-stained flame. Once this indigo flame comes into contact with blood, it will directly burn. Of course, spiritual energy can suppress it, but once it loses the suppression of spiritual energy, then... Su Yan didn't finish his sentence because this ending was already in front of them. Xingyue, you must remember, don't let yourself get hurt. Su Yan said seriously to Xingyue. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the hill. This voice was mixed with pain and fear. Su Yan and Xingyue's expressions froze. Su Yan directly said, let's go and take a look. Judging from the sound on the hill, there weren't just one or two people here. However, there were so many people crying out at the same time. Su Yan and Xingyue were both in the dragon realm. The two of them went all out and this small hill was naturally nothing. Soon, they saw this scene. This hill was actually hollow. Below the mountain peak was a place that looked like an arena. Chapter 544. At this moment, Su Yan's palm condensed, and an extremely powerful force directly erupted at this moment. This force condensed in the sky, and in the end, directly captured a green flame. This green flame immediately began to struggle with all its might in Su Yan's hand. Su Yan stared straight at it, and in the end, he finally saw this thing clearly. It was actually a small lizard, no, it should be called a four-legged snake. It was just that this four-legged snake's tail and limbs were emitting an indigo-colored flame. It seemed that the person from before had died at the hands of this little thing. This little thing was something that Su Yan could easily crush to death. However, when he looked down at the countless cyan flames that resembled clouds, Su Yan found it hard to breathe. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to be directly swarmed by this group of things in one breath. Even Su Yan would definitely not be able to withstand that. Su Yan looked down again, and was surprised to find that among the more than 30 people, half of them were actually disciples of the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, behind them, there was an extremely terrifying huge lizard continuously chasing after them. This huge lizard was an infinitely enlarged version of the small lizard in Su Yan's hand. What was even more frightening was that this huge lizard actually trembled with its hind legs, and then its front legs turned into extremely sharp claws, directly tearing forward fiercely. Which one of those who could come here was not a powerhouse? But now, they were like pitiful worms struggling helplessly. Suya, you know that I definitely can't let them continue. He directly turned to Xingyue and said, Xingyue, wait here. I'll go down, but don't be rash. You have to remember, if I can't take it, you have to be my backup. Su Yan already knew Xingyue very well. He knew that if he did not tell her in advance, she might directly come down because she was worried. However, if that happened, not only would she not be able to help him, but she would also bring him a lot of trouble. This was something he didn't want to see. Su Yan immediately jumped down. Sensing his aura, this group of four-legged snakes directly pounced on Su Yan. From afar, it looked like endless flames were directly charging at him, wanting to completely devour him. At this moment, Su Yan sneered, torrential storm of rose flowers. In an instant, the sky full of sword chi burst out. Countless sword chi condensed into pure white pear flower petals. The petals danced gently, and wherever they passed, those small four-legged snakes would lose their lives. To Su Yan, killing these things was really not worth mentioning. His target was the big guy. The big guy's disgusting tongue turned into a long whip at this moment, directly wrapping around a young man. This young man was a disciple of the Fiery Flame sect. When the long snake swept towards him, he was stunned. He directly used his own means, and a huge fireball exploded out of thin air. The powerful force was like a huge wave, smashing towards the tongue. This young man's strength was not bad. He was at the 4th level of radius state. This kind of combat strength was already considered extremely strong. Moreover, he had already used all his strength in this attack. He believed that even if he couldn't burn the disgusting tongue, he could use this time to escape. However, reality was always so cruel. Just when he thought that he had escaped, the tongue had already ruthlessly lashed at him. The fireball that he condensed was actually directly broken just like that. What kind of unbelievable strength was this? At this moment, he only felt that all the light in this world had dimmed. In front of him, there was only that scarlet and long forked tongue left. In the next moment, he already realized that his life was going to end here. However, he really didn't want to die here. He was an outstanding disciple of the Fiery Flames sect. Although he wasn't the top disciple, he was already a mainstay of the sect. He really didn't want to die here if he wanted to live. However, that ugly and terrifying huge four-legged snake didn't care about his thoughts at all. To it, this young disciple was just food in its mouth. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended. With a flash of light, the long snake was actually directly cut in half. Without the threat of the long snake's power, the young disciple's entire body was exhausted. He finally fell to the ground and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the disciples of the Tai-Hang sword faction had already recognized Su Yan. It's Su Yan, the Tai-Hang sword master. Although in most people's hearts, the Tai-Hang sword master was Wang Baichuan, it was an indisputable fact that Su Yan and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw. When the two of them had fought that day, the powerful strength that Su Yan had displayed had also shocked everyone. At this moment, his appearance here was like seeing hope in the darkest of times for everyone. Su Yan didn't care about the crowd. Instead, he focused his attention on the ugly four-legged snake in front of him. At this moment, he finally understood one thing. That was why these 30 disciples were unable to fight back against the four-legged snake. One had to know that these people were all talented people. The four-legged snake was indeed powerful, but under normal circumstances, as long as they worked together, they should be able to kill this huge four-legged snake. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had expected. Su Yan didn't understand at first, but at this moment, he completely understood. That was because of the dragon's aura. This four-legged snake had an extremely dense dragon's aura. This wasn't the kind of aura that a dragon realm expert emitted, but the aura of a true dragon. In other words, this four-legged snake had the bloodline of a true dragon. Only a true dragon's bloodline could suppress the cultivation of these geniuses and even dull their fighting spirit. Unfortunately, Su Yan was the least afraid of such dragon's aura. In fact, after feeling the might of the dragon, he became very excited. Now, what he wanted to do the most was to kill. This was because of the instinct of the great demonic dragon's bloodline in his body. The great demonic dragon was a traitor of the dragon clan and was being hunted down by the dragon clan. Similarly, he also wanted to kill the dragon clan. At this moment, after feeling the aura, his body immediately became excited. At this moment, the four-legged snake had already felt the threat from Su Yan's body. Although it was somewhat illusory, the terrifying aura clearly existed, causing it to become extremely irritable. Then, it directly swung its body, and its tail directly turned into an extremely terrifying long whip, viciously lashing towards Su Yan. At this moment, a powerful force was directly displayed. The terrifying light and the power that erupted was simply unimaginable. Su Yan's scorching sun sword emitted a blood-like light. Then, his entire body directly flew towards the huge four-legged snake. This huge four-legged snake was indeed very powerful. According to the human's cultivation level, it should have the strength of the second dragon in the dragon realm. That was not all. Thinking that it was because it originally had the bloodline of the dragon clan, this guy's strength was far more terrifying than imagined. However, after Su Yan's sword was unleashed, the huge four-legged snake actually stopped in its tracks. Its tail directly stopped in the air, and its entire body almost became stiff. This scene looked very strange, but it was because it was suppressed by an extremely terrifying aura. That was the dragon blood in Su Yan's body completely erupting. At this moment, Su Yan directly cut down the sword light. He did not know why, but what Su Yan hated the most was this big guy's tail. The powerful force directly cut off the tail, and in the end, the tail directly broke. The moment the tail broke, the blue flame instantly became incomparably vigorous. Then, the tail directly burned just like that. How inconceivable this was. This indigo flame was originally the power of this huge snake, but at this moment, the indigo flame directly burned and was completely destroyed in the end. This caused Su Yan to be completely dumbfounded. At first, he thought that the flame was born from these guys' bodies. However, if it was really born from their bodies, it did not make sense that even their bodies would burn. In other words, this indigo flame was residing in their bodies. Once these lizards had wounds on their bodies, the flame would directly erupt and directly burn the lizards to ashes. After its tail was cut off, the intense pain caused the big guy to be completely enraged. Its huge body kept trembling, and then its eyes locked onto Su Yan's body. At this moment, the dragon power of the great demonic dragon released by Su Yan's body was dispelled bit by bit. Su Yan immediately knew that this huge guy had gone crazy. However, Su Yan did not mind this because this was a ferocious beast to begin with. At this moment, it was even easier for Su Yan to deal with it when it went crazy. The huge four-legged snake, which had lost its tail, seemed to be unable to maintain its balance. His terrifying body continued to tremble. Although the speed and power of his attack were much stronger than before, it could no longer affect Su Yan in the slightest. Su Yan kept dodging, and then finally found an opportunity to directly cut down with his sword. At this moment, a powerful sword light suddenly fell, and the sword light directly cut the huge lizard in half. His ugly and huge body landed on the ground with a loud crash, and then directly ignited with an indigo flame. Chapter 545. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan unleashed another burst of sword chi. The powerful sword chi immediately killed all the four-legged snakes that were charging towards him. Then, Su Yan looked towards the bottomless dark cave. He could feel a kind of power calling out to him from there. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction were overjoyed when they saw Su Yan killing the giant four-legged snake. They quickly thanked Su Yan, while the disciple from the scorching flames sect almost knelt down. If it weren't for Su Yan, he would have been completely devoured by that big guy. However, Su Yan didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Shui Xinyue also jumped down from above and stood beside Su Yan. Su Yan said to the disciples of the Taihang sword faction, "Follow Shui Xinyue and leave this place." When everyone saw Su Yan's solemn expression, they felt uneasy in their hearts. After all, everyone had seen how powerful Su Yan was. The giant lizard that they couldn't do anything to was cut in half by Su Yan's sword. Thinking back to the battle between him and senior brother Wang Baichuan, it was obvious that he was a very powerful person. However, it was precisely because of such a powerful person that they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Shui Xinyue looked at Su Yan and wanted to ask something. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly said, "Xinyue, listen to me. Try to leave this hill as far as possible." In this bottomless place, Su Yan felt an extremely ominous aura. It was as if there was a terrifying devil hidden inside. However, there was also a kind of power that was calling out to him. Su Yan finally decided to step in. He wanted to find out what was going on. However, these people would only be a burden if they stayed here. If it was any other place, their combat strength could not be underestimated. But now, it was impossible. If Su Yan didn't guess wrongly, the existence in this abyss was definitely related to the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, it was the Dragon Clan with an extremely powerful bloodline. If these people could reach the Dragon Realm, they would naturally be able to resist such a powerful dragon aura. Unfortunately, there was no such powerful existence here. Shui Xinyue looked into Su Yan's eyes and finally compromised. She nodded and said, "Big brother Su Yan, we'll wait for you not far away. We'll also let our senior brothers heal their wounds." Su Yan thought about it and said, "Okay, then wait for me at the foot of the mountain. But if anything happens, get away from here as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he directly jumped into the arena. The bottomless cave was in the center of the arena. Although Su Yan had already exterminated a large number of small four-legged snakes when he attacked earlier, it was as if there was no end to this group of four-legged snakes. At this moment, there were actually many things that pounced over and directly ate the giant lizard's corpse. The indigo flames were so disgusting. In the end, Su Yan directly ignited a bit of red spirit fire. The crimson flames quickly melted everything. Then, Su Yan directly stepped into the dark and deep abyss. As soon as he stepped into it, his body fell straight down. This was an extremely abnormal falling speed. Obviously, the gravity here was much stronger than the outside world. Su Yan directly opened the demon dragon wings. With a flap of the wings, his speed was forcibly reduced. He looked around. Under the effect of the blood dragon pupil, he could see clearly even in the darkness. The surroundings of this place were filled with sharp scratches. Obviously, these were left behind by some terrifying creature. Su Yan could only think of one word for such a creature: dragon. Plop. Su Yan finally landed on the ground, directly shaking up smoke and dust that was more than a person's height. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the left in front of him. This was because about 700 meters away from here, Su Yan saw a palace. Under the erosion of the long river of time, this palace had long lost its magnificence. However, Su Yan could still see the greatness of this palace. Moreover, this palace was different from a human's palace. The most obvious point was its size. The door was over 100 meters tall and about 60 meters wide. Su Yan walked in front of this huge door and only felt like a tiny ant. Su Yan placed his hand on this door. A wave of icy coldness directly passed from his palm to his brain. At this moment, he immediately felt that the material used to build this door was extremely precious meteoric iron. This meteoric iron was enough to forge a famed sword. Moreover, with such two tall doors, how many famed swords could be forged? At this moment, Su Yan even had the thought of directly tearing down this door. However, he didn't do it in the end. After all, he didn't know anything here. Su Yan took a deep breath and then suddenly exerted his strength. The 100-meter tall door was actually directly pushed open by him. Of course, the door only revealed a small gap, but for Su Yan, this was enough. He directly entered through the gap in the door. Without the support of his strength, the door was quickly closed. To Su Yan's surprise, this place wasn't pitch black, but was illuminated by light. The light source came from above. Su Yan raised his head and looked. There was a huge light there. And this light was the indigo light that Su Yan didn't like. Then, Su Yan walked forward. This road appeared to be so extraordinary because there were dried bloodstains everywhere on this road. The power of the blood was so strong that it deeply stimulated Su Yan's sense of smell. When he first entered the range of this hill, he had already smelled the smell of blood. He originally thought that the smell of blood was emitted by these dead disciples, but now it seemed that his judgment was wrong. The real smell of blood actually came from here. What kind of battle had happened here back then to turn this place into a bloody hell? After spending a full hour, Su Yan flew to the end of this continent. What appeared in front of him was another huge door. Outside the door, there were two statues guarding. These statues weren't hellhounds, but creatures with dragon wings. After the last battle, Su Yan already had a guess in his heart. These two stone statues guarding the door were probably not simple and had extremely powerful strength. At this moment, Su Yan was considering whether to provoke them. After all, fighting with such terrifying creatures should be a very dangerous thing. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually didn't have any room to consider. Because at this moment, the two stone statues had already opened their eyes. Their cold gazes fell directly on Su Yan, and all the light was concentrated on Su Yan. This caused Su Yan to suddenly feel a chill run down his spine. Clang! The scorching sun sword had already appeared in his hand. At this moment, he had no choice but to fight. The two stone statues began to rumble, and then their huge bodies began to move. The moment they moved, an extremely powerful aura directly burst out. This aura was so powerful that it was a true majesty unique to giant dragons. Compared to the four-legged snake that Su Yan killed outside, it was much more powerful. Then, their dark bodies began to shine with light. Waves of low lion's roars were emitted. This sound was not loud, but it directly turned into sound waves that spread to the surroundings. After feeling such power, even Su Yan directly retreated. Just from this aura, he could feel the strength of the two giant beasts guarding the door. 7 dragons. This majesty was at least comparable to the 7 dragons of the human race. The current Su Yan could kill a 6-dragon powerhouse. However, if he encountered a 7-dragon powerhouse, unless he was completely dominated by the great demonic dragon's bloodline and went crazy, he had no chance of winning against such a powerhouse. As such, Su Yan did not even think and directly retreated. However, it was already too late at this moment. The moment he turned around, he immediately found that there was an additional shadow in front of him. This shadow looked like the terrifying giant beast. Su Yan's heart suddenly jolted. At this moment, he did not even notice how the other party had arrived. This was a powerful and terrifying ability. It was simply shocking. At this moment, the giant beast's eyes were suddenly fixed on Su Yan. Su Yan immediately knew that things were not good. In his sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing seal suddenly burst out with light. The terrifying fluctuations that invaded his mind were immediately stopped, preventing Su Yan from losing his mind. However, at this moment, a terrifying demonic claw directly grabbed Su Yan. As expected, it directly grabbed Su Yan in its hand. Caught by the claw, Su Yan immediately channeled his spirit chi, trying to break free. However, he regretfully found that at this moment, his spirit chi was also directly imprisoned. If the giant beast wanted to kill Su Yan at this moment, it would be as easy as flipping its hand. However, the giant stone statue had no intention of killing Su Yan. Its body swayed again, and then it returned to the front of the door. This was simply a strange and unpredictable method because Su Yan did not feel that he had moved at all. It was as if he had always existed here. He became even more shocked. He immediately knew that this was an extremely powerful and terrifying spatial technique. After coming to this world, this was the first time he had seen an existence that could easily travel through space. It was no wonder that he did not feel that the other party was approaching at all. The door guarded by the giant stone statue slowly opened. Then, the giant beast grabbed Su Yan and stepped inside. Chapter 544, Giant Beast. The Dragon King Su Yan had been trying to resist this powerful force, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. This force was simply too strong. Finally, the giant stone statue stopped. He slowly knelt down and kowtowed to the front. Su Yan's gaze shifted to the front and his entire body froze. This was because there was actually a crystal coffin in front of him. And in this crystal coffin laid a giant dragon. It was a real giant dragon. Its enormous body exuded an unimaginable majesty. Yes, even though it was already dead and had turned into a cold corpse, its body still exuded such an enormous majesty. Su Yan even felt that this giant guy was clearly still alive. At this moment, the giant stone statue that grabbed him put Su Yan down. To Su Yan's surprise, this giant guy's actions were very gentle. It did not hurt him at all. Then, it turned around and left the door. Su Yan stared blankly in front of him. His entire being had fallen into a sluggish state. The development of the situation had far exceeded his expectations. No matter what, he did not expect things to develop to this stage. At this moment, a dull voice suddenly sounded. "Don't tell me this dragon has been resurrected." Thinking of this, he could not help but take a step back. However, at this moment, he felt an aura. This made his heart calm down a little because it was this aura that had summoned him and brought him to this place. Just as he was in a daze, the lid of the coffin slowly opened. The giant dragon still had not been resurrected. However, a spiritual body slowly appeared. "Your Majesty, Great Majesty, I finally feel your aura." As soon as this voice appeared, Su Yan's entire body trembled. It was not because of fear, but because of excitement, or rather, joy. This joy did not originate from him, but from one of the hearts in his body. The demonic dragon's heart. That was the great demonic dragon. At this moment, the great demonic dragon was completely excited. Even if it had been sealed by Yang Tea before, it still became extremely hot at this moment. "Great Majesty, please save me. Let me be resurrected, Great Majesty." This was a cry that originated from the soul. At this moment, countless images suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan's eyes. One after another, the dark dragons were killed, and their blood dyed the sky red. The great demonic dragon roared furiously. That terrifying murderous aura made one's heart tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yan had practiced the Futu Sex Futu Boundless technique night and night, his mind would have become extremely strong. He would have collapsed directly at this moment. This was the great demonic dragon's memory. Ever since the heart of the demonic dragon entered his body, he had obtained the power of the heart of the demonic dragon. He felt the power of the great demonic dragon and was even more afraid of the terror of the great demonic dragon. However, he had never known the great demonic dragon's memory. It was not only him. Perhaps no one would have thought that such a powerful great demonic dragon in the legends would be in such pain. The sad memory fragments continuously poured into his mind. At this moment, Su Yan quickly learned some things that he did not know and did not even dare to imagine. According to this memory fragment, at the very beginning, there was no demonic dragon clan. They were the great and mysterious dark dragons. They were even the superior dragons among the dragon clan. However, in a battle, the dark dragon clan was all contaminated by demonic energy and finally became demonic dragons. Even so, they still repelled the enemy. However, they did not receive the cheers of the dragon clan. Instead, they were greeted with a massacre by the dragon clan. They began to slaughter the dark dragon clan. The scenes in the great demonic dragon's memory fragment were scenes of death battles. In the end, the dark dragon clan almost disappeared from this world. As the king of the dark dragon clan, the great demonic dragon's heart was filled with incomparable sadness. Then, he began to fight alone. The furious great demonic dragon killed an unknown number of dragons. Unfortunately, he was finally killed by the joint forces of the 5 dragon gods. The giant dragon in front of him was the youngest genius of the dark dragon clan. In the end, he also died in battle. However, he did not die in the end. He carried the hope of the demonic dragon clan and became half dead. Then, he waited for the king to come and save him. However, the great demonic dragon fell in the end. Now, it was only the great demonic dragon's heart. Su Yan didn't know why, but he still felt sad and angry. He suddenly opened his mouth and said something that even he did not expect. "I, the king of the dark dragon clan, will definitely wake you up completely in my lifetime." This was an extremely solemn vow. Hearing this, the giant dark dragon finally calmed down. However, at this moment, a huge dragon horn on his huge head fell directly. Then, the dragon horn flew in front of Su Yan. "Great King, you have also fallen into a calamity. Baal is unable to help you, so I give you Baal's dragon horn. Let it become your weapon and accompany you on your great journey back." Su Yan took the dragon horn. Then, his entire body began to tremble. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else and began to roar in anger. His voice echoed throughout the entire underground palace. It was no longer the voice of a human, but the anger of a dragon. After a long time, Su Yan finally calmed down. "Have I shouldered another karmic burden? Forget it. Since the great demonic dragon's blood flows in my body, I must also bear this karma. However, I can't do that for the Earth Fiend dragon. If possible, I will revive this dark dragon in front of me." Su Yan muttered to himself. Then, he took the dragon horn and turned to leave. When Su Yan left, the door opened. The giant stone statue that had sent him in earlier slowly knelt in front of him. The giant stone statue's face was full of excitement as if it was on a pilgrimage. Su Yan stepped on its head. The giant beast roared at the sky and then its huge body soared into the sky. At this moment, Xingyue was looking at the hill with a worried expression. This hill made her feel worried. She knew that there was definitely an extremely powerful existence within it. Although she was very confident in Su Yan, she also knew that something that could emit such a terrifying aura must be extremely powerful. After all, Su Yan had just entered the dragon realm. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction surrounded her. The disciples of the Blazing Flame sect also gathered in their own groups. They were also waiting. These people were supposed to be geniuses with outstanding talents. In the sect, they would receive a lot of attention. However, this time, they truly felt despair. The terrifying giant beast from before had almost killed them directly. If not for Su Yan's appearance. It turned out that reality was so cruel. Of course, what they hoped for the most now was to meet a Dragon Realm senior from the sect. This was because although the relationship between the Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flames sect was not as bad as the relationship between the Devil sect and the Taihang Sword faction, they were definitely not good friends. If there was a real crisis, the powerful Dragon Realm elite would definitely take care of the Taihang Sword faction disciples first. However, they had already sent out a message. They believed that the senior who received the message would rush over as soon as possible. It was at this moment that an extremely terrifying sound of vibration suddenly rang out. It was the sound of wings flapping. The previous giant poison fire lizard had already caused them to suffer heavy losses. However, it seemed that the one that appeared at this moment had become even more terrifying. Xingyue immediately took out her storm sword and said, "Everyone, prepare for battle." At this moment, her heart was filled with anxiety. Su Yan had entered this mountain valley, but what came out now was a gigantic beast. In that case, could it be that something had happened to Big Brother Su Yan? At this moment, Su Yan's voice was heard, "Xingyue, don't be nervous. It's me." Su Yan's voice was so clear that Xingyue immediately felt relieved. When she saw Su Yan, she was overjoyed. At this moment, Su Yan was standing on top of the giant stone statue. When everyone saw this scene, they felt as if they were looking at a god. "That's great. It's Senior Su Yan. Senior Su Yan has come out." Many disciples began to exclaim. They could feel the strength of the giant stone statue, but Senior Su Yan had subdued it. The giant beast slowly descended, and the disciples immediately moved aside. Su Yan jumped down from the top of its head. Then, with a slight movement of his hand, the giant beast in the air began to change, and gradually shrank. It turned out that the giant stone statue was not a real-life form. It was a puppet beast that had been injected with the blood of the dead black dragon. The black dragon in the palace had not only given its dragon horn to Su Yan, but it had also given him the sword. At this moment, Su Yan could control it according to his will. Everyone looked at Su Yan with envy in their eyes. However, no one dared to have any other thoughts because Su Yan had already displayed his strength in front of everyone. Many disciples of the Blazing Flame sect immediately stood up and thanked Su Yan, especially the disciple who was supposed to be killed. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky and rapidly approached this place. "Junior brothers, are all of you all right?" Hearing this voice, the disciples of the Blazing Flame sect were all excited. This was because the most powerful senior brother of their sect had arrived. Once he arrived, they would no longer have to worry about him. Su Yan and Xuexinue looked at the sky at the same time and saw a man riding a red flaming dragon horse towards them. Finally, he landed on the ground. Many disciples of the Blazing Flame sect immediately surrounded him. Su Yan looked at this person. This person was really powerful. His entire body was exuding a fiery aura. His body was like a small volcano that was burning fiercely. Judging from this person's cultivation, he should have the strength of 3 to 4 dragons. While Su Yan was sizing him up, he also looked at the people of the Taihang sword faction. His first gaze landed on Xuexinue. This was because Xuexinue was simply too beautiful. As one of the Taihang twin moons, she was the most lively moon. Then, this person's gaze landed on Su Yan. Su Yan keenly sensed that someone was probing his cultivation base. At this moment, he slowly walked over and said to Xuexinue and Su Yan, "Thank you, friends from the Taihang sword faction, for saving my junior brothers." He smiled and continued, "Let's not talk about these empty words. By the way, junior brother, I vaguely saw that you seem to have obtained a puppet beast. I wonder if you can transfer it to me. Junior brother, don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss." As soon as he finished his words, Su Yan immediately squinted his eyes. As the saying goes, one's heart is moved by treasures. It seems like this person from the Blazing Flame sect is interested in my puppet beast. Chapter 546. The smile on Su Yan's face did not fade away as he stared at the person in front of him. This person's cultivation was not bad, but wasn't he looking down on Su Yan a little too much if he wanted to take something from him with just one sentence? Su Yan naturally would not give the puppet to him, but he still decided to reject this person in a more tactful way. Then, he looked at the person and said, "I don't agree." The 4 simple words were within everyone's expectations, but they were also a little unexpected. The reason why they said this was because Su Yan's rejection was expected. However, his rejection was a little too decisive. The other party did not even state any conditions and directly replied with 2 words. At this moment, the young powerhouse from the Blazing Flame sect's expression changed. In the Blazing Flame sect, he had always been the center of attention. It could be said that among the younger generation in the sect, other than a few people, no one dared to go against his wishes. However, his request was rejected at this moment. Of course, it was not a big deal to be rejected. In fact, it was a very normal thing. However, the other party's rejection was simply too decisive. It was as if he was trying to get rid of a beggar. This was what annoyed him the most. Of course, he did not explode his anger in front of so many people. He only smiled coldly and said, "Brother, I'm Xiangju from the Blazing Flame sect. I have some status in the sect, so I won't let you suffer a loss." As he spoke, he was about to take out his precious collection. He believed that Su Yan would be tempted when he saw these things. However, at this moment, Su Yan spoke again. "I've already said that I'm not willing." This time, Su Yan did not even let him finish his sentence. At this moment, the atmosphere between the Taihang sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect had become a little strange. After all, Su Yan was their savior, but on the other side was their senior brother. At this moment, they didn't know what to say. The people from the Taihang sword faction didn't think much of it. After all, Xiangju's name was a little distant to them. However, as long as one was a member of the Blazing Flames sect, there was not a single person who did not know about Xiangju. Xiangju's own strength was very strong. He was one of the top 10 experts of the Blazing Fire sect, and his strength could even be ranked in the top 5. However, this was not the most terrifying part. What was truly terrifying was his birth. Similar to the Taihang sword faction, the Blazing Fire sect also had a large family, and the Xiang family was one of the large families in the Blazing Fire sect. There were venerable level experts in the family. Xiangju was a genius of the Xiang clan. More importantly, Xiangju's brother, Xiang Yunfei, was a true super freak. Xiang Yunfei had also killed a 5 Dragons Realm expert, and his reputation was not below that of Wang Baichuan. However, at this moment, Su Yan did so. He directly rejected Xiangju's request, and didn't even leave him any face. How could a person like Xiangju tolerate such humiliation? At this moment, he was very angry. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the beauty in front of him. He sneered and said, "Humph, you don't want to." Those 3 words need to be backed up by enough strength. Unfortunately, you don't have that kind of strength. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction immediately glared at him. At this moment, Su Yan was a hero in their hearts. One had to know that if it wasn't for Su Yan, they would have already died. Moreover, Su Yan was the sword leader of the Taihang sword faction, and Wang Baichuan had fought to a draw. What right did this guy, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, have to say such words to Su Yan? At this moment, Xiangju suddenly laughed out loud. Then, he looked at Su Yan and said, "Very good. Even I have forgotten how long it has been since someone said such words to me. This is really a surprise. Since you don't want to, I can only rob you." Su Yan smiled lightly and said, "You really are a straightforward person." To be able to make robbery sound so dignified, this person's face was indeed thick. However, everyone from the Blazing Fire sect knew how domineering Xiangju was, and they deeply understood that since Xiangju had said such a sentence, he was absolutely serious. He was really going to snatch it from her. Xiangju said with a smile, "We're all men. What's the point of being wishy-washy? I, Xiangju, have always been like this. What's more, entering this secret realm is based on one's own strength. What's the point of saying so much nonsense?" At this moment, he directly rushed towards Su Yan. It was no wonder that this person was so bold. It turned out that he really was extremely powerful. With this move, one could see how terrifying he was. A blazing blade light flew directly towards Su Yan. It was one of the unique skills of the Blazing Fire sect, the Roaring Flame Blade. He was able to directly transform the spirit chi of the Blazing Fire sect into a long blade, and then burst out an attack. If one was injured, then the Blazing Fire spirit chi would immediately burn the wound. If it was someone with a lower cultivation, they would have been burned to death in the next moment. At this time, he made such a move. It could be seen that this person's heart was very fierce, and he didn't leave any mercy at all. However, although such a move was fierce, it was still a little lacking if it was to deal with Su Yan. When the roaring flame blade arrived in front of Su Yan just smiled faintly, and then moved his hands gently. Immediately, a force directly pointed out and landed on the roaring flame blade. The roaring flame blade, which was erupting with extremely blazing power, immediately disappeared under this force. Seeing that Su Yan easily broke the other party's move, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction cheered. Of course, such cheers were more of a mockery towards the other party. Xiangju's face became even colder. However, he was so angry that he laughed and said directly, "Very well, Su Yan, you're really strong to be able to break my roaring flame blade. No wonder you dared to reject me directly. However, how about we have a bet? Xiangju looked at Su Yan and then continued, I know that you're very strong, and you even fought to a draw with Wang Baichuan. However, Wang Baichuan was defeated by my brother back then. If I defeat you today, it will prove that I'm stronger than Wang Baichuan, he said very casually. At this time, everyone understood his intention. It turned out that this guy had known Su Yan's identity from the beginning. Perhaps he really did have the intention to steal the puppet, but what he really wanted was to defeat Su Yan. Just as he said, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, and the Taihang sword faction sect leader personally announced this matter. Therefore, if he defeated Su Yan, it would naturally be said that he was stronger than Wang Baichuan. At this time, everyone exclaimed, impossible, how could senior brother Wang lose? Although Su Yan and Wang Baichuan fought to a draw, Wang Baichuan was still a legend in their hearts. Even the disciples of the Shui family and the Feng family thought the same, because Wang Baichuan had always occupied the throne of the Taihang 10 Swords. He had almost become the belief of the younger generation of the Taihang sword faction's disciples. However, Xiangju was telling them that their belief had been defeated. Xiangju looked at the furious disciples of the Taihang sword faction and said disdainfully, I don't care what you think, but this is the truth. It's a pity that my cultivation was not complete back then, so I didn't have the chance to fight with Wang Baichuan. Otherwise, he did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. At this moment, Su Yan gently waved his hand. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction immediately quieted down. Su Yan looked at Xiangju and said, if you want to fight with me, that's fine. We'll do as you said. If you win, I'll give you the stone behemoth puppet I just obtained. But what if you lose? Don't try to gain something without risking anything. It's meaningless. Su Yan continued, I'm not afraid to tell you that if my stone behemoth puppet is fully activated, it can fight with the 7 dragons. Hearing Su Yan's words, Xiangju's gaze became even more heated. He saw Su Yan's stone behemoth puppet from afar and immediately knew that it was a good item. However, when they heard Su Yan's words at this time, they were still incomparably astonished. This thing could actually fight against the top 7 dragons. This was simply an unbelievable thing. However, he would rather believe that it was true. However, he also understood what Su Yan meant. If Su Yan had something good, then what about him? Did he also have something valuable that could be on par with this stone behemoth puppet? At this moment, he was hesitant. The value of Su Yan's stone behemoth puppet was far beyond his imagination. What he had imagined from the beginning was a joke. In the end, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll bet with you. What do you think of this item? He flipped his palm and an item appeared in his hand. It was a fist-sized ruby. The ruby looked very ordinary, but Su Yan could tell at a glance that it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Yes, even to Su Yan at this moment, this energy could only be described as terrifying. He cultivated the solar-colored glazed sword manual. If he could get his hands on this item, the solar-colored glazed sword manual would transform to an extremely profound level. The solar-colored glazed sword manual was the first cultivation technique that he started cultivating after coming to this world. It was also left behind by his father. However, as his opportunities gradually increased, this sword manual reached a bottleneck. Chapter 547. Su Yan said directly, this gem is indeed precious, but do you think it can compete with a stone statue that has the battle strength of 7 dragons? Xiangju's expression froze, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Naturally, he knew that the ruby was of great value, but it was still far from being comparable to a stone statue puppet that could contend against 7 dragon powerhouses. Finally, he suddenly sighed and said, what you said makes some sense. How about this? I'll add this. After saying that, his palm flashed again, and then an item appeared out of thin air. This is the Blazing Fire sapling produced by my Blazing Fire sect. It's extremely precious, and it's like a treasure to those who practice fire attribute cultivation methods. How about it? Are these 2 items enough? Su Yan looked at the Blazing Fire sapling, and his heart was a little moved. Although this guy in front of him was arrogant, he was really a child with many treasures. However, he still smiled faintly and said, "The value of these 2 items is naturally extraordinary. However, this is only for those who cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods. I don't cultivate fire attribute cultivation methods, so what use are they to me?" Su Yan didn't wait for him to speak and continued, "I see that the jade pendant on your waist seems to be pretty good. How about this, if you add this jade pendant, I'll reluctantly fight with you." After hearing Su Yan's words, Xiangju was furious and almost went berserk. The 2 items he took out earlier were already extremely precious, but Su Yan's casual words made him choke to death. He was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, and he didn't practice fire attribute cultivation methods. More importantly, the jade pendant that Su Yan mentioned was Xiangju's most precious item. This was the jade pendant passed down in the Xiang family, and it had incredible power. If it wasn't for his brother doting on him, he wouldn't have had the chance to wear this jade pendant. At this moment, Su Yan spoke again, "Of course, if you don't want to gamble and want to snatch it by force, that's fine too. None of the disciples of the Taihang sword faction are afraid of death, let alone killing that ungrateful bastard." As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the Taihang sword faction disciples immediately said, "We're not afraid of death." When these words were spoken, it was truly imposing. However, it was obvious that the Taihang sword faction had the upper hand. Everyone from the Blazing Flames sect was grumbling in their hearts. Xiangju wasn't an idiot. He knew that it wasn't a good idea to fight recklessly at this moment. Whether it was in terms of strength or morality, he was at a disadvantage. In the end, his expression hardened and he directly said, "Fine, I'll add this ancestral jade pendant to the bet with you. But during the battle, you can't use this stone puppet." Su Yan chuckled and nodded. If he used the stone puppet now, his opponent wouldn't even need to fight. He would be killed instantly. It should be known that in the underground palace, Su Yan had been caught by the stone statue beast in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan directly rose into the air and stood in front of Xiangju. "If that's the case, let's begin." Before he could finish speaking, Xiangju could no longer hold himself back. He coldly snorted and said arrogantly, "I want to see what's so special about a guy who can fight Wang Baichuan to a draw. Or is Wang Baichuan so decadent that he can't even defeat a guy who has just stepped into the dragon realm?" The reason why Xiangju dared to fight Su Yan was because he saw through Su Yan's cultivation level. Su Yan smiled and said, "We'll know after the battle. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" As he spoke, he directly flashed towards Su Yan. Xiangju was so arrogant because, other than his background, the most important thing was his strength. At such a young age, he had already reached the 3 dragons realm. Naturally, he had the qualifications to be proud. At this moment, he directly slapped out with his palm. A flaming palm print appeared out of thin air and slapped towards Su Yan. Blazing palm. The palm kept expanding in Su Yan's eyes. In the end, it was as if it was going to envelop Su Yan. Xiangju did not show the slightest bit of mercy, although he looked incomparably arrogant. Although he looked arrogant, he was still very cautious of Su Yan in his heart. One had to know that although his brother had defeated Wang Baichuan, he had only won by half a move. Xiang Yunfei's evaluation of Wang Baichuan was very high. He had even directly told Xiangju that if he met Wang Baichuan, he must choose to retreat. It was precisely because of this sentence that the proud and arrogant Xiangju had the heart to challenge Wang Baichuan. At this moment, he saw Su Yan and learned that Su Yan and Wang Baichuan were evenly matched. Only then did he have the desire to win. The blazing palm grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it was actually bigger than Su Yan's entire body. I'd like to see how you break my blazing palm. This move was not considered a profound move, but in his hands, it exploded with incomparable power. He wanted to see how Su Yan was going to break such a move. Soon, Su Yan's entire body was surrounded by the blazing palm, and he was even drowned. Many disciples of the Taihang sword faction saw this scene and frowned. They had absolute confidence in Su Yan, but they did not expect that this time, Su Yan would be drowned by the opponent's moves so easily. Of course, this did not necessarily mean that Su Yan had lost, but at the very least, it meant that Su Yan was at a disadvantage. This was not a good sign. There were even some disciples who were ready to make a move. Once Su Yan was really defeated, they were going to fight. However, Xue Xinyue, who was most concerned about Su Yan, did not have the slightest change in expression. She could naturally see that Su Yan was doing this on purpose. If Su Yan wanted to avoid this move, he would be able to do so easily, but he did not do so. She was afraid that big brother Su Yan had another purpose. Xue Xinyue had to admit that she knew Su Yan very well. Just as she guessed, Su Yan naturally had his own purpose. Vairocana-colored glazed sword scripture had not had a breakthrough for too long, and now Su Yan was looking for this opportunity to break through. The Vairocana-colored glazed sword scripture not only cultivated the sword Dao, but also used the blazing sun to condense a little bit of blazing fire intent. Su Yan naturally made rapid progress in cultivating the sword Dao, but at this moment, he had already encountered a bottleneck, and that was the blazing fire intent. Although he had the scarlet spirit fire, but this scarlet spirit fire was a yin fire, and could not help him cultivate the Vairocana-colored glazed sword scripture. Today, he finally met such a person, so he naturally had to experience it properly. Xiang Ju's strength was indeed powerful. The high temperature contained in this palm was simply terrifying. This terrifying flame directly engulfed Su Yan, and Su Yan began to comprehend the power of the blazing fire. After a while, he sighed softly, and then said, "Although this power is strong, it seems that it is not enough. Looks like, I can't let him be lazy." Su Yan's voice fell, then two fingers condensed into a sword and split open, and lightly slashed. A streak of sword light directly erupted at this moment, the sword light flashing, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Xiang Ju looked at the Su Yan surrounded by the blazing palm, but he did not act blindly without thinking. Because he finally felt that this kind of Su Yan seemed to be a little too weak, to actually be hit so easily. If it was merely this bit of strength, how could he possibly contend with Wang Baichuan? Could it be that there was some conspiracy? Thinking up to here, his entire person was already on full alert, waiting for Su Yan's next move. Right at this time, his blazing palm suddenly trembled. Is it going to break open? At this time, his power erupted once more, extremely terrifying flames directly bombarding towards that blazing palm. Although he did not know what Su Yan's purpose was, at this time, Su Yan was already trapped by the blazing palm, then don't come out. At this time, the blazing palm had already opened up a gap, and everyone could feel Su Yan's powerful sword chi. However, the moment this sword chi was revealed, that extremely terrifying flame power suddenly descended, and in the end, Su Yan was completely drowned in it. Su Yan's entire body was surrounded by intense flames, and the terrifying flames were like a huge beast that swallowed him up. Damn brat, I don't care what kind of plan you have, but one wrong step will lead to many wrong steps. Since you've already lost the opportunity, then I will definitely not be polite and will definitely let you die without a burial place. As his words fell, he continuously bombarded Su Yan with power. Soon, that terrifying power suddenly expanded, and in the end, it turned into an extremely terrifying flame vortex, completely trapping Su Yan inside. At this moment, the spectators were even more nervous. This was because they all knew that what Xiang Ju said was the truth. In a battle between two powerhouses, unless one was the most proficient in defense, the attacker would have the absolute advantage. Xiangju's power was originally known for being domineering, and at this time, letting him unleash his power to the extreme was definitely not good news for Su Yan. However, this was Su Yan's own choice after all, and they did not understand what Su Yan wanted to do. The only thing they could do now was to believe in Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was the Taxing Sword leader. At this moment, Su Yan was in the middle of a sea of flames, and his entire body was enduring the extremely terrifying flame power. However, there was not the slightest hint of panic on his face. Instead, there was only calmness. His soul was completely immersed in it. At this moment, he was analyzing the flame power, and then trying to learn how to improve his solar-colored glazed sword scripture. Chapter 548. In his sea of consciousness, a blazing sun was faintly discernible. However, the current blazing sun did not have much heat. Su Yan was trying to communicate with and sense the power within it so that the blazing sun would become even more perfect. The solar glazed sword manual was an extremely domineering sword technique that used the boundless power of the raging flames. However, although he had made some progress in his sword technique, he was still unable to comprehend the intent of the raging flames. However, Xiangju's attack allowed him to gain an additional understanding in his heart. He suddenly realized that it was actually not difficult to completely master the solar glazed sword. That was to allow one to comprehend the ultimate power of the raging flames. In other words, it was to continuously devour the power of the raging flames and use it for oneself. At this moment, since Su Yan had a plan in his heart, he directly displayed an extremely powerful sharpness. His gaze was fixed straight ahead as if he wanted to pierce through the entire world. In that case, it'll be fine as long as I win this battle. As long as he won this battle, he would be able to obtain the ruby and the raging flames sapling. With these two items, he would be able to directly absorb the power of the raging flames and use it to condense the solar glazed sword. Furthermore, that mysterious jade pendant seemed to be extremely precious. Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yan immediately activated his sword chi. An extremely terrifying sword chi instantly exploded out. The dense sword chi directly transformed into a gigantic sword. As Su Yan's palm moved, the huge sword sliced through the air. Wherever the huge sword passed, all the flames were stripped away layer by layer. The powerful sword aura cut through everything. Xiangju was desperately displaying his power. He wanted to defeat Su Yan directly without giving him a chance to retaliate. He wanted everyone in the Taihang sword faction to know his name. Everything was going smoothly. His opponent was going to pay the price for his arrogance. However, at this moment, a powerful light suddenly flashed. With this flash of light, the flame vortex he had created actually split apart layer by layer. What? This guy actually managed to break free from my flame vortex. That's impossible. This was his first reaction. However, the dissipating flames told him that this was the truth. When the last ray of light flashed past, all the flames had disappeared. Su Yan's figure reappeared. In his hand, the scorching sun sword was emitting a scarlet radiance. His expression was somewhat solemn. Although it seemed very easy to destroy his opponent's flame vortex, it had actually taken him quite a bit of effort. For this Xiangju to be so rampant, he indeed had some strength. But that was fine as well. It was more interesting to fight with such an expert. At this moment, Su Yan's fighting spirit surged. He looked at Xiangju and said, "All right, let's begin the second round." Su Yan already had a rough idea of the great sun-colored glazed sword manual's progression, so now was not the time to drag things out with this guy. There were too many dangers in this damned place. Since he saw this black dragon coffin in this valley, it was very likely that there were other things. What's more, those people from the Devil's Sect would not let Su Yan have peace of mind. Xiangju looked at Su Yan and suddenly laughed. Good, very good. Su Yan, I suddenly realized that you are my benefactor. The sword in your hand is a sacred sword, right? Hee, such a sword should be given to a true powerhouse. So, for the sake of this sword and that stone giant beast puppet, I will spare your life. At this time, Su Yan was no longer interested in listening to his nonsense. He just shook his head and said, although I don't understand why you are so confident in yourself, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Since you are not going to make a move, then let me. While speaking, Su Yan disappeared from the spot. Although Xiangju was laughing wildly, in fact, he was paying attention to Su Yan at all times. The moment Su Yan made his move, he was already on guard. Su Yan's speed was indeed very fast, but it was not enough to make him panic. In the next moment, Su Yan's sword light had already arrived in front of Xiangju. Xiangju suddenly shouted in a low voice, and then punched out. This heavy punch directly bombarded Su Yan. On the fist, there was actually a fire snake coiling around. Raging flame flying snake fist. This fist was a very high-level skill of the Fierce Flame sect. It could compress the spirit chi in the body to the extreme and then turn it into a fire snake. Finally, this fire snake would directly explode, like a surging river, oppressing the enemy. If hit by this fire snake, not to mention other things, just the terrifying power was enough to cause severe internal injuries, not to mention that this fire snake contained a monstrous flame energy. It could almost burn a powerhouse of the same level alive. Xiangju was very confident in his fist. As long as Su Yan dared to face him head-on, then he would let Su Yan know what pain was. Of course, if Su Yan chose to evade, then he would directly seize the initiative. In this kind of close combat, once he obtained the initiative, then he would be able to erupt with extremely terrifying destructive power. At this moment, Su Yan actually held the Scorching Sun sword in his hand and then chopped down with a palm. He actually really chose to prove it. A look of viciousness flashed across in Xiangju's eyes. He was already looking forward to Su Yan's miserable cry. In the next moment, the fist and palm met. Berserk power erupted fiercely at this time. In the sky, a sound similar to a wild beast's low roar erupted. Between the two people, powerful spirit chi directly faced each other head-on. Bang! Xiangju's spirit chi was filled with endless berserk, while Su Yan's spirit chi was as sharp as a long sword. These two spirit chi collided continuously. This kind of power simply made people endlessly alarmed. After this strike, Xiangju's expression immediately changed. Because Su Yan's strength was clearly just at the one dragon realm, but at this time, the two people actually came to a draw after exchanging blows. One had to know that this time, he did not hold back. His expression had already become solemn, and Su Yan was also surprised by Xiangju's strength. His previous palm seemed ordinary, but in fact, he had already integrated the Devil Dragon Claw battle technique into it. Under this strike, the power was terrifying and unparalleled. Both of them retreated after a single strike. However, after Su Yan retreated, he immediately activated his long sword and then slashed towards Xiangju. Swordfish Dragon Dance. When he used the regal sword technique, his speed became even faster, much faster than before. The sudden acceleration, and it was in the opposite direction, Xiangju could not react for a moment. Until Su Ya's sword light was already on his face. Only then did he realize it. Fire Dragon Divine Armor. At this time, he already knew that it would be extremely difficult to block this sword with his own strength. Fortunately, he still had other means. After those 4 words fell, the aura all over his body became incomparably vigorous. Then, an extremely berserk power suddenly appeared and directly enveloped him. After this power appeared, the air around him became incomparably hot in an instant. Even Su Yan did not dare to stay any longer after sensing this power. Instead, he directly retreated at an extremely fast speed. This was because this power was simply too strong. Finally, the berserk power quietly dissipated, and then the figure of this person appeared again. At this time, there was an additional set of fiery glass-like armor on Xiangju's body. The armor was burning with raging flames, making him look like a fire god that existed in the mortal world. I really didn't expect your strength to be so strong. He gritted his teeth and said this sentence. He originally thought that he could easily deal with a person in the One Dragon realm. However, he never expected that his opponent's strength had actually reached such a level. If he did not summon the fire dragon armor, he was afraid that he would have been directly killed by that sword earlier. That terrifying shadow of the dragonfish directly descended like a demon, causing him to be extremely frightened. Fire dragon armor. Su Yan felt an extremely strong oppressive force from this set of armor. He vaguely felt as if he was facing the god of fire. Moreover, Su Yan was very clear that this feeling came from the armor itself and had nothing to do with Xiangju. Xiangju smiled faintly and said, originally, I didn't want to summon this armor, but I didn't expect you to be far more troublesome than I expected. Now, I believe that you really have the strength to fight Wang Baichuan. Xiangju took a deep breath and continued, it's your honor to be able to see this set of armor, but it's also the beginning of your nightmare. Fire dragon soaring. In an instant, flames bloomed on the armor. The scarlet flames directly dyed the sky above the small hill red. Then, Xiangju charged at Su Yan with an extremely powerful aura. At this moment, he was like a real dragon, carrying an extremely strong and violent aura. The closer he got to Su Yan, the more heavy pressure Su Yan felt attacking him. That was the majesty of a real dragon. Fire dragon. Su Yan finally understood why this set of armor was called the Fire Dragon armor. It was because this armor actually contained the soul aura of a fire dragon. If Su Yan's guess was correct, this armor sealed the soul of a fire dragon. This was really a big deal. There was no need to mention the strength of a real dragon, but he was sealed in it and became a pitiful dragon soul. How powerful was such a power? At this moment, after the appearance of the fire dragon armor, Xiangju directly merged with the fire dragon armor, erupting with extremely terrifying power. It was as if he had risen a level out of thin air. Su Yan turned the scorching sun sword and directly used the scorching sun glass. Then, the sword light suddenly shone. Chapter 549. Hee, Su Yan, now you know my power. Xiangju laughed wildly. He did not give Su Yan any chance at all. After sending Su Yan flying with a punch, his entire body once again chased forward. His terrifying speed was displayed once again. In just a moment, he had already caught up with Su Yan, who was flying backward. He stopped directly behind Su Yan, then sneered and said, even if you beg for mercy now, I won't stop. The powerful flames appeared once again and surrounded him. His eyes were filled with a scarlet radiance. At this time, his killing intent had been completely ignited, and he wanted to kill Su Yan directly. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed behind Su Yan, and then dragon wings appeared directly. It won't be that easy to kill me. The great demonic dragon bloodline inheritance, demonic dragon wings. At this time, Su Yan's figure was clearly still retreating, but behind Xiangju, there was a ghastly sword light that directly burst out. Xiangju's eyes were startled, and he immediately understood that Su Yan had long deviated from his original trajectory and appeared behind him. As for the one in front of him, it was just an illusion. At this moment, he became extremely angry. This was because he was actually played by Su Yan in front of everyone. Although the crowd was not able to see this scene clearly, to him, this was already a great humiliation. His eyes revealed incomparable ferocity, then he turned around and fiercely clawed down. Why are you able to show dragon wings? Is this your dragonization talent? The dragonization talent was extremely rare. Until now, he had not been born with his dragonization talent. However, Su Yan in front of him, who was only in the one dragon realm, had actually been born with the dragonization talent, which made it difficult for him to accept. Therefore, his eyes were already filled with anger, and violent power continued to rise. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't care. Although Xiangju was powerful, in the end, he was just a spoiled child. The demonic dragon wings shook again, and then directly pounced on him. At this time, Su Yan's Virokana-colored glazed sword scripture was directly activated, and at the same time, his Buddha's heart began to beat violently. At this moment, his entire body's power directly rose to the extreme. The sword light continued to shine, and the two forces continued to collide, erupting with terrifying power. With the help of the fire dragon armor, Xiangju's power was naturally strong. This battle until now, he had the upper hand. This battle until now. Every time they clashed, it was Su Yan who was retreating, while he did not move. However, at this time, he was extremely angry. Because only himself knew how passive he was at a disadvantage now. Although he had the advantage, Su Yan had the upper hand, he did not receive any damage did not suffers. When his terrifying raging inferno spirit chi clashed with his opponent, he always felt that his spirit chi would be absorbed by his opponent. Although this was not obvious, it was already unbearable for him. Damn it, you're devouring mises. At this moment, he suddenly blasted out a punch. The shadow of a dragon directly appeared, crushing towards Su Yan. He used a lot of power in this move, and that terrifying and enormous power directly pressed towards Su Yan, causing Su Yan to fly backward again. The power of this punch was naturally strong, but Su Yan directly dissipated more than half of its power. However, Su Yan could see that this guy was doing it on purpose. His real intention was to use this move at this moment. Su Yan, so what if you've comprehended your dragon transformation talent? Today, you're still going to die in my hands. With this fire dragon armor, my strength has completely reached the four dragons realm. Moreover, I've already fought those of a higher level before, and my combat strength is far from ordinary. However, since you're able to force me to use this move, you can be considered strong. Flames seemed to be burning in his eyes, and that terrifying power continued to erupt, finally forming 4 cyclones around his body. The scarlet cyclones continued to gather. For extreme blazing dragon wave. He suddenly roared, and the power that he had finally gathered finally erupted at this moment. Then, it directly rushed towards Su Yan. That violent power was truly terrifying, as if the sky had directly enveloped him. At this moment, Su Yan immediately sensed that under such power, it was probably impossible for him to escape. This was because no matter where he escaped to, this aura would catch up in an instant. Moreover, this kind of power was enough to kill a 6 dragons powerhouse. Of course, this was not his own power, but that set of armor. The fire dragon armor was truly extremely powerful, and at this moment, Su Yan could even hear the roar of the fire dragon's soul. At this moment, Su Yan's entire person became incomparably dignified. He already understood that at this moment, he was not only facing Xiangju, but also the fire dragon's soul. Su Yan fully unleashed his power, and at the same time, the dragon blood ice fire shield directly appeared in front of him. As Su Yan poured in a large amount of spiritual energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield immediately shone with an extremely dazzling light, and in the end, it actually formed into a shield. That huge shield showed an image of an intersection of ice blue and scarlet red, and then it blocked in front of Su Yan. In the next moment, that terrifying 4 extreme blazing dragon wave finally arrived. It was also at this moment that a violent wind whistled, and within the violent wind, a terrifying ripple directly tore through the sky, and then spread out in all directions. That terrifying power was constantly fluctuating, and the powerful radiance seemed to want to sweep everything away. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Taihang sword faction or the Fierce Flame sect, at this moment, their hearts were already trembling. This was a battle between the top powerhouses of the two major sects. Go to hell. Xiangju's eyes were already wide open, and he was already using all his strength to launch his strongest attack. In front of Su Yan, the huge shield was constantly shaking, stubbornly resisting the powerful force. However, as time passed, Su Yan suddenly felt that he actually did not seem to be straining at all. Xiangju's power did not weaken, which meant that Su Yan's power had become even stronger. At this moment, the great sun-colored glass sword scripture rolled again, and the flow of spiritual energy was simply like a tidal wave. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that the regal sword scripture had also started to operate. Gradually, in his soul, the regal sword scripture suddenly derived a new move. After the dance of the fish dragon and the sword that settles the universe, the third move appeared, the regal raging flame slash. Su Yan's body trembled. He never expected that the upgrade of the great sun-colored glass sword scripture would actually bring about such a change. This was simply a pleasant surprise for him. At this time, he suddenly howled wildly, his voice piercing through the clouds. Su Yan casually waved his hand, and that shield formed by the dragon blood ice fire mantle directly disappeared. The instant the shield disappeared, that violent and terrifying power already arrived in front of Su Yan. That violent power was virtually going to directly melt Su Yan. It was just that Su Yan suddenly did not care. The long sword in his hand danced lightly. In an instant, endless blazing flames directly surrounded the blazing sun sword. It was as if the blazing sun sword was the controller of that terrifying power. Along with the continuous gathering of power, the blazing sun sword's light became even stronger. In just a short while, this ray of light could actually already rival the light released by the 4 extreme blazing dragon wave. And later on, this light was even more terrifying, already blotting out the sky and covering the sun, thoroughly suppressing the light released by Xiangju. Xiangju's entire person was already stunned, and he immediately said, "This is impossible. How could the One Dragon Realm erupt with such powerful power? This was absolutely impossible. This had to be an illusion." He kept telling himself that this was not real, but that violent power and his trembling body told him that all of this was real. At this point, he no longer had any thoughts of resistance in his heart. His only thought was to leave. "I'll die, I'll be killed." At this time, his heart was filled with fear, and he no longer had his initial pride and confidence. He directly activated the power of the fire dragon armor and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to pass, Su Yan's voice rang in his ears. "Supreme sun-shattering slash." These 5 words were like 5 dull tolls of a bell, directly exploding in his sea of consciousness. Then, in the depths of his sea of consciousness, an extremely terrifying blazing sun directly rose from the mountainside. That blazing sun was like a huge cage in reality, and Xiangju was imprisoned within it. The moment the last word fell, that blazing sun actually shattered bit by bit. Visible cracks could be seen with the naked eye, and it was simply despairing. Xiangju felt that his body would also be directly crushed by those cracks. This was a power that he could not resist at all. "I've lost, I admit defeat." Just as he was at his most desperate, a little spiritual light appeared, and he used his loudest voice to shout these few words. Yes, he was scared, and because he was scared, he admitted defeat. His voice reverberated in the empty space. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction were naturally very happy, but the disciples of the Fiery Flame sect were surprised and even confused. No matter how domineering Xiangju was usually, his cultivation and combat strength were real. However, at this time, he admitted defeat in such a terrified and humble manner. They raised their heads and watched the blazing sun's radiance dissipate bit by bit. Xiangju's entire body was covered in sweat, and he did not have any strength left as he directly fell from the sky. Boom! A loud sound was heard, followed by smoke and dust. His body crashed heavily into the ground, but with the protection of the fire dragon armor, this bit of power was naturally nothing to him. Chapter 550. Before he could react, another loud noise came from beside him. It turned out that Su Yan had descended from the sky and stood beside him. Su Yan looked at him and said, "Give it to me." Su Yan did not have a good impression of this person in front of him. This was because if he did not have some tricks up his sleeve, he would have ended up in a worse state than this person. Moreover, they were not friends in the first place, so there was no need to be so polite. At this moment, Xiangju finally raised his head and looked at Su Yan with eyes full of anger and killing intent. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. This was probably the first time he had felt this way. He felt like a dog lying on the ground while the other party was looking down at him from above. This feeling was really terrible. Suddenly, he sneered and said, "All right, Su Yan, I'll remember you. I'll leave this with you for now, but sooner or later, I'll get back at you with double the price." Su Yan did not answer him. He had heard such words countless times, and there was a saying that went, "It's useless to say more." In the end, Xiangju handed over the flame gem, the flame tree sapling, and the other parts to Su Yan. With the 3 items in hand, Su Yan ignored Xiangju and walked to the front of the Taihang sword faction disciples. "Sorry for the wait, everyone. Let's leave this place." In this place, Su Yan's battle prowess was the strongest. Hence, no one would object to his words. As for the hill, Su Yan had completely sealed it after he left. Even a venerable one would not be able to open it, so Su Yan was not worried at all. The Taihang sword faction disciples followed Su Yan away, leaving the blazing flame sect disciples at a loss. They even forgot to help Xiangju up. After walking for a long time, Xinyue said to Su Yan, "Brother Su Yan, where should we go now?" Xinyue wasn't the only one who wanted to know. All the disciples wanted to know. This battlefield was filled with terrifying dangers. Originally, they thought that with their powerful strength, they would be able to run amok. Then, a hurricane made them realize how small they were. Speaking of where to go, Su Yan actually didn't know. He could only follow his instincts. Of course, this wasn't an unreliable sixth sense, but rather the guidance of the great demon dragon's bloodline. The black dragon's corpse was buried on this piece of land, so something related to the black dragon must have happened here in the past. The great demon dragon's bloodline gently pulsated, calling Su Yan forward. Clearly, the place ahead was definitely not ordinary. However, all of this didn't matter anymore. The most important thing now was to move forward, because other than this direction, Su Yan didn't know where to go. Since that was the case, then he would just follow his instincts. If there was really something in that place, it would definitely attract enough powerhouses to go there. At that time, he should be able to meet up with the people from the Taihang sword faction. Moreover, Su Yan also believed that after such a big thing happened here, the seniors of the Taihang sword faction would definitely have noticed it and started to make preparations. Su Yan walked at the front, followed by Xinyue and the other disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Su Yan felt more and more lonely as he walked. Although there were many disciples behind him, he was starting to miss the 5 counties. He wondered how Yun Wanqing was doing. She must be worried about him leaving the 5 counties alone. Also, Lu Fei. He wondered if the blood-sucking Scourge King's blood in his body was still important. If the blood-sucking Scourge King really went berserk, he wondered if Lu Fei could handle it. There was also the people from the Monster Palace. After the revival of the 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree, they should be even more powerful. Xinyue followed behind Su Yan. She looked at Su Yan's back and realized that Su Yan seemed to have sunk into loneliness. She was so close to Su Yan, but she felt that Su Yan's heart was so far away from her. This was probably what it meant to be so close, yet so far. However, it didn't feel good. The wind was still blowing. When it was at its strongest, it made people a little unsteady. Fortunately, the violent hurricane at the beginning didn't appear. The sky gradually darkened. Su Yan finally led the group out of the plains and into the forest. Compared to the plains, the forest was actually more dangerous. This was because there were many unknown things hidden under the lush branches. There were poisonous snakes, worms, other powerful monsters, and miasma. All of this was a huge threat to the crowd. After stepping into the forest, Su Yan frowned. As expected, spiritual force will be suppressed in this place. He sighed. When he first saw the forest, he had already felt that something was strange. He always felt that there was a very oppressive aura in the forest. This kind of aura made him feel a little uneasy. When he really stepped into this place, he immediately felt a kind of pressure. His spiritual force was suppressed. Even Su Yan's spiritual force was suppressed to a frightening extent, let alone the disciples behind him. For the few disciples with relatively weaker cultivation, their spiritual force perception was not as good as directly seeing with their eyes. Everyone, follow closely. Don't fall behind, Su Yan said to the people behind him solemnly. Then, he directly walked forward. Unexpectedly, Su Yan did not encounter too much trouble along the way. The occasional small interlude was cut off by Su Yan's sword. After all, Su Yan's strength was great. With the scorching sun sword opening the way, the journey was quite smooth. However, this smoothness did not last for long. Gradually, a vast expanse of white fog began to form. In this forest, spiritual force was already suppressed. At this time, when the fog appeared, even vision was greatly affected. When the white fog appeared, Su Yan immediately felt a slight chill. He directly said to everyone, be careful. Use your spirit chi to protect your body. This white fog was very fatal. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. Therefore, they had to use their spirit chi to protect themselves. After walking for another 15 minutes, Su Yan's ears suddenly twitched. Then, he unsheathed the scorching sun sword again. The blazing sword light dispersed a large area of the thick fog. With a flash of the sword light, a huge ancient tree fell. All the disciples were nervous. This was because they did not notice anything at all. At this time, after Su Yan's sword, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Senior brother Su Yan, what happened? Someone asked. Su Yan did not look too good. This was because just a moment ago, he clearly felt a shadow darting through the crowd. However, the speed of the shadow was too fast. Even he couldn't see it clearly. However, he was sure that it was definitely not an illusion. Suddenly, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Is everyone here? After Su Yan asked this, the disciples looked at each other. At this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, Luo Xiaohu is gone. This exclamation shook everyone's hearts. At this time, everyone looked and saw that it was really as he said. Luo Xiaohu was gone. Luo Xiaohu was one of the more outstanding disciples of the Taihang sword faction. He was ranked 79th in the top 100 of the younger generation. It was not high, but it was definitely not low either. His cultivation had already reached the 2 mountains of Fengyuan. He was clearly in the crowd just now, but in such a short time, he had disappeared. The most creepy thing was that no one knew how he disappeared. If it wasn't for Su Yan's sudden shout, perhaps no one would have noticed it until now. This was really too strange and too terrifying. Su Yan's expression became even worse. He was sure that it was the guy from before who had taken Luo Xiaohu away. His gaze was directed towards the sky. Countless tree branches were blocking the light from the sky. At this time, he directly said, "Start a fire. Everyone, rest here and be alert." Although powerful demonic beasts were not afraid of fire, the burning fire could still avoid some trouble. At least with the light of the fire, the damned fog could be dispersed, at least within this range. All of you stay here. Furthermore, you must be extremely careful. I'll go and see if I can save Luo Xiaohu. Oh right, there's a sword here. I've already placed a spiritual imprint on it. If there's a mysterious change, break the sword. Su Yan handed a sword to Shui Xinyue and instructed the others. Then, he directly left the crowd. Although it was very vague, he could sense that guy's aura. He just hoped that there was still enough time. In order to save Luo Xiaohu, Su Yan naturally did not dare to hold back any of his strength. His body directly shuttled between the huge trees and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Shui Xinyue sighed softly. At this time, she really wished that she could be by Su Yan's side and fight with him. However, she also knew that these disciples still needed someone to take care of them. She definitely could not leave like this. The aura is still there. Looks like this is the right direction. However, I hope that there's still time. Although he did not know what kind of creature it was, the other party's speed was too fast. Even if he chased after it, the Taihang sword faction disciple, Luo Xiaohu, would most likely die. However, he was still willing to give it a try. Firstly, it was a life after all.